first item.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the assignment and assumption agreement for Oak Lawn Estates PD Area A, Phase 2, PD 04-315CC, and the agreement between Shelby County and Oak Lawn Estates LLC to secure the public improvements to Oak Lawn Estates PD Area A, Phase 2, PD 04-315CC, and authorizing the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county operating funds, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. I don't see the mover.
I'll move it. Point of information, we cannot move or second on our system, so we need IT to come out and, fix these machines.
It just popped up on mine. All right. I've got moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Morrison. Thank you. Good morning. Just in time.
A little traffic. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahmad Namati. I'm the senior engineer with Shelby County Roads and Bridges. Oak Lawn State PD was originally contracted with Banco Bartlett for construction of 36 lots. This request is for the approval of an assignment and assumption agreement for Oak Lawn State LLC to take over the project and enter into a contract with Shelby County. The new developer, Oak Lawn Estates, will build a public road improvement for this phase, which includes roads and stormwater drainage. The sanitary sewer will be provided and maintained by City of Memphis. And the public improvement will be inspected by County Engineer's Office. Construction is funded by the developer. Action request is approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed.
Yes.
Commissioner Sugarman, I see you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of information. So is our parliamentarian also acting as our attorney today? Okay, because we do not have an attorney. What does the rule say about not having an attorney at the committee meeting or the commission meetings? I know we didn't have an attorney at the last commission meeting for the whole.
So we don't have a rule covering that, but I'm confident that they're listening, and somebody will probably be here momentarily.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. I don't know about the other commissioners, the voting button. Okay. All right, looks like technology is working on my end. Hopefully it's working for everybody else. All right, if everybody has voted, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, and Morrison. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let's read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the agreement between Shelby County and Coastal Fuels, Inc. to secure the public improvements to Phillips Farms Plan Development Area 2A, Phase 1, PD 05 through 344CC, and authorizing the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county operating funds, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Wright. I have seconded. Mr. Ahmed?
Yes, sir. Again, good morning. My name is Ahmad Namati, senior engineer with Shelby County Roads, Bridges, and Engineering. The developer of Phillips Farms PD Phase 1 requests to enter into public contract improvement with Shelby County government. Phase 1 is located in the northeast quadrant of Macon Road and Houston Levee at Southern Ridge Road. It comprises of 13 lots. The developer will with the public improvements include roads, curbs, gutters, and stormwater drainage. Sanitary sewer will be approved and maintained by City of Memphis. The public improvements will be inspected by Shelby County Engineer's Office. Then action request is for county commission recommend approval, and then also administration recommends approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any commissioners in the queue on this item, so let's take this one to a vote. And if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, and Morrison. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let's read item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the agreement between Shelby County and Aaron Investments, LLC to secure the public improvements to VIP storage at 9140 Cordova Park Road, ASPR 2023-079, and authorizing the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county operating funds, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman has moved this item. I have seconded. Mr. Ahmed with the report.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Ahmad Namati, Senior Engineer with Shelby County Roads, Bridges, and Engineering. The developer of VIP storage at 9140 Cordova Park Road, Aaron Investment, is entering into a public improvement contract with Shelby County government. The developer is improving the property for commercial vehicle storage in an industrial park. The developer will be constructing sidewalks with curb ramp compliant with American Disability Act. The developer has chosen to meet bonding requirement for the sidewalks by providing a cashier's checks in the amount of $120,000 made out to Shelby County government. The public improvement will be inspected by the county engineer's office. Action requested is county commission's approval and mayor into a contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so which commissioner's district is this in?
This one was Commissioner Avon.
Avon, okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, and Morrison. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation, and let's read the last item in this committee, number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution approving the purchase of recycling services, garbage, trash pickups, and removal services from Waste Management, Inc. of Tennessee for various departments of Shelby County government in an amount not to exceed $346,684 for the initial period through June 30th, 2025, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods commencing on July 1 through June 30th of each renewal term. This item requires expenditure of county operating funds in the estimated amount of $346,684, sponsored by Commissioner McKell Lowry.
Thank you. I have moved the item. Commissioner Sugarman has seconded. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. James Gloucester, Administrator Purchasing. Today I come before you requesting approval for waste removal recycle services for various locations throughout Shelby County. There was an RFP done for this particular solicitation, and there were 2 vendors that bid on this, and one was selected. Waste Management of Tennessee of Memphis was selected. We're just requesting approval for this contract.
Thank you, Mr. Gloucester. I have Commissioner Wright in the queue.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So my system is not pulling up the document. This is for services for the county's business, or this is residential?
Yes, sir. No, this throughout Shelby County. We have the Sheriff's Department, Corrections, Juvenile Court, the entire Shelby County. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gloucester. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. If all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Morrison, and Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Public Works. If everybody's willing, let's go ahead and jump into the Land Use Planning and Transportation and read item number 1 in that committee.
Item 1 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by Shelby County on August 9, 2010, to approve a zoning district change pursuant to Chapter 9.5 for property in unincorporated Shelby County located at 10827 U.S. Highway 64, being case number Z 2024-011CO, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant.
Thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I have seconded the item. Good morning, Mr. Ragsdale.
Good morning, Commissioner Bradford, Commissioners. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning Development. This item was on the April 9th committee and was presented then. It was also on the April 30th committee. I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant is also here if you have any questions for them.
I don't see any commissioners in the queue. Up, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you and good morning. I've forgotten, so if you don't mind, just an overview.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, so this is in District 1, Commissioner Mills District. This is a request for a rezoning for approximately 8 acres from commercial agriculture or conservation agriculture to CMU 3. And it's for a small portion of a piece of land that the applicant owns that they use for their horses and things like that. And they're going to use a small portion for some RV storage. It's along Highway 64. CME 3 is Commercial Mixed Use 3, and that allows the RV storage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Commissioner Morrison.
Hey, good morning.
The Office of Planning and Development recommended rejection. Have you all changed that recommendation?
Well, that was a recommendation from the original, and I think the Land Use Control Board heard the applicant and made that. So this is something we're not completely opposed to, but.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Yes. Now, I just heard your answer. So you say this is something you're not completely opposed to? Why are you qualifying it?
Well, so when we get a case, we look at it on its merits and for, any of the surrounding land uses, and we make a recommendation. Of course, that's just the first step. Brett Ragsdale, TPD. And then the Land Use Control Board, of course, hears additional testimony. Then they make a recommendation to this body, and then this body has the final say and has all the additional information through the process. And so that was just our initial review of the case. And so through that process, we've become, to where we're not opposed to the approval of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Morrison, and Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 5 ayes, 1 abstained.
That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes committee number 5.
We will now convene committee number 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 44 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $330,198.75, pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute quitclaim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Wright. Seeing no members in the queue, Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. The total back taxes for this is just over $600,000. The total asking price was around $325,000. The net collection on the back taxes is negative $272,051.01. However, it is $4,530 over the asking price. There are 7 out-of-town purchasers, and they are purchasing 10 parcels.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no members in the queue, Madam Clerk, please prepare the board for the vote. Every member desiring to vote, please cast your vote.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, and Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, this item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, next item.
Item 2 is an ordinance second reading, joint ordinance of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners and Memphis City Council establishing the Memphis-Shelby County Building Home Program pursuant to the Tennessee Homestead Act within Chapter 281 of the Public Acts of 1985. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, and Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Zena. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford and second by Commissioner Sugarman. Mr. Zena, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. John Zena, Planning and Development. Good morning, Commissioners. This is second reading of an ordinance that would reauthorize the homestead program that was operated by the Housing Department up until the late 2000s, I suppose, as the Building Home Program. This is a joint ordinance with the Memphis City Council. It has passed on first reading on the city side, actually with all members co-sponsoring it on the city council side. This program would create an alternative option for disposal of public property, specifically for construction of new housing, so that we can ensure that as property is moved specifically out of the land bank, that it is being used to construct new housing in communities throughout the city and county. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, Mr. Zena, let me just ask a couple of questions. And have you had an opportunity to look at an analysis of this program, a comparative analysis of this program with the former program from the Black Coalition of Housing?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I don't have any amendments prepared, but one of the things, I'm looking at amendments, so I just need to get some feedback from you in reference to recommendations for improvement.
So you're speaking of the items that are listed in
Yes.
their document. Several of these items are actually already in the implementation program. This was prepared before some final changes were made to the implementation program when they were submitted into OnBase. So about half of what is in this document is actually already in the implementation program. I had a chance to meet with Rashida Jones yesterday, as well as Courtney Jones with the Black Coalition for Housing, to talk about the remaining items. My recommendation was that they be addressed in the policies and procedures that are being crafted, and they seem to be in agreement with that approach.
Well, I guess that could be one way to handle it, but I'm not sure. It's so easy to change policies and procedures. And I guess it may be more effective, if you will, and sustainable to put it in the actual ordinance so that it can be changed. Specifically, the metrics for property disposition and some of the other items that have traditionally left out developers. So you say you have some items, some of these items are not in the on-base document, right? Is that what you said?
Some are already in the implementation program. So for example, the percentage set aside for small and emerging developers, that's already in the program. So that's an example of something in their document that is directly covered in what is in the on-base document. The metrics is a good example of something that we would recommend be in policies and procedures, because that's something that we would want to have more flexible to change for the good over time. So as we're able to demonstrate effectiveness of the program, we can then adjust the metrics higher to achieve even greater results in a much more responsive fashion.
Okay, I'm trying to think of an example where affordability thresholds would have to be changed over time to benefit the people. I can't think of one.
So for example, if you had a percentage of the number of units that were targeted towards certain classifications of area median income, as those are being achieved on a more routine basis, say we've had 12 months of consistent performance meeting those percentage goals, that might be a good indicator that we can increase those percentage goals to be able to address even more affordability.
All right, Commissioner Morrison, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to be added as a co-sponsor.
It's been moved and properly second that Commissioner Morrison be added as a co-sponsor. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, and I just want to say, yesterday we had our second meeting in District 8, Commissioner Lowry's district, and we discussed the ordinance there, and I encourage individuals to come out to speak if, and to get a better understanding, if they have any concerns or issues, and we do have someone in the audience who followed up, and he's here to speak, and I'm going to give him opportunity. But I just want to say this, we've worked on this for several months, and we're going out into the districts and talking about this ordinance. And the idea is that we take, and the way it was established was several months, Z and his team, as well as the Black Coalition for Housing and NARAB, et cetera, as well as NACO, got together. And we wanted to create a process where we could activate parcels in land bank. And so what we did is we overlaid a GIS over the land bank parcels, and the most parcels came up in District 8. And so therefore, we're looking at District 8 right now to create this process. And in this, we came upon many, many barriers. And so, as a team, we decided to look at the old Homestead Act and see how we could integrate this to lower some of the barriers that existed. And Zena's team did this, and there was some conversation for months about this. And the idea is to activate this area. And the reason why this area needs to be activated, because there's issues where developers did not want to go into this area because there are no comparables. And so, as a result, we decided that they were going to create this process. And then, once this process is created, we can replicate it throughout Shelby County, not just in this district, but in other districts as well. And so I just want to kind of give some background on how this was created, and also to thank all the individuals on the city side, on the county side, as well as NACO, who gave us the technology support that we needed. And so I just wanted to give some background to individuals who are listening, as well as in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zena, one of the recommendations here, or one of the comments, is that number 8, that the current implementation plan lacks explicit language addressing racial wealth building, anti-displacement, and historical redlining, all of which are central to Memphis 3.0. So can you talk about that for a minute?
Certainly. So that item 7 in their document and item 8 are similar, and I refer to item 7 because the Black Coalition for Housing's recommendation there is to actually add specific language related to equitable affordability and anti-displacement that I think could be just embellished a little bit more with the additional points made in item 8. And my recommendation there, again, would be that be almost sort of a headline for the policies and procedures that are created, so that amended language that sort of combines the issues in 7 and 8 be one of the main items in the policies and procedures.
All right. I guess we'll need to have a conversation offline, because it's been my experience that policies and procedures change with policymakers. So we don't want to have that. I mean, we have historically suffered from redlining, displacement. So we need to address that in a permanent fashion. Okay. All right, so we do have a card, a public comment card. Mr. Walker, Mr. David Walker.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Walker. I'm a real estate developer that has done a lot of projects in Memphis. If you ever been to Whitehaven and Diamond Estates, Ruby Estates, Emerald Estates, Southern Heights, I can proudly say that those 621 families are living there because I'm on this planet. Since the 07-08 real estate crash, we've seen a steady decrease in new home building inside the city of Memphis. And according to the Memphis Area Association of Realtors, only 153 new single-family homes were sold last year inside the city limits. I put together a plan to address that. I'm not working with the Memphis Area the Black Developers Association. John and I have talked over time. I just found out about this ordinance. I would love to have some time to read it in detail, because I have a bunch of facts and statistics that will affect the design of it. This city, like most cities, needs to address home ownership now. Yesterday, I was involved in a webinar addressing the HUD skinny budget. And one of the items that they discussed in that is dropping people off assisted rental vouchers after 2 years. And a friend of mine said, well, what are they supposed to do afterwards? I said, they don't care. Yesterday morning, I had a conversation with THDA. The Tennessee governor put $660 million in his budget for affordable housing. That funding was removed at the last minute by the committee. And we don't know why it was removed, but it was put on other special projects. So I'm in discussions with THDA. One of the items that we've been addressing is appraisal gap, because when you move into a new area, that's one of the factors that you're going to have to deal with. Memphis has thousands of acres of vacant lots, and the traditional suburban developers are not going to be coming back into the city to address that. However, the team that I have assembled is interested, and we have various programs and methodologies to address those new housing, with the focus on it being home ownership. And if the committee or the commissioners would like to avail themselves of the information, I'll be happy to send that to you. I think I have everybody's email address, so you'll get that from me this week. And I'll be willing to come back to, after I've had a chance to review the document, to provide some other suggestions, because it's going to affect somebody like myself who is actually going to try to do something.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We do have a commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Avant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay, it's been motioned and properly second that Commissioner Avant be added as a co-sponsor. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Mr. Walker, thank you so much for your comments, and I certainly would like to receive the information and talk with you offline. And this is just the second reading, so we have an opportunity to make some changes. Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I had a question for you, Director Zena, on, I think you said that this had previously lapsed at some point, maybe 20 years ago or something like that. Can you share why that is? What made it lapse, and why is it having to be reinstated?
Sure. So I can only give you a little bit of history just from what I understand from reading. I was not in place at the time. Based on the ordinances, when the land bank was established, this authority was moved under the purview of the land bank, but it was never operationalized under the land bank's authority. So one of the things that this ordinance does is to amend that ordinance to move the program back to the Department of Housing from the land bank, so that it can be essentially reoperationalized, along with obviously other measures that have to be taken to reauthorize the program.
All right, I see no other members in the queue. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I do see Rashida Jones in the audience, and since she was a facilitator of the meeting last night, I would like for her to come to the podium and just speak on some of the concerns that were mentioned by my colleague. Thank you.
No, I'll get one.
Rashida Jones, 2093 Union Avenue. I work with a number of organizations in housing, and yesterday we were supporting Shelby County Commission with the work of the NACO Technical Support Grant in District 8. And so that community meeting, there was a lot said around the disinvestment in communities like South Memphis. I have had the pleasure of working on the housing task force with Director Zena and a team of experts around how we might look at programming that supports affordable housing and the activation of municipally owned land for affordable housing. And so together with the work that the commission has been leading under Commissioner Sugarman, and together with the work that DPD has done for the last year or so that we've been walking down some tools, the Building Home program presents an opportunity to marry taking blighted property owned by the municipality and looking at how we might incent development to happen in communities that simply don't have the economic opportunity to really be productive for developers to consider. And so some of the things that you heard yesterday were this increased need for education around budgeting and ownership. There was an extreme, overwhelming amount of concern for blight, cleanup, the responsiveness of getting things cleaned up when they call 311, regular trash pickup, just a number of things that continue to be of concern. And so the Building Home program and some of the things that we talked about really look at what might it look like to take these lots and vacant units and move them into a place of affordable housing, but with resources. So the ordinance itself does not align with resources, but moving it back to the housing department gives us a space to think about how we incent developers and also create a space for homeowners to have access to programs like down payment assistance and other assistance models that will move these units into productive use. So we at the Black Coalition for Housing, certainly with NARAB, together with offering technical support for emerging developers to participate, where we know there is a disinterest for large-scale developers to come in and expense that, we are in support of what this model could support.
Thank you. Commissioner, you're done. So, Ms. Jones, just in summary, are you saying that this is an opportunity here for us to make a big leap toward development in the core city, cleaning up some of those, removing, if you will, some of those blighted commercial strips and just a lot of blighted structures and properties and vacant lots?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Brooks. I would not say it is a one-and-done solution to addressing what you just described.
Okay.
I think what it is one tool in the toolkit that allows developers to consider coming back into the core city, into communities that have strong disinvestment where it is not profitable to consider such. Something that we know is true is the cost of infrastructure to come back and do infill lots is extremely expensive for developers to consider. Together with how we look at blight and how that devalues your neighboring properties, right? Who wants to live next to the blighted property that no one is cutting? And so things of that nature, I think this program offers a solution that incents development to be considered. It also gives a space for emerging and aspiring developers to participate equitably. Many times when the opportunities to bid for properties or opportunities in communities like this, you're not going to get those for emerging developers and small-scale developers. So how might we participate at a high level? And I'll give you an example. So with our larger developer companies in Memphis that typically produce a good bit of housing stock for us, they are essentially producing only about 15 to 20 units of housing per year in their large-scale budgets. But if you're able to take small-scale developers, let's say basically our cohort model with emerging developers, we're able to think about producing 15 to 18 units per year among a smaller cohort. So that's at the same scale and level if you were to consider, these larger developers who are only maximizing in budget to produce the same number. So it gives us this expanded approach to the housing crisis, but no, it is not going to be a one and done solution. to addressing a deficit of 40,000 units in affordable housing.
Okay, just real quick, I didn't mean to, that was not my meaning, if you will. What I'm looking at, or what I think I see, is an opportunity that I have not seen before. It has not been before us to address housing in the core city, in addition to some other collateral issues that would be attached to that. So, in my mind, this would be with some additional improvements, some additional language, some amendments, because I don't think we'll see it again if we don't do it now. So if we don't fill it up with what we need to, create that core city development and that incentive package for developers, small developers, to come into the core city, if we don't do it with this, it won't get done, because we will not have it before us again.
May I make one final comment to
Yes,
that?
ma'am, please.
I would say that what we believe at Black Coalition for Housing is that there has to be more dedicated funding to the housing crisis. And that does look like providing incentives, infrastructure credits for developers to come into Core City and be incented to do so. There's also a high need to what Mr. Walker is saying around the appraisal gap when developers do come into Core City to build. That deficit typically is going to be anywhere from $50,000 to $80,000 in most cases to close that appraisal gap. So first, there's an incentive needed to the developer. There needs to be a fund that does just that dedicated work, and also to support pre-development needs. In addition, that next layer would be for us to talk about appraisal gap funds being available to the property. And yes, THDA has now onboarded an opportunity to do so. Then on the back end, you're talking about where the technical support is needed for small-scale developers to be successful, the education needed to create more homeowners in a scalable way that they can understand what it takes to be a sustained homeowner. And on the back end is what the incentives are for buyers to come and consider buying in those areas that are on the way to being productive. And so there are 4 buckets, if you will, that need resource. And so I would challenge the county to think about how housing is really looked at in the general fund. In most cases, there needs to be dedicated operational money to think about all of these buckets. And I would say our ask is around a 2% consideration to the general budget as it relates to how we look at housing and scaling up to meet the needs of community.
Okay, and I agree with everything you said there, and I think that's what you have here. And the gap funding, something I've been talking about for quite a while, that's crucial. That is very crucial. Okay, well, seeing no other members in the queue, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk, let's prepare the board for the vote. All right, every member voted?
Would you put me as a yes? My screen didn't come up to vote.
Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, and Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation that will adjourn Core City Neighborhoods and Housing.
I'd like to call to order Committee Number 9, Conservation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read our one and only item, please?
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the third quarter report of the Shelby Farms Park Conservancy for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by myself. And when you're ready, if you'd give your name and title, we're ready for your report.
Jen Andrews, CEO, Shelby Farms Park Conservancy, and we do have some slides today. Thank you so much for having us. This is our third quarterly report for you this fiscal year. Supplements the written report that we submitted last week. Next slide, please. As a reminder, we work together with Shelby County as part of a public-private partnership that's designed to help Shelby Farms Park and the Green Line reach its full potential to serve the citizens of Memphis and Shelby County. Next slide. We recently hosted our annual Earth Day event, which was a lot of fun. We had this on Saturday, April 19th. It was presented by International Paper, and we had a wonderful day. Adults and children of all ages came out to the park to play and learn. We kicked off the day with a fun run, and we had live music and eco-friendly vendors, including the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development's Office of Sustainability and Resilience, and many more. And it was another great day. This is our longest running annual event. Next slide, please. This year, as part of Earth Day, we also paired it with Community Volunteer Day. We had Earth Day Festival volunteers, but we also activated our new litter pickup volunteer program, which is called Be a Litter Getter. Our goal is for our volunteers to pick up 2,025 pieces of litter each month in the park, and they do this via the Literati app. And we want to pick up 25,000 pieces of litter this year with volunteers. This will help keep the park clean, but it also supports the work of our park rangers who often spend more than 100 hours a week just dealing with trash and litter in the park and on the Green Line. We also partnered this year with Memphis City Beautiful on a pollinator planting on the north side of the park on a pollinator trail that we're establishing that connects the park to the Green Line at Mullen Station and Farm Road. And Memphis City Beautiful was able to donate plugs and seedlings, and we had a lot of volunteers out to plant in that area. Last time we were here, we told you about the children's book that we wrote for Starry Nights this year, and we wanted to let you know some exciting news. We worked with local author Marthias Wade on this project. He's incredibly talented and was wonderful to work with, and he's won an award for his illustration work on this book from Memphis Public Libraries. Just a couple of weeks ago, we hosted our Park After Dark Gala. This is a fundraiser for the park that we have every couple of years. This happened on May 1st. It was a really beautiful night. We do this in our event center. It's designed around the sunset over Hyde Lake, and we had more than 270 guests there, and we met our fundraising goals. It was a really fun night. We had DJ AD, local food from Paradox Catering, and we had support from the county commissioners who serve on our board, Commissioner Whaley and Commissioner Avant, and we're very grateful for their help with this event. And we heard from everyone that they had a great time, and we were really excited to all come together to have fun and raise some money for the park and Green Line operations. One of our favorite programs is starting back up now that the weather is warm. This is Get Outside Fitness. This is free public fitness classes for anyone who would like to participate. We have classes for all ages, kids, adults, people with limited mobility. One very popular new class that we've added is line dancing. That's happening on the front porch of the Visitor Center on Monday evenings, and it is really a lot of fun. We're also continuing to produce open water swim clinics. This fills a gap locally for this kind of programming. For local triathletes who are competing in these events, there are not a lot of places where you can practice swimming in open water, which is different than swimming in a pool. So the local triathlete community really appreciates this opportunity, and these will run through September. We also let you know last time that we completed a renovation on our disc golf course. We just wanted to share some success. We measured logged visits in the disc golf course over a period of time, December through March, and we had triple the number of plays in the new disc golf course now that it's renovated. We're hosting a grand opening tournament on May 31st called Buffa Throw, and we would love to have all the disc golfers in the community out for that. I've shared a lot of good news. This is more of a challenge that I'm sharing, but we're ready to face it. Like many parts of Shelby County, we received damage from the significant rainfall and flooding that occurred in early April. Fortunately, all park visitors stayed safe and all of our staff stayed safe, which is our #1 priority. No water got into buildings beyond minor leaks, but we did have significant flooding in the bottomland forests, the Wolf River trails, in the Lucius Birch Natural Area, and we are working on reroutes. We're rebuilding washed out bridges, and we'll be working to address erosion issues. We lost several feet of shoreline of the Wolf River in that area. We also had trees fall throughout the park, most significantly on the Green Line on a bridge, and we're working with the county on that. The tree that fell, we were able to get cleared, but it did take out the railings of that bridge, so the county has partnered with us and installed some safe temporary railing on that bridge, and we'll be repairing that. And I just wanted to commend the park rangers and the park operations team. During this storm event, they worked extended hours to keep everybody safe, to protect our visitors, our team, and the park assets. On the horizon, this is the 15th anniversary of the opening of the Shelby Farms Green Line, so we have some celebrations underway this fall. And believe it or not, next year will be the 10th anniversary of opening the heart of the park, which is Hyde Lake, the Visitor Center, the Event Center, and all the trails and features around it. We have a few open positions, which we always like to share, in case you know anyone who's looking to work in a great place with great people. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I do not see commissioners in the queue, so let's bring this item to a vote. Madam Clerk, if you would mark me as a yes, please.
Madam Clerk, can you mark me as a yes? My system isn't working.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Thank you both very much. And that will conclude Committee Number 9, Conservation.
I'd like to convene Committee Number 12, Legislative Affairs. Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution initiating a request for qualifications for federal lobbyist services on behalf of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Wright and seconded by myself. Seeing no one in the queue, may we please take this item to a vote?
If I may, Madam Chair. This is the request for proposals for the federal lobbyists, so that term is up. So this is more pressing to try to get this out. The second one, I'm going to pull for now. That one will come a little bit later, but we need to go ahead and get the first one out first. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, it's my understanding that we may have a renewal on the second one. Okay. Thank you then. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's take item 1 to a vote.
Madam Clerk, can you put me down as a yes? My system is not working.
Sorry, public, the systems are slow.
Madam Chair.
I see you now, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. Is it possible we can get the, okay, this is just a request for qualifications. Do you anticipate us replacing our federal lobbyists? Oh, you're the sponsor.
Commissioner Brooks, I'm not sure. That would depend on, the proposals and how they're scored and the decision that's made.
Okay.
So it's hard to say. It'd be impossible to say today.
Okay. In fact, I need to hear something from some of these proposals because I don't know exactly what their mission, well, the mission is, of course, is to get successful legislation, if you will, or funding for Shelby County. But in terms of how they go about it and what they're focusing on, I just need to hear something from them.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Brooks. Let's tally the vote for this one since we've already voted, and then I'll speak to that when we pull the next one. If parliamentarian, if you'd please just report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
Thank you. So item 1 will go down with a favorable recommendation. I believe we still need to read item 2, parliamentarian.
Item 2 is a resolution initiating a request for qualifications for state government relations consulting services on behalf of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you, and this item was moved by Commissioner Mills and seconded by myself, and we do have, Chairman Whaley has made a motion, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just as I mentioned earlier, just pulling this item, it's different cycle than the previous one.
Thank
So
you.
it'll come back later this calendar year.
I'll second the motion to pull it. And I did want to respond now to Commissioner Brooks that at our next committee meeting, I believe it is, we have the state lobbyists giving the report like they did about the same time last year. And we'll also ask the federal lobbyists to do the same. So that'll give an opportunity to hear from them and to ask any questions you might have. Chairman Whaley.
If I may just to respond, I think it's part of the process of going out for these RFQs is to ensure that we're getting the best services and not just going with the same person just because they're the ones that have it. As you know, there's been a change in administration. There'll be a change in state leadership, at the end of next year. So these type of things are important to make sure that are captured in the RFQs in terms of how we would lobby or consult with different state and federal administrations.
So for the record, this item has been withdrawn without objection.
Yes, thank you. This item has been, I was just trying to take care of the other business, but yes, it's been withdrawn without objection. Commissioner Mills, you had a comment.
Yes, with this being withdrawn, we do not need to renew another year with our current state lobbyists, do we? Will we do this before next legislative session? Well, whoever.
My understanding is there is one more renewal, whether,
But do we have to renew?
I think that's a question for the county attorney and maybe this body. Chairman, do you want to weigh in on that?
I would, defer to you, Commissioner Morrison. You're the one that works directly with more directly with the lobbyists. So, if you're satisfied, I'm fine. I think we do. My intent is that we need to try to get these RFQs out sooner rather than later to be able to source the best proposals. And that's why even with a renewal for this coming fiscal year, we ought to put this RFQ out earlier than we might normally do it so that we can ensure that we're getting the best proposals for our state consulting services.
So to answer your question, Commissioner Mills, we'll hear from the state lobbyists at the next committee meeting, and then perhaps we can take it up and find out if the renewal is enforceable, or I do not know the answer to that.
I'll get with Marcy, I guess, to find that out, and hopefully we can look into that. And I'll talk to you further. Thank you.
Thank you, and I see Commissioner Sugarman in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so a couple of questions real quickly. And so to the Chair's point, we need to make sure we have an attorney present so we can get some of these things answered. This is the second time we did not have an attorney present to answer these questions. And then to the Chair of the committee, I would like to ask, and so I don't see the harm in going ahead and sending out RFQ. I know there's been some commissioners who have not been satisfied because we don't see the wins. And so I will object to withdrawing it.
I think we've already withdrawn it without objection prior to your objection.
So we can bring
Parliamentarian.
That is correct.
So can I suspend the rules to bring it back?
That is not the proper procedural. You can make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the objection then.
We have a motion to reconsider in a second. Is there an objection on that motion? And then an objection. So let's take a vote on reconsidering this item to make the resolution to request the state
And that's a
RFQ.
procedural motion, so a majority of those present and voting, so you must vote to be counted in that number.
Point of information. So vote yes means what and vote no means what?
A vote to reconsider means that the item is reconsidered. A vote no is that the item is not reconsidered. Yes, ma'am.
Are we ready to vote? Or Commissioner Thornton, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, just a clarifying question. So we're doing an RFQ at the federal level, but not the state level?
That's correct. The chairman pulled the request for now for the state level.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to clarify again, they are in different cycles, so it was a mistake to have them on at the same time. The federal one, we've got to get that one out now. The state one, we can do in the fall of this year. So it'll come after budget. In the new fiscal year, we can bring a new RFQ for the state. So we are doing both, but they are on different cycles.
Understood. Thank you.
before this, oh, well, yeah, sorry. Tell them how you want to vote. Has everyone who wants to vote voted? All right. Clerk, if you'll record the votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Mills, Commissioners Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Whaley have voted no. We have 2 ayes and 6, correction. We have no votes from Commissioners Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 2 ayes and 7 noes.
Thank you. So the vote to reconsider fails, and the item has been withdrawn for now. Thank you. And this concludes Committee 12, Legislative Affairs.
Thank you so much. We'll start with Committee Number 13, Audit. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing Shelby County Government Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Chairman Whaley, and I will hand it off to Ms. Schambon.
Good morning, Danielle Schambon, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. We have with us this morning our auditors, but before we get to them, I just want to acknowledge the hard work of our accounting team every year in completing this audit. If you all would stand up, and so that everybody can acknowledge the work that you have done. In particular, we have Candace Wright, our accounting manager, who carries an extremely heavy load, and our senior reporting accountant, Anthony Maples, also, as well as the rest of the team. Our controller, Greg Cobbage, is out sick today. But so just wanted to thank the team with that. I'll turn it over to Mr. Watkins and Mr. Harnt.
Trey Watkins, Uberall. We were engaged to audit the financial statements as of and for the year ended June 30th, 2024. In that audit, we issued an unmodified or a clean opinion. I wanted to highlight that in the B section of the report, pages B4 through B20 is the management's discussion and analysis. We do not express an opinion or provide any assurance on that. It's unaudited. But it is a good layman's breakdown of what happened during the year for the county. Other schedules that were not audited are the introductory section, including the letter from the mayor and administration, and the statistical section, which is in the section G section of your report. Couple of highlights. In the government-wide financial statements, the assets decreased by $2 million. The liabilities decreased by about $92 million in the same time frame. And the net deficit decreased by $65 million. That brings your total deficit to $242,105,116. And a lot of this deficit is created by the amount of funding that you provide for other functions of government for which you do not get to record those assets, being things like the schools, where you're providing significant funding and those assets are recorded actually on the schools themselves. In the government-wide statement of activities, which is basically your income statement, property taxes still continue to be your primary revenue stream. Grant revenues are significant as well, and the total expenses increased by $28.8 million. In the general fund itself, total assets were up 38 million or 8%. Total liabilities were up 7.5 million or 32%. And total fund balance down to 107 million, a decrease of 5% from the prior year, with 83.6 million representing the unassigned portion of that fund balance. Highlighting important notes, there's significant reporting in the footnote section on debt and long-term liabilities, including pensions and OPEBs. Those are significant footnotes that provide a lot of information regarding the status of those plans and their funding status. So I highly encourage looking at those. And as also part of the audit, we consider internal controls over financial reporting as a basis for designing our auditing procedures. We do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the internal controls. We had a couple findings during the year. I'll let Chris start with two that they worked on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Hearn with Banks, Finley White. Sorry.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris Hearn with Banks, Finley and White. The first finding I have relates to the General Sessions Civil. The condition was the inability to produce an accounts payable subledger. The criteria here is that the accounts payable subledger should be reviewed and reconciled to the general ledger on a monthly basis. The cause of the condition is that when payments are entered into the general ledger, the payments are not properly coded to go to the correct subledger. The potential effect of this condition is that there could be incorrect payments made to other government agencies. Our recommendation here is that as a part of the monthly close process, the clerk should ensure that the subledgers are reconciled to the general ledger. The next one is with juvenile court, and they were unable to reconcile a cash account. The criteria here is Tennessee Code Section 9-2-138 says that the fund should be reconciled to the trustee's records on a monthly basis. The cause of this condition is the bank reconciliations are not reconciled on a regular basis. And our recommendation on the potential effect of this condition is there could be possible fraud or unauthorized transactions. And our recommendation here is that the clerk should ensure that the bank reconciliations are prepared and reviewed on a monthly basis. All right.
Trey Watkins, Uberall. The other findings that we had related more along the single audit side, which is around grants. The first one that we had was federal funding was not accurately reported on the CFA. Audit adjustments totaling nearly $5 million were made to correct an overstatement of federal revenues as expenses were incurred in the prior year but not requested for reimbursement in a timely manner. A lot of this is timing. And so when you have the reimbursement grants, you have to have the associated receivable recorded at the same time as you've incurred the expenses. The reimbursement did not occur until subsequent to that year end. And so it got put in the period following. So it did not match up with those expenditures. Our recommendation on that was to ensure the accuracy of the CFA federal revenues should be reconciled to federal expenditures to identify and address any discrepancies prior to year-end close. For each fund, federal revenues reported should be compared to year-end date expenditures, and any significant variances should be promptly investigated and addressed. The other finding that we had was due to the timing of reimbursement payments and the submission of those reimbursements. The federal expenditures were not billed for reimbursements on a timely basis. The effect of that can be that grant revenues will be recognized in the incorrect period. Continued untimely submissions could lead to potentially decreases in funds received. And the other one that we had was a procurement policy issue. The county failed to adhere to established procurement policies in place during the acquisition of goods and services under federally funded programs. Multiple transactions lacked required documentation, such as documentation of 3 quotes obtained or requests for bids. The cause of this, the expenditures were not routed through the procurement department due to insufficient coordination between departments. Decentralized processes allowed individual departments to make purchases independently, bypassing established procedures. Our recommendation to that was properly follow existing procurement policies in place, including mandatory documentation of quotes and requests for bids, provide staff training on federal procurement requirements, and establish periodic internal audits to ensure compliance. And then the last one was a request for reimbursements were prepared and submitted by a single program personnel and lacked a level of review and approval by other program personnel prior to submission. We recommend that they implement a formalized process requiring review and approval of all reimbursement requests prior to submission. This process should include clearly documented roles and responsibilities for preparers and approvers to strengthen internal controls and to ensure compliance with federal program requirements. In a lot of these cases, there was turnover in these positions. And so what you're finding is there's people that may or may not be as familiar with the policies and procedures of the county. So with that, I would turn it over to any questions you might have for us.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Commissioner Morrison, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So in previous audit reports that you've given us, I don't remember this level of recommendations. And so what I'd like, I guess, to address Ms. Schonbaum, what is our process to responding to these pretty significant findings and recommendations?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. As you'll see in the report, there are written responses, but as the county's grant process is very decentralized, managed by the individual departments, it's historically been difficult for finance to manage what those departments are each doing while we make recommendations and provide training. Clearly, there has, with the turnover, we've had some, less than perfect adherence to policy. I would say with the standing up of the grants office that we see that this is a great opportunity. We're already working with the grants office, have already been discussing these issues with them, and in preparation for our FY25 audit are ensuring that we are not going to have these issues going forward. But having that centralized office to manage grants will help to ensure stronger compliance moving forward.
Well, I would just encourage you to go back and look at the recommendations quarterly and then to follow up with your department heads because there needs to be some follow-up on these recommendations.
Absolutely. I can assure you that Director Tipton and I have in our directors' meetings been communicating these findings, discussing the findings. Again, the grants office has had meetings broadly with departments and department heads and grant managers, but are also meeting individually with departments to work through these issues.
And then the recommendation regarding the clerk, and this may be for legal, but it seems reasonable to me that we would be able to require the bank reconciliations. That's just a small ask.
Chris Hearn with Banks, Finley and White. I do agree that it should just be a routine part of the close process.
So I would ask the administration to put together a plan for the clerk regarding the recommendations and to ask her to adhere to it. It's a request. I don't know that we can mandate it, but I think it's a very reasonable, low-level request.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. We can work towards that end, but as you know, the administration doesn't have that authority over elected officials, and so while we can make a request, I think a requirement would have to come from this body.
We can ask legal. I would make a requirement if we had the legal ability to do that, but I don't think we do either. Legal, is there anyone here from legal?
Janika White, Special Counsel, that's something I would have to look into.
Would you look into that? Because
Absolutely.
those specific to the clerk's office and any office where we have the legal authority to require that the auditor's recommendations be carried forth.
would be my desire.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner, thank you.
And to Commissioner Whaley just made a suggestion. It's a big, I'm sorry, Lowry. I know who he is. That it be a public request at a minimum, but I think a request from this body would be strong as well, so maybe both. Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Thank you for the report. We did receive the very large packet of papers, I guess, a couple weeks ago now, but thank you for your work on that. So you can probably guess where I'm going to ask, because I've done so, I think, for the last maybe several years. But looking at page H19, this refers to the county clerk's office. According to your report, so for previous years, so not the fiscal, well, I'm going to get confused, but the document refers to the previous audits having findings from the county clerk's office. It says that it's been correct, those issues have been corrected, those findings have been corrected. I know we had the Tennessee Comptroller's Office visited that office early last year, or I think it was March of last year. So that has been corrected to where that office is turning over to county finance, and I think to the trustee's office, monthly reports. Says it's been corrected, but I think I heard either finance or the trustee say here recently that that issue is reoccurring once again. So, can I get clarification on that, whether that's happening again, and if so, what peril that brings to county government?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. So this audit is for FY24, and so there were no issues and no findings with respect to FY24. We are seeing in FY25, so what month are we in? The April report would have been due by May 10th, and we have not yet received it. We did receive communication from the clerk that she was going to be delayed in submitting that report to both us and the trustee. So I would say there are some recurring issues, but again, we're not in that office. We are the recipients of those reports, so I can't speak directly to what's occurring in her office, just the receipt of the reports.
And to you, to our auditing team, is there anything, are there any ramifications to that happening again once we've already addressed it in previous years?
Well, I mean, the ramifications would be incorrect or inaccurate information, and so that would continue to not allow you to make timely, informed decisions as a body that's charged with overseeing county government. So I don't know what oversight you have over her. I think it's fairly limited from what we've seen in the past, but I would say the biggest threat is inaccurate information, which could mean that money's being remitted to other agencies or funds could be inaccurate as well.
Madam Chair, I know my time has expired. Can I just have 10 seconds to close this?
I'll give you 10 seconds.
So I would just say this is a very frustrating thing to be in the same cycle over year after year after year. But I will continue to push this body to take whatever steps necessary to get this under control. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to your team for being here. It's always great to see the folks doing the work. I guess just to pick up where Commissioner Wright left off, so in this particular audit, the clerk's office wasn't cited as having any findings, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And just so you know, the comptroller's office was in that office for a period of time doing accounting. And so they were able to work with staff to show them what they were doing, where certain reports were, and to bring the accounting up to, I can't remember the exact date, but there was a period of time they did the full accounting for this particular audit.
Okay.
I believe that was up to February.
Up to February.
Okay. Thank you. For the other, I guess, elected offices that were mentioned, general sessions and juvenile court, so it's my understanding that the administration, beyond this particular report out, is not going to take any additional actions, correct? So it would be incumbent upon the commission to do any further actions after your presentation today?
Chris Hearn, Banks, Finley and White. So with each of these findings, these officers did submit written responses on the actions that they were going to take. So it's really incumbent on that clerk to see that action is taken.
So if we possibly, just illegal, if we wanted to stipulate that within a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day window, that if an office has a finding that they come and do a public report, that would just be my question, if that's something that we legally could do as a body. Because, the public is listening in, and it can raise some questions when people hear that their electeds presumably aren't meeting the mark. And so we would just want to give them the opportunity to be able to just speak their finding or their response or corrective action to the public record. So I'll look to legal for a response on that and what we can do. And then just another question that I had was just about, I lost my notes here. Really, it's just about that, just making sure that as we have findings, that we actually have some type of process of remediation that is actually like public facing as much as the finding report is. And so I'll work with legal to figure that part out, and would just encourage my colleagues in these two respective offices to come down and just help us be able to get a better understanding of how we might be able to support or what the issue is. And my last question is just, is this a public facing document, everything that we have?
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Yes, it's on the county's website.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. And before we conclude during this committee, let me ask this question, Director Schombaum. This particular audit was what time period? Because I don't want people to get it confused, because I think it was stated that this is also in transition of a former clerk to a new clerk, just so that the listening public can understand the time period that we're doing this audit from.
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. So this is for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. In the case of Clerk Sawyer, she came into office, I believe, September 1st of 2024. So you are correct that the prior clerk would have been responsible during the period that the audit covers.
Thank you so much. All right, this actually adjourns committee number 13. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm ready to move forward. Actually, Madam Clerk, can you prepare screens for voting to accept this report? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This actually now officially concludes committee number 13, and we will begin committee number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Parliamentarian, read item number 1, please.
Item 1 is a discussion item to last approximately 15 minutes. Preliminary FY26 MSCS budget presentation. Tito Langston presenting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. I will go ahead and just make a motion for our discussion item. And, well, thank you, Mr. Langston and Superintendent Richmond, for being here today for your presentation. I will hand it over to you for your presentation.
Yes,
Yeah, thanks, Chair Bibbs, for inviting us today. As you said, I'm Interim Superintendent Roderick Richmond. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm joined by Mr. Langston. I'd also like to acknowledge our board members, Board Chair Coleman, Vice Chair Love, Board Member Williams, and Board Member Ote, who are in the audience, and McKinney. I'd also like for our team, the MSCS team, to please stand, who are in the audience. I want to acknowledge them as well. Thank you all. Okay, we're here to present our 2025 fiscal year budget. Next slide. The agenda, we'll do a district overview, academic roadmap, and then the budget overview will be by Mr. Langston. We'll go through our fiscal year 2025-26 investments, our fiscal year 2025-26 capital investments, and then we'll take any questions, feedback, and/or next steps. Next slide. As you all know where we stand, we're the largest district in Tennessee. For the last 3 consecutive years, we've been a level 5 district. We have approximately 217 schools and programs in our district. We're the second largest employer in Shelby County. And over the last 4 years, we've had no audit findings. And last but not least, our projected enrollment is over 106,000 students. Next slide. I know you all have heard us talk a lot about our academic plan. We recently had an audit by the Council of Great City Schools, and one thing that has guided my 90 to 100-day plan are what we'll call the 5 A's. Next slide. Those 5 A's consist of academics. With our academic plan, we're drafting an academic plan. I think it's probably been more than, I'll say, at least 5 to 7 years since we've had a comprehensive academic plan, so my team and I are working on one. What we're looking at is curriculum development, professional development, personalized learning plans for our students, expanding our extracurricular offerings, and how we get our parents more involved. Next slide. Some of our performance outcomes will be 5 to 10% increases in student proficiency. As you all may know, under TISA, by 2030, we have to be at 50% proficiency in math and literacy. So we want to be aggressive each and every year. We cannot get there with 1 and 2 and 3% gains. We have to be extremely aggressive. We want more teacher participation in professional development, with us having a young teaching staff, with about 20% of our staff being on permit. It's extremely important for them to participate in professional development. We also want to address our students who are ELL, SPED, and/or our students who are identified as being in the bottom 25% by ensuring they have personalized learning plans. We want to increase our extracurricular activities because we realize the importance of students being involved in school and being involved each and every day during those times from 3 to 6, when we know students can participate in choices and choosing to do things that we wouldn't want them to do. And then we want parents to be involved. We're going to establish a baseline of about 25% as it relates to parents participating in conferences and attending different school-related activities. That'll be the baseline, and we'll continue to improve on that each and every year. Next slide. Attendance. Some of the things we're going to look at are incentive programs, professional development, again, for our teachers and staff to ensure that we're getting better with addressing those things around attendance, early intervention, and school climate. Next slide. Performance outcomes, we want to reduce chronic absenteeism, again, 5 to 10%. I think as of last year, we were about at 36% with chronic absenteeism. And so our goal even this year was to reduce that by 5 to 10%. In an urban district, you want to be in the low 20s if possible. And if you can, you'd like to be below 20%. 50% of students at risk of absenteeism, we want to engage them in early intervention. Again, we want to increase parental involvement. You can't do this work without involving the parents. And then we want to create positive school climates throughout our school district. Next slide. Attitude. This deals with our social emotional learning. We haven't had a social emotional learning program in our district, so we want to implement that this year so that we can focus on character education, mentorship programs, and what you call positive behavior recognition and intervention. Next slide. Our other A would be athletics. We feel that athletics, along with the arts, are a competitive advantage in our neighborhoods. We want to do that by having inclusive sports programs, all of our students participating in physical education, facilities improvement, and community partnerships. Next slide. Performance outcomes, again, to increase student participation in sports and extracurricular activities. We want it to be balanced by gender and special needs representation, 10% improvement in student fitness and assessment scores. Each school has a health report card. We want to start to look at those health report cards so that we can address issues like vision and hearing screenings, students having high BMIs, and the like, so we can ensure that our students are healthy when they're at school. Facilities improvement, and last but not least, we want to expand our community partnerships. Next. Arts integration. I'm sure all of you all know by now that Central recently won a worldwide award. We want to, again, a competitive advantage in our neighborhoods are arts, both fine and performing arts. So we want arts integration, performance opportunities for our students. Central was able to go to New York and to perform on a worldwide stage. We want that for all of our students. Funding and resources and community engagement. Next slide. Those performance outcomes will be, again, 100% integration of arts in core curriculum, 20% increase, again, in students participating in performances and exhibitions. We want to increases in external funding for arts program. And last but not least, we want an establishment of at least 5 new community arts partnerships leading to expanded opportunities for our students. Next slide. This is what we would call cradle to career. We're calling this our pathway to greatness. In the gray, what you will see will be initiatives and programs that will impact all of our students, like teacher and leader effectiveness, master scheduling, our health clinics, again, getting the health physicals and screenings that our students need, virtual learning, multi-tiered system of support around response to intervention for both academics and behavior. And then when you see by grade band, you see our pre-K through 2nd grade, you see our 3rd through 5th grade, our 6th through 8th grade. When you look at those grade bands, we want to ensure at the bottom you'll see the milestones, but also you can see in those colored areas programming that we're putting in place by grade band. So again, we can address the social-emotional as well as the developmental needs of our students as they matriculate through our system. I really would like for this to be a draft document, because what we're going to do moving forward is to evaluate how some of these programs are doing, and if we're getting a return on an investment with the programs. If we're getting a return on an investment, we'll continue with them, but if not, we'll move on to other programming so that we can ensure that anything we're investing in, we're getting a lift out of it. Next slide. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Langston, and he'll go through the budget overview.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond. Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. Next slide. So quickly, I want to give us a pathway to our approved budget. So you'll see a small timeline here, and it just adheres to kind of where we are today and to eventually get into an approved budget. So as you can see, we've had multiple sessions with our board in a setting of budget retreats in committees. It is our expectation to have an adopted budget, if the board so pleases, by May 27th of this month. And then we plan to hand it off to the county for approval. Next slide. So with any budget, what we try to do is engage our parents, our students, our communities, and things like of that nature. So this slide just gives a look into how we did engagements with the community, parents, and students to kind of look into what we want to do. So we had budget surveys in December. We began to meet with our board members early in January. We had senior leader retreats all the way through April. We met with our principals. We do what's called budget checkout to do their staffing formulas. We We convened students in forms of surveys, and we also did student congresses at each of our schools. And then we did a couple of community events where we had community members come out, hear our budget presentation, and give us feedback on what they would like to see in our budget. Next slide. So here's some of the things that we heard when we did these engagements. First, our students alluded to, they wanted to have safety and mental health. So one of the things that Dr. Richmond just alluded to is that we wanted to look at our three-level multi-tier approach, particularly around SEL curriculum. So what's very important, even today, even at the outset of COVID, is our students are wanting to be mentally and safe in our schools. They also mentioned quality nutrition, and then there's a common theme that you'll see out of all of these engagements is everybody wants to see facility updates. Again, if you go to parents, they want to see, first on their list is facilities improvements, and of course, some other things they want to see is academic enrichment. When you go to our employees, they want to be in nice buildings for facility improvements, and then they want to look at things like classroom supports for teachers. And even our board members have said they want us to look at growing our own programs. And then one of the common things that you'll see us bringing back next year is a district-wide formative assessment. Next slide. So with every budget, where we start is not being a revenue-generating organization. Enrollment and attendance drives our funding. So right now, we're expected to increase enrollment by 789 students for next year. For the district traditional schools, we're only projecting a conservative number of about 34 students. Our charter school growth aligns with the addition of 2 new schools that were approved. This Journey in Tennessee Career Academy, that's about 755 students. This enrollment number, as you often hear us say, that we have 110,000 students. What you don't see here, and it's because we don't get funding from the state and or the county directly for pre-K school students. That's the number that's left out to get us to our 110. And finally, if you look at our specialty schools here, that's our kind of our boutique schools, if you will. That's Middle College, Hollisworth Price, and Medical District. And not pictured here in the bullets, our contract school, which we'll talk about a little bit later. We only have 1 contract school, and that's Goodwill Excel for our adult learners. Next slide. So when we look at the budget, one of the things that we have to consider is budget pressure. Dr. Richmond and myself often on a daily basis talk about when we're making investments in the budget, what's the sustainability looks like and where we're going to forecast ourselves to be in the next 3 to 5 years. So here's a look into, and I won't hit all of them, I'll hit some of the highlights. Here's some of the things that we consider when we're making investments in the budget and the sustainability of some of the things. Obviously, number one, again, being capital investments. I often like to tell everybody why people think we have a $2 billion budget, and it is true. We have enough money to educate students. We don't have enough money to build buildings and fix buildings consistently. In ATISA, one of the things that's important is CCTE expansion. You'll see us often, and Dr. Richmond alluded to in our career pathways and our cradle to career outlook. One of the things we want to do is expand CCTE expansion to ensure that our students have equitable access beyond matriculating through the walls of Memphis Shelby County schools. One of the other factors, one of the big factors, and you'll see it in a minute, is charter school pass-through. Next year, we're projected to pass through about $265 million of our $1.3 billion general fund budget to charters. Compensation is big. We're currently in collaborative conferencing. Our teachers consistently want more and more money. What I can say, and we'll talk about it briefly in a bit, is that over the last 3 years, we've put close to $80 million in our teacher salary schedule. So we've been competitive as a starting point, and on average, we pay our teachers about $68,000. Deferred maintenance, that needs a little explanation. Enrollment is important because, again, as I alluded to, it drives how we receive funding. Some of the things that we're looking at in enrollment that could particularly have a pressure on our budget is student immigration became popular this year. So when students are afraid to come to school because of certain immigration requirements, that takes into consideration what our funding looks like. Vouchers are a big thing. So vouchers were implemented last year. Next year, they're going to be even more prevalent. So we have to consider what that looks like. Right now, it's about roughly 1,800 students that are taking advantage of vouchers, and we expect it to be more. And then student recruitment is one as well. Next slide. This is a look into our budget. So right now, we're proposing a $1.9 billion budget. So first, our general fund budget is about $1.3 billion. This is our operating budget. As I alluded to, some of the big factors in our operating budget is obviously in instruction. You'll see that we're projecting about $589 million. This is essentially everything that happens in the classroom. That's your payments for our teachers, our ed assistants, so on and so forth, principals as well. And then, as I alluded to earlier, one of the largest expenditures we have is almost $265 million for charter schools. Going to our next capital improvement budget, you'll see it's $173 million for expenditures. That's our 2 new high schools. We have a couple of projects that we're finishing out for this year to roll over to next. And then you'll see later we'll talk about some investment requests. Our special revenue budget is about $58 million. That's largely our ISM grant, which is our Innovative School Models grant. 2 years ago, every high school got $1 million to do CCTE for their grant, and every middle school got $500,000. Next year will be year 3 of that grant, and it's a possibility that that grant could extend another 2 years. Looking at our nutrition services fund, this is how we feed our students. $91 million is what we get from USDA. Next is the federal programs budget. Their budget is now $278 million. As you can see, it's a decrease over the years as obviously ESSER is gone away. And then lastly, our internal service fund is about $3 million. That's our warehouse and printing fund budget that we have. So we're proposing a $1.9 billion budget at this time. Next slide. So now I'll quickly and briefly kind of bridge us into Dr. Richmond kind of talked about our 5 A's plan. Now I want to put some money to where our investments are to kind of look at how we fund the plan. Next slide. So when we talk about academics, so here's some of the things we want to make investments in. ACT support. So what we know is that our students need to be college and career ready, and to do so, we want to unlock ACT supports to do so. That's going to cost us roughly $800,000. This is year 2 of our classroom vacancy support. We have roughly about 360 vacancies today, which is about 5% of our teacher population. What we want to do with that is kind of look at a model where we can use what's called proximity, and it's in where teachers are online, certified teachers are online, mostly catering to our 6 through 12 grades. Next is the digital device refresh. It's about $10.5 million to refresh about 15,000 devices, so we can continue a one-to-one plan. I mentioned a district-wide formative assessment. We didn't have it this year. Next year, what we've heard from most of our schools is they want to be able to evaluate our students, and to do so, we wanted to implement a district-wide formative assessment or re-implement it as well. So one of the things we're talking about going to is a regional approach, and to do so, we'll have principal coaches that are coaching our principals, mostly our principals within the years of 0 through 5. Specialized educational assistants, that's been prevalent in our budget since we had ESSER dollars. This year, we have roughly about 468 of those specialized education assistants. Next year, we're proposing 701. Again, it's to continue our early literacy strategy. Textbook adoption, we're doing a science textbook adoption next year. It's going to cost in the neighborhood of $10 million. And then lastly, on the academics, is 10 new multilingual teachers. Our ESL population is to continue to grow in the community, and to do so, we need more teachers to effectively teach those students. Then when you move to attendance quickly, well, one of the things we wanted to do is incentivize our students to come to school, and then we want to be able to recruit students. So to do so, we're proposing to do school promotion and advertising. This is year 2 of attendance liaisons. Those attendance liaisons are accurately keeping up with the data for attendance, as well as continuing to reach out to families to ensure that our students come to school. Then when you move to attitude, Dr. Richmond had alluded to SEL curriculum. We are re-implementing a SEL curriculum for next year to help with our behavior plans for students. Another one I highlight now is currently we have behavior specialists. We're proposing to move those behavior specialists to what's called RTI squared B specialists, where we vetted the specialists to be able to do behavior plans for each and every student that has behavior issues, if you will. When you move to the arts, Discovery Memphis is what our board asked us about 2 years ago to invest in the budget. We're going to continue to invest in allowing our students to have opportunities opportunities to see things outside of their neighborhoods in forms of field trips and the like. And then lastly, as Dr. Richmond alluded to, is we want all of our schools to have equitable access to music and art for our students. So that's going to continue, be a continued investment of about $18 million. And then lastly, athletics. We're doing athletic upgrades to our 13 stadiums, and then outdoor play areas where we look at our elementary schools where we can invest in some play areas to keep our students physically healthy. Next slide. So obviously compensation is a big deal. So a lot of the salary schedules that we have today, we're going to continue on. Obviously the largest one is being our teacher salary schedule. This will be year 2 of a new teacher salary schedule that we implemented this current year. It's going to cost us in the neighborhood of about 9.8 or close to $10 million. You'll see 2% increases for all non-teacher types. One of the other things that I'll allude to here is that we're proposing an investment of 40 new mobile security officers. We need about 80 mobile security officers to give us a one-to-one model for every school. Right now, 40 will give us halfway there, and in hopes of that we can get to the other 40 next year when these officers can go into the academy. The last slide I'll point to is architecture. We're proposing $94 million for new capital projects, and then school safety for $2.4 million. That's where we are looking at fencing around some of our schools that have open campuses to kind of keep out the public, if you will, on those campuses. Next slide. So we wanted to bring a facilities plan update. Obviously, every time we're before you, everybody wants to know what's going to happen with facilities. So one of the things we've done is, as of November, we got our last assessment for all of our schools. We got all of our schools assessed to see what type of repairs is needed in the next few months to 3-year, 5-year, and a 10-year window. So we got our last assessment in November. On May 27th, our board put a resolution in place to hold us to creating a facility plan that brings the public along, the community along, as well as everyone else. So on June 2nd, we plan to have a facilities planning committee established, and then in the months of June and July, we're going to start holding facility committee meetings with the public to be able to talk about anything from in the neighborhood of consolidations and possibly even the dreaded school closures. And then finally, on August the 19th, we expect to have a final comprehensive facilities plan presented to our board. And the reason why these dates are important is because in our policy, we have certain dates that are important, August being one, to allude to a 90 and 180-day plan. And in February, per policy, we have to notify our communities when we are either consolidated and or we're closing the school. So this timeline keeps us in line to maybe making some informed decisions around right-sizing the district. Next slide. So now I want to talk about some investment requests. It wouldn't be us if we didn't come asking for a couple things. Next slide. But before I talk about the requests that we'll ask, I'll talk about some things that we're doing on our own. Oftentimes, before you ask of something, you can at least tell what you're doing on your own. So we have a real estate plan that we put in place, and we've received some offers for purchases that are on our board agenda. So first, some of you may be very familiar with Grays Creek. We had an appraised value for Grays Creek of about $8.3 million. We have an offer for $9 million for Grays Creek. Riverview Elementary School is currently with a charter. It was appraised for $1.6 million. It's offered at $700,000. Former Range Haven Elementary is a vacant land. It appraised for $105. We've been offered $105. Next slide. Wooddale Middle School, it appraised for $3.1. We had an offer of $2.5. Denver Elementary School is $1.6 million, and we received an offer for the like. Humes Middle School was appraised for $1.4 million, and right now we have an offer of $850,000 with a few stipulations that we're considering. Next slide. So on this slide, in your package, commissioners, you'll see the investment requests we're asking for. We're looking at particularly around some fire life safety issues. So fire alarms are prevalent, intercom systems, elevator replacements, all of these things that our schools need to kind of be in compliance. And then lastly, about $18.5 million for HVAC. Again, in your package, you'll see by project and by board commissioner district what those schools look like. And then finally, it's not a our request, the $59 million. This is a rollover of what it looks like for the 2 new schools. So that comes up to the $94 million. Next slide. So in addition to capital requests, one of the other requests that we have is Literacy Mid-South. Literacy Mid-South is a community partner. We've been working with Literacy Mid-South over the past 3 years under a Tennessee All-Corp agreement. Literacy Mid-South has secured a $6 million grant through the state of Tennessee to be able to do tutoring in our schools. Literacy Mid-South is asking for a $2.2 million investment one time. Well, actually, it's over the next 3 years. We're asking for a $2.2 million one-time investment to work with Literacy Mid-South so they can do some tutoring for our schools with Tutor 901. So some things that they're focusing on is small group instruction, consistent engagement, and in-person instruction. Unlike we do tutoring for before and after care, Literacy Mid-South is doing during the day tutoring. Next slide. And then finally, the other request is that we've been working with Goodwill Excel in the TISA as well as BEP budget. When you start a new school or new students come online, the first year is not funded by the state of Tennessee. We are funded on prior year budget. So one of the things that Goodwill Excel has asked our board to do is expand in 2 new zip codes, 38134 being one and 38128 is another. This investment request particularly leans into 38134, and that is the divisions of corrections, or most people formally know it as the penal form. So in a penal form, there are adult learners who are expected or want to get their high school diploma. In doing so, Goodwill Excel runs the organization for adult learners that are in person. They're asking for an investment of $1 million. For us to invest in it, it means that we'll have to take it out of our general fund, and it will come from our K through 12 learners. So we're asking for that investment from the county commission, being that it's adult learners. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Langston and Dr. Richmond. We do have several commissioners that are in the queue, so I'll start off with Commissioner Wright.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask about the comprehensive facilities plan. So the district received in November 2024 a district-wide facility assessment that was completed. It's now May of 2025. Has that been shared with this body?
Cheeto Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. We've shared it online. I don't think we've directly shared it with the body, but we can do so as early as today. I will tell you that it's a large report. It's every one of our schools. It's everything that is from equipment to HVAC. So it's a robust report for over 170, really over 200 schools. So it is online. We can share the link with commissioners. We can do that as early as today.
Thank you. That'd be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so as the public knows, I've been a public school teacher, and I'm still in the classroom for 26 years. I've taught over 7,500 students everywhere I go. I see students and parents I've taught. With that, I have several questions. I want to first start with, I think my colleague alluded to the facility condition index, where it states that a building scores above 30% is considered have reached its useful serviceable life. And so with your facility plan, does it include these facilities? For example, and I'm surprised that some schools were not on this list, but for example, White Station High School, zip code 38117 was on this list, and it has approximately 1,800 students. Idlewild Elementary, zip code 3814 is on this list, and it has approximately 579 students, and it goes on and on and on. So my question then becomes, are these schools on the list when you're all talking about, and again, these are schools that have reached a service life. White Station High School, the school district has put a lot of money into a money pit. And so there are a lot of issues because it's very fragmented. This is just one school, which I do teach at. So I do know personally that we do have what we call a cancer alley, where every teacher has gotten some form of cancer. And I can go on and on and on. So these are huge issues. And so, yes, we do want to build new schools, but also we need to address the ones that have reached this serviceable life. The second thing I want to talk about and address is attendance. Yes, you all talk about increasing attendance. That's a huge issue because you can't teach children who do not show up. Simple as that. And I've said this more than I, would like. When I have students that tell teachers, I don't have to come to school. I don't have to come to school. I don't have to come to these classes because the district's going to pass me anyway. That's a problem. 10 years ago, I used to call the truancy officer, and at that time, they said there are too many kids out here. We can't pick them all up. So that's a huge, huge issue. The other concern that teachers have, and I've said this many times for the past 20 years, is that, we need to address truancy, number one, and then also the fact that there's so many opportunities for students to graduate. I've had 20 students to fail. Most of them were not in class 30% or more of the time, and they had 10 or 20 average, but yet the district passed them anyway because we have project graduation, we have recovery, we have course recovery, we have acceleration, and what this does is it waters down the value of the diploma. And so these are some issues I would like for you to address, and I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. In relationship to truancy and chronic absenteeism, my team and I are going to go back and look at the policy, and we're going to ensure that we're implementing the policy with fidelity. That's to address your first comment. The second comment about providing opportunities for our students. We want to provide multiple opportunities for our students because we know many of our students come from dire environments. And we know all of them have to be treated somewhat differently because every situation is different. Project graduation was put in place to, again, accelerate graduation and to assist those students who may have been behind. When we look at summer school, we want to provide summer school because we want to, again, provide opportunities for our students to graduate on time. I don't think it does any of us any good if we're not doing that and then students are either dropping out or becoming disenfranchised with school. I also think as we look at our district portfolio, I think it's going to become increasingly difficult for us to know who and who's not truant in regards to students walking around. That's one of the disadvantages to having the portfolio that we have when you think about private schools, municipal schools, online schools, students who are in some home school. When you start to look at the portfolio that's within our district, it's unlike it may have been 30 or 40 years ago where you would know or be able to identify if a student is walking the streets, they're truant. That's no longer the case. And so these are some things that as a community we're going to have to address. But again, I understand your sentiment, and we're looking at those things attentively, but I think we have to look at each student and each student's situation a little differently because of some of the circumstances that they come from. At this time, I'll pivot to Mr. Langston, and I'll let him address the FCIs of our schools.
Tito Langston, member Shelby County Schools. So Commissioner Sugarman, really good question around kind of how we look at making investments into the schools. Often get the question from our board members as well when we're bringing things to the board. What I can tell you is that this list in front of you No school on this list has a FCI over 30%. Again, we have a district portfolio of over 170 schools. So when we're looking at making investments currently, we're actively considering what the footprint plan look like for our district. So when you see us bring a footprint plan in August, these schools would be considered, but the considerations for either consolidating or closing schools, you won't see us having made any investments in those schools, because one of the things we look at in addition to the FCI scores is the utilization of the school as well as the enrollment of the school. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Superintendent Brother Langston. I had a couple of questions as well. I know that, and I don't see it on this list, and I was told, I think last year about Raleigh, Egypt. I went over there, and there's quite a few around the high school. I heard you talk about the fence, which is an issue. I know yesterday we had a parent attacked by some pit bulls because of that neighborhood not fenced off from the school, as well as janitorial people. But the other thing was the issue of the flooding in that Raleigh Egypt High School, so they can't even go to class that's in that basement area because of the flooding that's down there. I was wondering, one, is any of that being addressed? Because I don't see it here on this proposed list. And the other, when I think about the Excel Center, and then the fact that even though we say a zip code, we know it's for the correction. And I just want to know, like, what's the real issue around the investment there? Because I think I said it to you, Superintendent. I know I spoke to, I think, Commissioner Love. When we talk about these individuals, many who went through Legacy, Memphis City School, Shelby County School, now sadly is in this system that didn't complete school, are the ones that's going to return to these neighborhoods and recruit these young people who we talking about we're protecting because we're not advancing, giving that advancement. I was wondering, what's the real reason behind the hesitant of the investment from your part, because it's going to be returned back to you? And if I need to stop there, I'll stop before I go to my other questions. So.
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. Great question, Commissioner Caswell. So what I like to inform on is that we receive, those adult learners receive TISA funding. Mm-hmm. With TISA funding, just like BEP funding, there's a year lag in funding. So, for instance, right now they're proposing roughly about 250 students for next year. We won't receive any funding from the state for those students until the following year. So we will never truly receive the investment back unless the school closes for some reason, and we will get the funding in the following year. So what it means for us as a district, unless they change the state statute, is that and by no means I'm not saying that we shouldn't educate adult learners, but we are taking from, for lack of better words, our K through 12 students to fund the adult high schools, if you will, by having a year lag. And it's no knock on the Goodwill Excel or the district. It's just the way we receive funding at this moment from the state.
And currently you all are supporting Excel at other locations, right? That's outside. Is that the same funding capacity?
That is, but again, those students are students that are with the Excel Center today. We'll receive funding for those students that are sitting in those classrooms next year. So again, they're starting this division of the correction school next year. No funding will come from the state and or the county from those for those students that they're starting the school with next year, which means we'll have to pull it from our general fund budget, which essentially decreases the per pupil amount that goes to our K through 12 students.
And if you can just speak to Raleigh Egypt, I'll just get back in the queue for the other question.
Yes, sir. And then quickly related to Raleigh Egypt, I think the last time we talked about Raleigh Egypt is at a current project currently today. So that's why you don't see it for next year. So currently in our budget, we're actively working on currently Raleigh Egypt as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Chairman Wiley.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you both for being here and for your presentation. Just wanted to quickly comment on the facility conversation. You both know this is something that I've asked about for years, and certainly appreciate the update. But I would, really challenge us, and I've also communicated this with both of you, that we need to think outside the box when it comes to facilities and the structure of facilities and how we invest in them. Because in many cases, uniquely with facilities, we have many cooks in the kitchen. And so it becomes very difficult to cook a meal, right, when you've got different entities involved in different parts of it. And it's also political, so we understand that. But at the end of the day, our kids deserve high-quality facilities. In order to do that, we have to make sure that we're planning properly, we're investing in the right places, and we're doing it with urgency for many reasons, one of which is economic, because costs only go up. So the longer it takes, the more it costs. Not only that, the longer kids are not in quality facilities. So I just want to challenge us to really think outside the box, and I'll certainly be bringing some proposals. I think it'll involve this, we're going to need some maybe state support to get it done, but I think there's an opportunity there in facilities. I do want to sort of drill down today on the the tutoring proposal, because I think that's quite interesting. So if you can speak more toward the outcomes that have already been measured from that program in collaboration with Literacy Mid-South, and if you can speak toward how those tutors are trained to ensure quality tutoring, if that's something that's done through Literacy Mid-South? Is it a separate entity that does that, or is that done within your operation? But just love to hear more about the data on the outcomes and the training component of the tutors.
Yes, thanks for your question, Commissioner Whaley. Literacy Mid-South, they train their own tutors. We have looked at the data, and when we've looked at the data in comparison to Memphis Shelby County schools, at this point, we do really not see a significant difference. What we do see when we look at ROI is that we are tutoring students at about 25% less of what we would be paying Literacy Mid-South. So when you unpack that, the district is paying about $500 per student to tutor them. And if we make this investment, we will be paying approximately $2,000 per student to provide tutoring. What we've told Literacy Mid-South is going forward, we really want to look at the methodology, because when you look at research, what we want to be careful about is, first of all, fidelity of implementation and avoiding what you would call confounding variables. So when I say a confounding variable, being that they're pulling students out during the day, we can't say for sure if the tutoring during the day is impacting student outcomes, or if it's the teacher, or if it's just tutoring that we may be even providing when we're providing differentiated instruction for those students who we know are struggling. But being that they approached us and they're part of our strategic partners in literacy, we're trying to be good partners and trying to leverage what has been happening. But again, we don't see a significant impact when we look at the data. We're prepared to share that presentation and data with our board during our business meeting this month. But to answer your question, that's what we've seen with the 18 schools that Literacy Mid-South is working with and the 1,500 students that they've been working with so far.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate, it's always so much content for us to digest, so my notes are just kind of all over the place, so I'm going to do it in two parts here. So the first thing that I'm just thinking about is just how many graduates we have this graduation season that are going to graduate not on grade level for reading, and the implications of what that means in community. So if they're not able to read as adults, like what does that look like as a lived experience as just a neighborhood person? And how can we start to produce a metric that would almost just let neighborhoods be put on notice that in your vicinity, like this is the performance level for schools in your area? And that way, potentially we could create a new metric at the city and county level that would justify us investing in those areas where we know that there's going to be a direct correlation between literacy levels and, say, jail conversions or many other different things. I think that we've seen lots of data that shows a lot of correlations between literacy and just some of like the social ills that we experience. So just putting it out there is something that maybe we can consider as a metric. And then I had some questions just about the goals that you shared. Specifically, if you could just represent the data to us to show us for the areas where you've set goals, can you tell us our current performance so that we can see, if you're talking about a 10% increase, is it starting at 0 and success will be 10%? Like, just give us some more comparative data there so we can kind of wrap our head around where we're going. And then can you also just include 100% goals. Like I taught, and so I haven't nearly reached the point of having 7,500 students, which I think is really cool. But I have taught for 7 years of my life, and so big goals are just something that, you know, my administrators have always forced us to have to showcase. And so for each of those categories where you have metrics, show us what is your 100% goal and the timeline that you're going to take to get there. That's one of the things that just for me in education has just been lacking. For the course of my 3 years teaching at reading in particular, my goal setting stayed the same. We never had any goals that were ever going to push us into fidelity. And so it just was something that I just took note of. And then also, can you just tell us what are your tracking systems that you're going to use to be able to measure? Some of these goals seem a little loftier, like parent engagement. Are parents coming in? Are they clicking in to be able to show that they were, what does that look like for us to take these goals seriously? Time has not been on my side, so I've only got to one of my points, but I'll get back in queue for the other ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton, for those extremely important questions. The one thing that I'm glad I have an opportunity to really speak to is I've heard a number of people in our community say that our students cannot read. When you're looking at the way our students are being assessed, they're being assessed at being below proficient, approaching proficient, and being advanced. Being below proficient does not mean you could not read. What that means is based on the assessment, you're below the threshold of what would have said you were proficient. Anytime you're doing an assessment, many times it's going to be assessed on what's called the bell curve. And so you're never gonna have everyone to the right side of the bell curve. Being below proficient does not mean that you're functionally illiterate. What that means is, again, based on the assessment, you're below proficiency. One thing that we're doing this year that we've never done before is we're giving all of our seniors a survey. And we want to ask specific questions like what you framed around their K-12 educational matriculation and what that has meant for them, and do they feel that they're prepared to go out into the world, whether it's college, career, or life readiness. So again, I appreciate that question. In relationship to the metrics that I've set those metrics. This is not our academic plan. This is, in fact, my 90-day plan. But I will tell you, in regards to the 5 to 10% growth, it is based on last year we were at 27.5% in literacy across the district. What I did is I told the district, and we've never had it, so your question is a good one. My goal for the district was for us to be at 32.5% proficiency for literacy. That would be a 5% growth index. I said earlier, under TISA, we have to be at 50% proficient by 2030. What that will require is over the next 5 years, an increase of at least 5%. I'm saying we should grow at least 5 to 10% per year. So again, we can hit that threshold, but each individual school would also have its own individual goals. So what they would all do would be to cascade up to help the district meet its 32.5, or next year to be 37.5. The year following that, it'll be 42.5, and the like going forward. I think that's what we have to do if we want to, again, be able to meet some of those benchmarks that have been put in place by TISA, for one, but also us as a district being aggressive, being out front. As a superintendent, I shared with principals yesterday, I'm not going to accept twos and fews. We have to be aggressive in hitting some of these benchmarks that have already been set by the state. So I hope I've answered at least two of your questions that you asked.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton and Dr. Richmond. I do want to give the opportunity for commissioners who have not had an opportunity to ask a question first. And then, as you know, we love to talk about schools here at the County Commission. So please, if you want to get back in the queue, please do. But I'm going to go to Commissioner Avant because she has not had an opportunity to speak yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Richmond and Mr. Langston for being here today and for the presentation. Always know that it's obviously as your first time here before this body, I appreciate the intention and depth in which you provided the presentation. I had a question about the proposed investments in the 5As, and this was really around the device refresh and then and how that correlates with the textbook adoption. Just wondering, and I know we spent a lot of money and resources when in 2020 when we first purchased devices and got those devices out to students, and there's been some wins and losses there, right, with those devices being turned back in at the end of the year, tracking systems for them. And so is this a device refresh for all students? Are we buying completely new devices for students, or this is supplementing what you do have with what is not in stock?
Tito Langston, Memphis, Shelby County Schools. Thank you for your question, Commissioner Avant. I almost called you Board Member Avant because you've asked these questions many times before. Thanks for the question. So in brief, I'll tell you that this is just a kind of a restock, if you will. So I'll quickly brief us back to at the onset of COVID, we spent $44 million to purchase 95,000 devices for all of our students to be a one-to-one district. Since then, we've had some federal grants to allow us to kind of refresh some devices. So in our elementary band, those devices are still in good shape. We still have roughly about 2 years with those devices because we've done a refresh. In our middle school band, we refreshed those devices last year. So again, they have, when you're looking at a 3-year cycle for devices, they have roughly about 2 years left. Our high school students who, by just my opinion, as the ones who probably, and all students need them, but these students who are doing dual enrollment courses and the like, those students are still using devices that we originally purchased. So this year, our board approved us to buy 10,000 devices, which helped about 40% of the grade band for high school students. This next purchase will get us the rest of the 15,000 because we roughly have about 25,000 high school students. So what you'll see is that we'll look at a recurring price for the refreshing devices, but it will be on a grade band schedule, if you will, because we've done a somewhat decent job of overlapping when we need to refresh devices. And lastly, what I'll tell you is that as early as our work session, we've kind of put together a three-tier approach of looking at devices. We're looking at it in everything from leasing devices to doing what we're talking about now, and then even trying to be innovative in looking at a VDI, which is a virtual desktop portion, to think about how we continue to engage our students in technology.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. And I'll get back in queue, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Before I go to the other commissioners, I want to be able to ask my question. I appreciate within your presentation, a lot of great information, but this is the first time I've seen where you actually included offers that have been made on the buildings that are up for sale. Can you give me the timeline of which you think that a lot of these transactions will be completed?
Tito Langston, Memphis, Shelby County Schools. Our proposal is to bring it to our board next month. So per policy, we discussed it this month. We'll bring it next month for approval for most of these properties. Again, Commissioner Bibbs, what we wanted to do is just to say that we know we need a facilities plan, but we're not sitting on our hands and not doing something. So in doing so, we're talking about in essence of close to $15 million of things that we're kind of offloading as a district to kind of inch towards right sizing the district.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Madam Chair, has Commissioner Morrison spoken yet?
Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Thank you for the presentation, and good to see you again, Mr. Langston. My comments you'll probably remember from last year and every time we've met. I really hope you'll continue to focus on the truancy and absenteeism issue. And I want to circle back to literacy. I believe the former superintendent had a contract with MTR, and they were I've heard them actually in D.C. as an organization
at the forefront of training teachers. And so if we're going to tackle literacy, I think it begins in the classroom. It's nice to hear about the tutoring and all of that, but it needs to start in the classroom, really. And so tell me if you're still working with MTR, and if not, why not?
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. Thank you, Commissioner Morrison, for your question. I believe this year may have been the first year that we didn't work with MTR. I can tell you that our teams are actively engaged in MTR. We do relay. I recently was on a phone call with TFA. So all of those contracts we're actually working on them to bring to our board this month to get across the finish line. So we're actively working with all of those partners to assist us in our literacy efforts, as well as helping us supply us with teacher vacancies.
And part of my 100-day plan was to, again, reaffirm those relationships with those partners.
But when we have such good resources right here in our backyard, we ought to be using them. And, you know, I think sometimes it's useful for a student to leave the classroom for tutoring, but often it's a distraction. If you have a good teacher right in the room, that's the better answer. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Now, Commissioner Sugarman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, first of all, I want to thank you, Dr. Richmond, because we've been on many, many conversations and discussions and talks and meetings, et cetera. So I want to thank you for your time. Having said that, I'm going to talk about rigor in the classroom, and we talked about having trades and apprenticeships and things of that nature. And can you just address, you know, how you said that you mentioned in our conversations that you're going to amp up CTE as well as dual enrollment. The other thing is, in my district, as we talked before, is that we lack rigor in my district. There's no optional schools in my district whatsoever. As a result, many parents have told me that they're moving to Bartlett, Collierville, Olive Branch, and so there's decline in my district of families because of the academics. And so, of course, you know, we talked about having STEAM and having it start with Southwind Elementary, Highland Oaks, and then going up to Southwind High School. Did you put that in your budget? And then the last thing, I want to make sure that when we adopt books, that the books are also online, because government books, for example, are not online. So can you address those things, and I'll circle back. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. To answer your question, we are going to create a STEAM feeder pattern in what would be called our Southeast Corridor, which will feed into Southwind High School. That's one of your questions. The second question is in relationship to our CCTE. We've had an advisory, we're putting together an advisory council, and we've drafted our first CTE plan in probably the last decade, if not the last 2 decades. And so we're preparing to share that plan with the broader public so that we can increase our students who are graduating with industry certifications. Also this month, in February this year, we did what was called CTE and Me, where we took many of our 8th graders so that they could tour our CTE centers, because we want to start to expand offerings in our middle schools, but we also want to expose our students early on in regards to trades that they can go into if they're not choosing to go to college. And I think your other question was in relationship to
Dual enrollment.
Dual enrollment. Our dual enrollment has continued to increase. We're going to bring many of those contracts in June. In June, we'll be bringing those contracts. We'll bring them all together. So again, when we start in August, all of our students will know who we have contracts with, and we can ensure that, again, those numbers continue to climb in relationship to dual enrollment.
I have 3 seconds left. And you talked about, or mentioned the AR reading program, which was very successful. My son, who's now, well, I'm not going to mention his age, but he had it, and he's reading, you know, loves reading and everything like that. Are you still going to bring that back?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question as well. We know, I hear a lot about literacy, and one thing about literacy is we have to get beyond literacy only taking place in school. And so when we think about that, we have to expose students to high interest texts and books that they enjoy reading. So through AR, that's a way to reinforce a love for reading. In having that program, we're going to work with our strategic partners in literacy to provide incentives for our students as they earn, as you know, accelerated reading points. So as they read books and earn points, they can receive positive rewards and supports around that love of reading.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, and I'll just get a quick in around saying I'm excited to hear about AR being added back to the district. Not to state my age either, but I remember my child coming home talking about how great it was to be able to earn those points around AR. But I think hopefully as people hear this, it's an opportunity for true community partners to help with some of those incentives to students in order for them to reach those milestones.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bibbs. And I'm going to go back because I did forget to answer a question for Commissioner Sugarman in relationship to rigor. I think nothing takes the place of an effective teacher. And so one of the things that we really want to do is to focus on effective teacher and leadership development. So that's going to be, first of all, we got to do a better job of recruiting and retaining teachers and ensuring that teachers that we have, we're investing in them if they're on permit, for those teachers to become certified, fully certificated, and for principals in schools to be able to retain quality teachers. I think that's where the rigor comes, by having an effective teacher in every school, in every classroom.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Caswell, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I thank Commissioner Sugarman for the question about CTE. You really went there where I was going to go with one of my questions, and just want to know, like, when we look at that and we look at many of these individuals that's in the Shelby County Prison System, when we took CTE out and vocational classes out years ago, what would have happened if many of them had the skills they needed to be able to be better off? And so really, I've still pushed the question. I don't know how we're going to get there. I hope we get there with the fact that Excel need to happen at our jail. I went through a reentry simulation out at the Penal Forum a couple of weeks ago where I was acted as if I was someone getting out the system, had to go through all of these tricks and things to try to get acclimated back into the system, and it was terribly hard just in that space. And I hate to think of what I do see with families and members in our community that's having that hard time as well. So that's one. And then two, I know it's been, and as I talked to some of our schools about the red tape that has been in place around getting their CTE programs going, right? One being, I know I just spoke for the kids at Georgia Hill Middle this morning, and to know like they had a housing program that they wanted to do, tiny houses, teaching kids carpentry, was only able to get computers, but not really able to implement the program. And to see those 8th graders graduating, but never having that opportunity now going to high school, it's look concerning for me there. The other thing is that when I think about the voucher situation, I wanted to know, have y'all thought about the loss that may come with, because we had parents yesterday in my stakeholder meeting talk about maybe getting vouchers for their children to go to private school, and myself and State Representative Parkins, I know we was talking about some of the obstacles, what it looked like. Have you all looked at the impact, or have any numbers been kind of coming to you of what that impact may look like of parents who choosing to take the voucher and go to private school?
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. Thank you for your question, Commissioner Caswell. Two things. One, yes, sir. As I alluded to earlier in the presentation, what we know is that this year, roughly about 1,800 families have chosen the voucher. With it being more available starting next year, we expect roughly probably in the neighborhood about 2,500 students taking advantage of that. So one of the things you'll notice is in our enrollment trends, and we talk about in our budget pressures, is that we fully aware that families are going to take into consideration that that's where you see us being conservative in our budget and not increasing our revenues, because we'll know we'll lose funding for those students. In addition to that, part of the reporting that we get from the state, it tells us how many students are taking advantage of the ESA program, and it's one of the calculations that we do for our funding.
if I can add, with my few seconds left, just to say, when I think about a lot of the community have heard us talk about parents' accountability, and we know we need parent accountability and parent engagement. And I would just wondering, how have y'all kind of looked at what is Title I funding that gives parents opportunity at night school, GED in the schools, or using those spaces or other opportunities that help these parents who have come out of traditional, generational, uneducated households to help them where they can help that child in that process. Just want to know what you all are doing around that.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Caswell. One thing that I've, again, challenged the principals around yesterday is part of being a Title I school is having a site-based decision-making council. Part of having a site-based decision-making council means that you will have parents in your school each and every day feeling more inclusive and part of, again, the school and what's happening in and around the school. I use Whitehaven, for example, with their Whitehaven council and how involved those parents are. What I want to do is to duplicate that in all of our schools and in all of what you'll hear me talking about, our feeder patterns in our regions. In relationship to addressing families and communities, that's why we really want to move into looking at feeder patterns and looking at industry and relationship. If I use, for example, I'll use the Whitehaven feeder pattern, for example, or the Southwest Corridor feeder pattern. How are we preparing students at Ford Road, Chickasaw, and let's say Westwood and Mitchell around STEM and STEAM jobs that may be at XAI? How are we leveraging our Southwest CTC Center that is in that area to prepare students for coding, but also how can we take that same center, get that center to partner with XAI, get XAI maybe to come in and provide support for not just students, but parents after hours to also train those parents. It would be the same thing if we look at the Raleigh Egypt feeder pattern and we're talking about what does Amazon and Nike need? What do they need in their particular industries, and how are we preparing students in those feeder patterns? So as we start to look at facilities utilization, what I want us to do is to take a community approach as we start to look at all of these things, because I may live in the Northeast corridor and I may not have the means to travel all the way to the Southwest corridor where XAI is, but I could leverage what's in my community in regards to industry. And so our CTE centers, we're having them to look at those industries. We're having them to back map and to build relationships. The same thing with Ford Blue Oval. How are they partnering with Bolton High School? Is there an opportunity for them to come in and provide push-in support for not just students, but also for families on the weekends or at night? How are we leveraging those relationships? So that's what my team and I are looking at as we transform Memphis Shelby County Schools and make this a district of choice so that, again, we can stop. I don't want people to choose vouchers, okay? I want them to choose Memphis Shelby County Schools.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Avant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up question about the 16 preventative maintenance team, and I'm sorry, I missed what that was, what the preventative maintenance team.
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. Thank you for your question, Commissioner Avant. So one of the things that when we're making investments in our facilities, one of the things just like at your house, that you have to do preventative maintenance things. For instance, changing your filters, checking, putting things of that nature. So we're wanting to create a team to do preventative maintenance around our schools to help so that our systems are not failing as frequently.
Offset that, okay. And then the kudos, glad to see the offers. Glad Grace Creek is finally on the market. One of the most underutilized buildings that we've ever had in the district. So kudos for that, and want to also thank all the school board members who took their time to come out and support you in your presentation today. So that Board Member Porter had also arrived, and wanted to acknowledge him as well. Last question for you is, in the ACT supports, are these supports that you are doing in-house, or is this someone that you're contracting out with as part of this allocation?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Avant. It's going to be a both and. We'll be doing an RFP to look at what are some ACT support programs that are out there, but we'll also be better preparing our teachers to be able to provide ACT preparation for our students as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Avant. Commissioner Wright, you're back in the queue.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Wanted to continue questioning on facilities-related topic. So one of the, I'm trying to be very objective with this question, but one of the issues that a board member raised with regard to terminating the Superintendent Figgins was on the outreach to city and county bodies around the budget, which I welcome. I think this board needs to be consulted. You're here now. This is an important moment for us. And we've got to partner on some of these issues, and particularly the facilities plan, as I think that's what you're saying in this document, that you want to collaborate. One of the things that we saw this past year was that the Germantown, or the new East Campus, was denied by the city of Memphis at the end of the process, where we've put aside some funding, and the district has identified a site and a plan for a building. So it's frustrating to not have that engagement in place and then to be back to square one. So I would like to know, I see it back on the list here of the requests and the ongoing projects. Where do we stand with the East Region building, and are we looking at a new site? Are we looking at a new, to redo the same site? The second piece would be around the requests that you have for deferred maintenance. And so the district is requesting $35 million for deferred maintenance. I will just tell you, again, I'm trying to be just subjective in what I'm saying, but I'm saying it's hard. It would be hard for anybody to entertain $35 million for deferred maintenance in this context of the absence of a facility plan, and when the district, and I know it's in part not your fault, but the district having lost $55 million because of the change in the federal government policy, it's very hard for me to understand how the district could not spend $55 million when it's got $1 billion of deferred maintenance. So if you could speak to those two things, first, the East Campus plans, how you envision engaging city and county bodies with that, and then around that deferred maintenance request, why should this board be responsive to that in light of all those things that have transpired?
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner Wright. The one thing I asked my team is that if we ask you all for $35 million for the fire and life safety deferred maintenance, could we do it over the next year? And by the time we return here next year, we can tell you it's done. The answer was a resounding yes. Because if you all give us this request, I assure you that over the course of the next year, we're going to get it done. That's one point. The second point that I think is that where are we on the East Region school? And what I'm going to do is to defer to Ms. Stewart. And I also want to publicly thank Ms. Stewart, because since I moved into this seat, working with Ms. Stewart and Mr. Langston, we've been extremely aggressive in approaching many of our facility needs that we knew at this point we could approach. You asked the question about the committees and who we're involving. We've already started to form committees where we'll be engaging with City Council, County Commission, and other stakeholders in the community, because as I shared, we cannot do the work of right-sizing our district alone. It's going to take a community effort. I recently did a school visit with Representative Wright and Senator Taylor, and they were asking questions about truancy. And what I wanted to share with them about truancy is we have about 25,000 students who ride the bus now. when we start talking about right-sizing and closing facilities, everyone needs to realize that number is going to increase. We talk about parental engagement. As you put more and more students on buses, you're going to have less and less parental engagement. As you put students on buses, if I miss my bus, you're going to have more and more students who may not make it to school because they miss the bus. So as we talk about these things, I want everyone who's going to be involved in it to understand the intended and unintended consequences of the decisions that we make. And so, again, I thank you for the question. Hopefully I've answered it. And now the third question in relationship to the East Region School, I'm going to defer to Ms. Stewart.
Thank you, Superintendent, and greetings, County Commissioners. On the East Region question, my team has scoured, and we do have 3 or 4 different options of land that I'm looking at, as well as some occupied sites that would take a little bit more work. It was very disappointing when we were turned around at the last minute there, but that being said, we did have our architects on board already, and we did have a design already in place. So ideally, it won't work this way, but ideally, we'd be able to plop that down on what we find next. And I'm excited to be able to bring you all that information as we make decisions and move forward.
Commissioner Bibbs, if I can answer the question about the $55 million. Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. I want to be objective in my answer as well when we talk about the $55 million. So the $55 million that's at stake is because of all of the federal changes that we've been having is at play. I want to be clear that before March the 28th, we had gotten approval of an extension to be able to spend the $55 million on projects up through March of 2026. So in my mind and anybody else's mind, this is something that couldn't have been forecasted that we would get a letter on March the 28th. Had I known that was to happen, we could have very well used the $55 million to spend somewhere else and do what we've been doing in the past and using our fund balance to fund some of the other projects as well. So I won't take blame for the $55 million. There were conversations that I've had about not using the $55 million and leaving it in limbo, if you will. So I hope that answers your question. I don't want anybody to say that for any reason that Memphis Shelby County Schools couldn't spend the money. We were actively told that it was an extension up until March the 28th. We knew that we would carry those projects out to March of 2026. So I hope I answered that question.
Thank you.
And I want to add, if we do not receive the $55 million, it is going to impact our fund balance, okay? Because we have already started many of those projects.
Thank you for that, Superintendent Richmond. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank y'all for receiving all these questions. In these moments, I just feel the time pressure of, I'm happy to see so many people in committee. You're clearly an exciting crowd for us to be present for. And so it would be great. It would just be great for us to do this more frequently. I think throughout the year, it can't be said enough, the trust relationship between the commission and the school board just has to be one that's built and maintained. And so I just offer to our chair, to future chairs, to your administration, if we could just quarterly. I think that, getting these questions out is refreshing to see how many questions and just comments are coming from our body, because we do care and we want to support. But I think that, the things that we see and the things that you see, we aren't in collaboration enough to be able to really be as efficient as possible. Without consolidated government, this is not an ideal way to operate. And so I'm just going to hit these questions. I've resolved that I'm just going to email them to you and just commit to just trying to get better understanding on my own. But that's a disservice because this is a team sport. So I would love to process and unpack all this with my colleagues. So I'm going to start with the facilities piece. It's just frustrating that in April, we were told, when I voted in support of the Fraser schools, I said that was conditional upon getting a facilities plan, because I don't believe that we should bring state of the art without actually letting the rest of the county know where they stand. And so to see that be a moving target, it's just frustrating for April to go to August. I really hope that y'all hold true to August and that we can actually get what we've been asking for. The city's investment is around 1.3 million, which is low. I just toured Collierville yesterday and just talked a lot about how that municipality's investment into their schools got a great outcome. And so I would just push our city council persons that are present and others that are listening just to figure out how we can figure out how to make that work. I would just say that something that's pressing for me is the lack of presence for OPD. We went through the city's planning process. We were told since 1980 we hadn't had one, and they continue to not come up in conversations with the school board. So they have planned out where there is future density, where there's future investment, and then the school is creating a facilities plan independent of that. So we need to marry those two worlds to be able to build where we are planning to build. And for me, that is building out pre-K through 12 continuums. All that you talked about will be an impact once we potentially consolidate our plan. Could be mitigated if we just set a standard that didn't force people to have to go chase opportunity across town. People should be able to walk to high quality, and we need to set that standard. I clearly am running out of time again. The teacher shortage is something that's really important to me, and I would love to hear more about. And just the impact of federal legislation with DEI. I know that y'all have touted that you do that well, and I'm just curious what that impact is going to be like. I haven't really heard it mentioned a lot. So much more is left off, but what could I do? So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so real quickly, I have a list of things again, but before I start, I want to thank Stuart because anytime I reach out to her, it's done. It's done. However, okay, White Station High School, you all did take the urinals out of the girls' bathroom, and so they're ecstatic about that, but we're still waiting on the lockers. So I just want to throw that out there, but thank you for your work. I do appreciate it. The other thing I want to mention real quickly, high school teachers have asked over and over again, can we go back to the 7 classes back to the 6 classes? We now have 7 classes. And the impact is when you have 7 classes per year, okay, that's 28 opportunities to have, classes, but typically students are going to study hall. And so you're talking about 6 study halls in your high school year. That would also save money as far as teachers are concerned. And so even with going back to 6 classes a year, students can still have 2 study halls, and that's a request. Another thing, teachers typically do not leave schools, they leave principals. And I think Board Commissioner Keith is back there, and he's always saying that, and it's true. Teachers typically leave principals. Also, I want to vouch for Goodwill Excel. I do understand that the initial cost from the county will be $1 million, but correct me if I'm wrong. After the first year, then the state will then chip in the money. Is that correct, or no? Do we still continue to have to chip in money as a county government?
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. So again, the first year, we'll never catch up unless the school closes. So the first year, according to the way the funding formula works, the way the statute works, the first year is fully an investment on either the district or somebody else. Okay. So we'll never fully catch up because we're always paid on prior year unless the school closed.
Right. So that means the next year, then we won't have a $1 million ask from the schools because the state will pay. Is that correct?
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. What that would mean is that, and I'm not familiar with I do have Mr. Scholar here who is with Goodwill Excel. I'm not familiar with what the program looks like, if it's a 1 or 2 year program. What I will say is that once the students are enrolled for next current year, we'll begin to be paid for those students if the program rolls over for the following year.
Okay, thank you. And then also, my school, White Station High Schools, we have more children with disabilities than any other school. Kids come from the tri-state area who are deaf and hard of hearing, but yet these interpreters are lowly paid. And so there's a turnover, not only at White Station High School, but middle school as well. And so what are you all doing as far as compensating these interpreters? Because can you imagine being in a classroom and cannot communicate or hear, for a year? And so the other thing, real quickly, when you all have the surveys from the students, I think I know what they're going to say, but we would like to have a copy to see what they, have actually said. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Morrison, you in the queue.
Excuse me, can you answer the question?
Oh.
Yes, Commissioner Sugarman, for both of your questions. One, in regards to master schedule. Master schedule is a site-based decision making. It's up to the principal. If the principal wants to go to 6 versus 7, it's a site-based decision. In regards to the survey, once we get the survey, I'm excited about sharing what our students have to say about their experience from Memphis Shelby County Schools. And as it relates to compensation, we've done a compensation study for the district, and we're looking at, again, harmonizing as well as right-sizing some of our compensation, because we know it's not what it should be throughout the district. So we're looking at that as well.
Okay, may I follow up? Are you talking about the interpreters in particular?
All compensation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bibbs, I promise you to be brief, but I needed
10 seconds, sir.
10 seconds.
I'm trying to close you out.
I needed to respond to Commissioner Thornton because she mentioned about OPD. So one of the aspects of the facility plan is we bring everybody together. So that means members of the city council, the county commissioners, everybody sit on a committee by district. So one of the things that we alluded to is in the district, we'll bring everybody together. One of the people you heard saying here earlier I saw was John Zena. He'll actively be involved as obviously being the city planner and knowing what that entails. So everybody will be involved in the facility plan.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Langston, for addressing the $55 million. I just have a quick follow-up to that. So was that letter from the Department of Education then? And that was the first I'd heard about the change in this timing deadline. And so I'm interested to know, do you all have a federal lobbyist?
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. We do have lobbyists that essentially does all of it. Our money from the federal government flows through the state, so we're actively, and we have large relationships with the state of Tennessee, who has relationships with the federal government. What I can say is that who sits on the education committee with the federal government is former Commissioner Penny Schwinn, who has a direct relationship with the people that we have at the state. 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to thank you all for the presentation. I'd like to, now you don't have to answer this now, I know it's been a long discussion, but really interested in kind of on the same page, but as far as the mental health resources that we have in our schools and for special needs students and how we're scaling that. So I would like to set up a meeting, maybe someone can really kind of give me that information in depth and where we may have inadequacies in our district and where we can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I was waiting to see if someone asked my question, but I do want to add the facilities plan. I know we spoke about this last week in our meeting. Add me to the list, screaming from the rooftops since 2018. I feel like until we get that, we don't really have a starting point to move the needle like we need to, and I think like everybody wants to. I think that facilities plan is the piece needed to do everything everybody wants to help do. My question has to do with the 5A's fiscal plan under the attendance section. The $4.4 million for the 76 attendance liaison, is this brand new or is this something that you've had? And what, I know it has to do with data, but how is that going to move the needle for the attendance issue?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Mills. This is brand new. It started last year, so we're still waiting to see what the data will look like and if we're getting a return on the investment as it relates to the attendance liaisons. Attendance, our last day to submit attendance for the year is June 15th. So we're waiting to submit that data because we can then see what the impact was. When you think about attendance data, it's fluid. As your numerator and your denominator change, all of your attendance metrics could change. But once we submit that information, June 15th is final, so we'll be able to go and look at what the impact was. Part of what we've asked them to do was to reach out to parents, go door to door, to disaggregate data. I think somebody asked earlier, what types of data analytics do we use? We use what's called Power BI. It's a Microsoft package, is where our data is housed. And so they help with that. Many of them are at many of our schools that had truancy issues, working directly with those particular schools. Again, calling parents, enforcing our truancy policy, our attendance policy, and the like.
Okay, am I correct that you're paid by students being in class, correct? And if they miss, you don't get the funding, correct? Do you know the amount of money that Memphis Shelby County Schools has not gotten because of kids not showing up? Do you know that amount, roughly?
Tito Langston, Memphis Shelby County Schools. So we get paid two ways. So from the state of Tennessee with TISA, we get paid on what's called average daily membership, which means that the students who are enrolled. Actually, from the county and the education fund, which is $427 million, we get a portion of that based on our weighted full-time equivalent ADA, which is average daily attendance. So based on that funding, when kids are enrolled, they have to be enrolled, and they also have to come to school. So based on your question around, do we know the number around how much funding we've lost, we will know about June 15 when we do the final reconciliation of that, and we're happy to share that with the commission.
Okay, yeah, would you put a star by that? Because I think we'd all be interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. That is the last commissioner that's in the queue. I do want to say thank you for your presentation. A lot was said today. A lot of great information was shared. I do want to remind you as an opportunity, because you have to do quarterly financial reports. Maybe that's an opportunity because as you can see, there's a lot of interest in what happens around Memphis Shelby County Schools. So there's an opportunity, Dr. Richmond, for you to be able to use that time as well around what's happening in the school district. All right, thank you so much. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a discussion item to last approximately 15 minutes. Shelby County Mayor's FY26 proposed budget presentation. Mayor Lee Harris presenting.
All right, welcome Mayor Harris. And I will, at this time, hand it off to you.
All right, I'm pleased to be here for my 15-minute presentation and discussion. Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Thank you, Budget Chairwoman Clay Bibbs, and members of the Commission. This is my 7th budget, and as with prior years, I want to begin this budget presentation by recognizing the folks who really put in countless hours to bring our $1.7 billion budget together and manage county finances every day. It's a massive undertaking, and I want to first and foremost thank the Deputy Director for Finance, Michael Thompson, along with the team of professionals who have supported him and all of us in this effort. Mildred Davis, Delia Steele, Derica Cole, Donica Farmer. And of course, I couldn't adequately thank Director Audrey Tipton enough. I think she puts in more hours helping us navigate the financial terrain than any other person. Together, Ms. Tipton and Mr. Thompson and the entire team have put together a consolidated budget for our many, many countywide elected officials, our courts, our contribution to the school system, and so much more. This has been a particularly unpredictable budget year to navigate, as this organization, like other organizations, had always presumed a great relationship and a strong partnership with the federal government, which is one of our main funders. In fact, the federal receipts in our budget represent about 30% of our overall budget. However, assumptions about our relationship with the federal government have been rocked to the core. Our federal government has seen rapid change since January 20th of this year, and even more change after Liberation Day on April 2nd of this year. Consequently, many of our programs that rely on federal grants have been put in jeopardy, and we've had to lay off several of our Shelby County employees because of federal cuts to funding. For instance, right around Liberation Day, our federal partners at Health and Human Services announced federal funding cuts to immunization, tobacco cessation, and reducing racial and ethnic health disparities. This resulted in program cuts and layoffs in the Shelby County Health Department. We must anticipate more federal cuts to vital programming on the horizon. Although local government is unable to replace the lost revenue due to the change in administration in Washington, we recognize that we will be asked to do more. Our budget is always lean, but considering the changes in Washington, we have prioritized opportunities to step up and step into the gap. The total consolidated budget is $1.7 billion, and for the 7th consecutive year, my budget contains no property tax increase. Again, like every year before, I present to you a budget with no tax increase. I'm the only Shelby County mayor, Democrat or Republican, in decades to have never proposed a property tax increase. And while every city in Shelby County has raised taxes or contemplated raising taxes, I'm proposing that Shelby County continue to manage its finances in the same manner as households manage theirs. We don't spend more than what we receive. Unless it's vitally important, we don't buy it and we don't spend it. In fact, I propose a property tax rate cut this year. I propose we slash our property tax rate by 20%. The current property tax rate is $3.39. I'm proposing that the county adopt a new property tax rate of $2.73. That represents a 66-cent reduction in our property tax rate. If approved, this will be the lowest property tax rate in Shelby County for more than 30 years, and it will be the first time in 27 years that our property tax rate has been below $3. This budget and this historic property tax rate cut means more in the pockets for working families. If adopted, the budget means that many thousands of working and struggling families in Memphis and Shelby County will pay less in property taxes than they paid last year in property taxes. Yet, even with the very low property tax rate below $3 that I have proposed, I believe we can still step up. If this budget is approved, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, and Commissioners, we can continue to provide significant funding for new construction for Memphis Shelby County schools. We can break ground on one of the first mental health facilities proposed by a local government in the country. We can continue our plans to rebuild Regional 1, our only public hospital, and for the first time ever, establish a minimum pay for all full-time county employees of $40,000 per year. We can achieve all of this due to shrewd and careful financial management. Make no mistake, there is substantial pressure on the system to raise more revenue. And I know that the commission will feel the pressure to increase the tax rate and maybe even increase it above $3. And frankly, I think it'll take help and support and honestly the courage of everyone in this room to get Shelby County's property tax rate down and keep it below $3. This year, more than any year in my tenure, we have a chance to demonstrate to the public that we can take seriously our responsibility to manage the county finances as good stewards. However, even with all the unpredictability emanating from Washington, we must step up and in some cases step in to ensure that Shelby County remains one of the best counties in America. For instance, we plan to help the Mid-South Food Bank after Budget Chair Clay Bibbs brought to our attention the cuts to food programs coming out of DOGE and the federal government. We're proposing we invest $400,000 to make Highland Oaks Park safer and better lit after we heard from the neighbors and because of the advocacy of Commissioner Sugarman. But all the work embedded in this budget is far too numerous to call out in detail. Instead, let me briefly talk about some of the key priorities this year. First, let's discuss the pension fund. One of our most sacred duties is to ensure the stability of the Shelby County Pension Fund. As chair of the pension board, I work alongside Chair Whaley and Budget Chair Clay Bibbs, who are also members. Under my administration, our pension fund of $1.6 billion has consistently been one of the top performing public pension funds in the country. However, as some of you know, our pension fund was not always a top performer. Many of our investments over previous years have soured, and those decisions to make those investments have hampered some of our growth opportunities. I've already initiated a process to unwind and get rid of those bad investments from prior years, but the process is ongoing. Because of those poor results from previous years, our contribution to the pension fund I'm recommending should go up. In FY25, I think I recommended $86 million to contribute to the pension fund. For FY26, the budget before you, I'm recommending we contribute $100 million, significantly more than last year and likely one of the largest investments in our pension. This is a substantial investment. It helps smooth out the underperformance of prior years before 2018, and it signifies our commitment to our retirees. We must ensure the stability of our pension fund so that our retirees can rest easily in the time that they have earned. It also lets the current talent know that we will have their back if they dedicate their career to Shelby County government. Taking care of our pension responsibilities is how we meet our commitment to retirees, retain top talent in public service, and ultimately take care of the people of Shelby County. We've been careful to preserve a strong rainy day fund to be used only in emergencies and hold our debt load at manageable levels. In fact, our total outstanding indebtedness we expect to be under $1 billion, a level similar to our debt load when my administration entered the building in 2018. A very tough thing to do given the inflation that we faced over the last 7 years. To maintain our rainy day fund, I propose no additional use of fund balance in this budget. In simple terms, this budget proposes that we only rely on our emergency rainy day fund. We don't rely on our emergency rainy day fund to get us through. Let me add here that the credit rating agencies have recognized our careful approach and aggressive efforts to maintain our debt load. Consequently, Shelby County was recently informed that the top firms would continue to designate Shelby County as a strong and attractive place for credit investors. Specifically, we have received an AA1 credit rating from Moody's and an AA plus from S&P Fitch, which are some of the highest ratings for a local government. This year's proposed budget continues our commitment of $500 million to rebuild Regional 1. We are progressing on this multi-year project, which is likely the largest project in our community's history. A few months ago, the County Commission approved our proposal to acquire several properties that comprise the former Commercial Appeal Building campus. With this new location, this project is poised to be transformative for downtown, the medical district, and the entire community. The proposed budget proposes that we continue this work by adopting the same 5-year plan for hospital campus construction that we've discussed before and previously has been endorsed by the Commission. At the same time, we want to make sure we fulfill our responsibility to those that are underinsured and underinsured by making a contribution to the indigent care that Regional 1 can offer. And so the budget proposes we allocate $24 million in general fund dollars to Regional 1 for those purposes. Regional 1 has been around for the last 100 years, really taking care of the most vulnerable. It's where our first responders go if they need urgent care. It's where our most vulnerable infants are taken for their earliest moments. And it is frequently the hospital of first resort for residents who live in poverty. It is one of the places where, regardless of where you live and what your insurance status, and regardless of your race, that you will be served. But that's not all when it comes to health care insurance. Unfortunately, we are in an age where there are threats to Medicaid at the federal level. In this period of potential cuts to health care access, we are proposing that Shelby County step up and step into the gap. That's why this budget proposes expanding access to health care through our health care program, Shelby Cares. This program does way too much to name, but as many of you know, the flagship program is Shelby Cares on 3rd and Westwood. It's designed to help patients in medically underserved areas reduce their risk of heart attack and stroke and obesity. We've already seen significant drops in blood glucose and BP and weight loss as a result of those efforts. And we've recently, working with Commissioner Brooks, expanded the Shelby Care model to Binghamton. This budget proposes that we expand again into Raleigh next. This budget reflects our collective values, and one of those values is that everyone deserves access to high-quality health care. The goal is nothing short of making Shelby County one of the healthiest counties in the United States of America. Schools. This budget continues our historic commitment to Memphis-Shelby County schools so they can begin construction on the 2 high schools. And in order to make sure that we're able to fund this project and continue to deliver first-rate learning environments for more students, I am proposing that we increase our car registration fees by $5 this year. This $5 increase will bring us into alignment with the city of Memphis, which recently raised their car registration fees by $30. This $5 increase will allow us to manage the unexpected drop in revenue we have seen and the sudden and inexplicable reduction in the number of vehicles that are now registered in Shelby County. Right now, there are just over 600,000 registered vehicles in Shelby County, which is about a 100,000 vehicle drop from 12 months ago. And we need to make up that difference in revenue this budget cycle. In addition to continuing the commitment to new construction, the budget also provides an operational investment in the 8, not 7 any longer, the 8 municipal districts that we serve to the tune of $427 million. Finally, I'm proposing that we take care of the lowest earners in Shelby County government. Like everyone else in America, our employees have faced some of the most significant increases in inflation in history. That's why last year we gave what was probably the most significant wage increase in the history of Shelby County government through the 6% raise. But that's not enough. This budget proposes that we invest $3.4 million so that Shelby County government can formally adopt a $40,000 minimum yearly pay for all full-time Shelby County employees. This new $40,000 pay minimum for all full-time employees was initially worked out in collaboration with Commissioner Sugarman, who led the way on the County Commission. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. If approved, $40,000 minimum would be a big deal for our lowest earners, some of whom have historically earned as little as $32,000 per year. And we're not done, because all of our employees are facing inflation and high costs while serving this community. That's why for those employees who earn less than $40,000, we're proposing a 3% across-the-board raise. These are the folks who run our community every day, and it is time that we compensate them accordingly. If Shelby County is the greatest county in America, we want Shelby County government to be one of the best places to work in America. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, this budget proposal allows us to step up in the face of cuts at the federal level, holds the line on spending, doesn't raise taxes, establishes a $40,000 minimum for our lowest earners, gives all of our employees a raise, and puts more money in the pockets of working families. We have several critical weeks ahead, and the pressure for more spending is likely going to be substantial. We, the administration, are here to partner with you to make sure we stretch our resources as much as possible and that we keep our tax rate low. So let's get it done. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have several commissioners that are in queue. I will start first with Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mayor. My first question is the tax rate. What's the certified tax rate?
273.
273. So it's equal to what it was last year. So it's just being rolled back because of the appraisals. Is that correct?
That's not correct. We have
Okay.
the option to set the tax rate at whatever level we want to set the tax rate, and I've proposed that we set the tax rate 66 cents lower than our current tax rate.
Okay, which the current is 339. And then we can't have a windfall, correct?
That's not correct. We can set the tax rate at whatever level we choose to set the tax rate. The current tax rate is 339. I propose lowering the current tax rate by 66 cents to $2.73.
So the certified tax rate is 273, and that's what you're proposing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The other thing I would like to ask, I'll leave that there. I think everybody heard. We were going to get a line item budget of the proposed budget, so we weren't behind the 8 ball, and we don't have it. When will we get that?
We'll have the proposed budget books to you all in a few days.
And there'll be line item this year?
The budget books, yes, come as line items, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That will be very helpful and different. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mayor, I think this would take a little longer. I got a list of things. With all due respect, I appreciate your leadership even for many years of serving our community. And I appreciate the things that you shared in here. When I think about, though, this budget and what you just shared, even about the cut in the taxes and the things that we might need to look at or not asking for more, I'm looking at almost a situation where it's like we putting a Band-Aid on a person with 8 bullet holes in them. And because I say that to say that we're looking at almost a murder a day since April 1. And we're looking at violent crime at such a rapid rate in individuals who are traumatized at a rapid rate. So I can appreciate the efforts of the Shelby girls coming into our communities, but they need to be with mental health and counselors as well, because of people that lived in these communities for many decades of poverty that we just had the school board to leave us that talked about all of these schools that's falling apart, and we cannot celebrate. And you said it yourself, 1 and 2 schools being built. A lot of these schools need to be knocked down and new schools need to be built, because there's no question we need a new jail. And there's no question that I don't support that the fact of building a child a new jail and not having a basic education facility for them to have. And we cannot do that to be safe. And right now, it's like, yes, we're talking about being safe by saying we're not going to give an increase, but we need to do something different in this county, or else we're going to be seeing the same results. I mean, I have so many questions, but it's just like I just can't think about thinking we're going ahead when we're not willing to push ahead. And we're not willing to make investment. Our poverty is increasing in our communities. When we look at the fact of some of these investments, even which, and I've been doing this study and research, I've been traveling to Atlanta, other cities, talking with people about it, where hedge funds are getting our tax dollars. And many in Fraser, I know hedge funds came in and bought many of these homes with tax dollars we put into these hedge funds. Now people paying $1,700 a month in Fraser when houses was at $500 a month, cannot even afford it. And now what are we going to be doing? What do it look like? We can't even have down payment assistance program to help them even buy the homes. We don't have funding, things in place that help them get the trades that they need to have the skills they need. As a person who come out of the Dixon Home projects, I'm thinking about when they told us Title III was going to provide these carpentry jobs, and all of this happened, but they only gave people vouchers and moved them out. None of those opportunities was there. That was a decade ago. And we sitting here acting like we're not dealing with a generation of people who are still stuck in that situation, but we don't want to make the investments to change that narrative. We got to do something different, and I'll get back in the queue.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
And now,
If the mayor can speak, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think his comments are well received, and I'm willing to work with the commission on setting the tax rate at whatever level the commission believes the tax rate should be set. This is just a proposal, so this is the start of the conversation. I will say that mental health access, particularly for youth, is an important priority. We already provide access at the Youth and Family Resource Center, but of course, but the funding for that access is grant related. And so at some point that funding will run out, and we do need to make sure that we have youth mental health care access still available even when that grant funding phases out. Also, just because I've never had a chance to comment publicly about the jail, I realize the jail was built in 1980, but you've got to realize that among all of our facilities in Shelby County, we have many more facilities that are much older. I think the last statistic I read is that the school buildings on average are built in the 1950s. And so one of the ways that we're going to prosper as a community is to invest in our youngest generation. And they're in facilities that are in really, really deep disrepair as well. And those facilities are significantly older than the jail on average. At the same time, our penal farm, which is where we house state inmates, is significantly older than the jail, and also a facility that's in need of some attention. So I want to make sure we can contextualize the demand to build a jail in the right space in light of the needs of the schools, which should be a higher priority, obviously, in my mind, and in light of other buildings in Shelby County government that are much older.
Thank you, Mayor Harris. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, thank you, Mayor Harris. I agree with almost everything on this list. The $40,000 for the working poor, that needs to be raised up because inflation, et cetera. I also agree the fact that that you do support Stonebriar community, and they're here today for the parks. We've been talking about that since for about 3 or 4 years, and you popped in on our meeting, so thank you for that. The other thing that I want to say real quickly, as far as the pension and all that, I agree with that. The only concern I have is the 66 cents decrease. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at housing and who own homes in Shelby County, only 38% Black people own homes. So it does not, that, decrease does not impact the majority of Black people in Shelby County. The other thing I want to point out real quickly is that with a regressive taxation, which is a flat rate, $5 increase, that really impacts the working poor and people who are, struggling to meet their needs. And so I do not agree with another increase in the wheel tax. And so, again, I think we need to look at the deficit we have in housing. We have over 40,000 unit deficit in Shelby County. So the tax rate, I would like to propose to my colleagues that we add another line item to address affordable housing of maybe 1 or 2 cents. And the other thing I want to mention is that the state had opportunity to increase sales tax for 8 years to support building a new jail. And we do need to build a new jail. I've been there, I've eaten the food, I've talked to the detainees, and they're detainees. They have not been to court yet. They're detained until they can go to court. 30% have mental health issues, and the condition of the jail is exacerbating their mental health situation. So again, I agree with the mayor as far as the jail. Yes, there are other facilities that are older, but these individuals are under our care. And so we need to make sure that we have a legislation going forward at the state level that we once again support the 1 cent increased sales tax, which will sunset in 8 years. But again, the only 2 things I have concern about is decreasing the tax rate by 66 cents and the $5 wheel tax. And I would like to work with you as well as NARAB and the Black Housing Association and to look at how can we increase the number of places where people can stay, and not just, just home ownership, but also rental properties, et cetera, because we have a 40,000 deficit in Shelby County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Caswell, you're back in the queue, but let me go to Commissioner Lowry and Commissioner Thornton first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. I'll keep it quick. Thank you, Mayor, for the presentation and the discussion. Just a quick question is, and I'm sure I'm looking forward to getting the book and we can look at the items. Will be the decrease in revenue by lowering the tax rate to what you're proposing? What would be the decrease from a dollar amount from the penny value?
We can get finance to speak to the issue of how much each penny is worth in terms of revenue.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Administration and Finance. Since this is a reappraisal year and the property values in Shelby County have increased, the penny value associated with the certified tax rate that the mayor just mentioned, which is 2.73, the new penny value will be $3.1 million.
So the total.
So $3.1 million times 66. I can't do that in my head. And Commissioner Ford is, I don't know where Commissioner Ford is, but but 3.1 million times 66 cents. I think we got.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Administration and Finance. Due to it being a reappraisal year and the values have increased, we actually see an increase in revenue this fiscal year, even though the tax rate, the mayor has recommended a lower tax rate.
All right. Look forward to having that more discussion on what that total is. Thank you.
It's 200. If it's $3.1 million for each penny, $204 million. $204 million. Yeah, it's about $205 million. About $205 million.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor, for being with us today. So I just want to ask through the Chair, so we have how many more official commission meetings before the end of the fiscal year?
Total, 3, I believe.
3, okay. So, I mean, naturally, just hearing the proposed plan and the $5 car registration fee increase, I didn't support the wheel tax to begin with, and do fall in alignment with my colleague that it's a regressive tax that really impacts communities within District 10. So I'm thinking about the persons, when you think about the drive-out tags, you're seeing a lot of those from stakeholders within my district that are really feeling some economic constraints. So we don't have a public transit system that gets people around, and so we don't want to put that burden on a significant portion of our population that is actually struggling to already get to their jobs and be able to maintain the cars and work through all the issues of having extremely aged and used cars. So it's not my preferred way to be able to find the dollars. I would also just say, one of the ways that I really just push your administration as they've shown up is just process. And so I heard in your presentation, you explicitly mentioned a couple of my colleagues. It seems like Commissioner Sugarman is one of your favorites this budget season, as she's been mentioned many times. But I just wonder, can you acknowledge today that conversations from each of the districts are being factored into this budget without seeing how that actually looks? I'm just hoping that in this, whatever is to be presented to us, that we will be able to see each of the districts be able to show up and have support in your budget, this particular budget cycle. So just wondering if that's something you can speak to, and if not, if you would be open to making sure that we all are able to be factored in. I know that there was a wage study and a big push on us to actually determine what is a competitive wage. So when I hear the 40,000 threshold, any type of increase is going to sound exciting. These are some points that I've made before, but I would like to know what is the competitive threshold that we should be setting here. And if 40,000 is not meeting that mark, I would just appeal to my colleagues for us to raise it up to whatever the standard is per the study that we have, I believe at this point, completed. I don't know if Director Thornton can speak to that. I'm curious also about Region 1. It's pretty vocal about the transactions that we made within the real estate, area. 24 million is not a small amount. To my knowledge, we did not get the state funding that we had hoped for, and so I've heard that figure increase. So the $1.2 billion figure, how are we going to close the gap? A lot of us will roll off of the commission. Your administration will transition. How are we setting up, future mayor and commission to be successful? It's just a question that I have. That's the first half of my questions. Feel free to answer any of those. And again, I thank you for being here today.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for that question. I'll try to answer as best I can most of that. For sure, we want to try as best we can to be as fair as possible across Commission District, with some extra urgency around districts that have more pronounced need. One of the ways I think we've tried to do that in this budget cycle is to work with the chairman, Chairman Whaley, to make sure that we fully funded the commission grant program. The grant program, for background, was partially funded with ARPA funds, which are no longer available. And so this expanded grant program of $2.6 million needed to find a home, and working with the chairman, we were able to bring that the entirety of that grant program into the general fund, so that starting off the budget process, the commission would already have that particular item taken care of. So we're going to try to be as fair as possible. At the end of the day, though, this is a political process, and so the political process is driven by a majority of individuals feeling comfortable enough to vote for the budget. And so I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure we get this budget process done, keep the tax rate under $3, make sure that the raises are available for the employees, and all the other priorities that I talked about. And part of that, again, is just navigating the political process. So I would recommend to you to be one of those 7 voters, Because if you're one of the 7 voters that participate in that political process, I know you couldn't vote for previous budgets, but if you're one of those folks that could participate in that political process and get some comfort with this budget, I think we'd love to have you on board. That's all I got. Oh, Regional 1. I've got one more budget left, Commissioner, and so Regional 1 is out there, and my goal is over the next 12 months to work with Regional 1, and we've been in constant conversation to make sure that we have a plan to get that project done by my last budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Harris. I'm going to go to Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor. It's nice to hear that we don't have a property tax increase, but this is certainly not a decrease in property tax. And I just want to make sure that, set the record straight so that the commissioners, everybody sees that the rate of $3.39 last year is equal to the rate of $2.73 this year. So make sure everybody's on board with that. So this is not a property tax decrease. And I'm just a little bit disappointed to hear basically you inviting us to raise the taxes by some of your comments. Well, I think in my mind, that's what I heard. So I just want everybody to realize we live in the highest taxed county in the state by far. And so, Shelby County has not been growing. And so I think we need to just be very cognizant of that. This is holding the line on taxes, which to some extent is to be commended, but it is not a decrease. Thank you.
I mean, I'll leave people to interpret this however they want, but in my view, the facts speak for themselves. We have a tax rate. It is $3.39, and I've asked you to adopt a tax rate that is $2.73. That is a lower tax rate. There is no magic to it. There is no other way to think about it other than that is a lower tax rate. You all have, at your discretion, the ability to set the tax rate at any level, including $3.39. I propose you set it at a level lower than $3.39. Those are just the facts. I can get into a discussion all day long about the certified tax rate. That is a requirement around notice and voting. Giving notice of what the tax rate will be and voting on what the tax rate will be. The voting requirement, guess what? You already had anyway. And so in effect, this whole process that has been alluded to is nothing but a notice process to notice you and the public around how much revenue you had in the previous year and how much revenue you have in this year. But it remains the discretion. In fact, it is the quintessential and fundamental discretion of county commissioners to set the tax rate wherever the county commission decides the tax rate would be. Last year, you set it at $3.39. This year, you could set it at $3.39 again, and I propose you set it somewhere lower than $3.39, much lower, to $2.73.
Thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is not directly related to your presentation, Mayor, but did want to put it on record that what most households have seen over the last couple of months is the reappraisal process and their notice from the assessor's office. And so I wanted to point out this is something that I've had to address on a number of occasions. In that mailer, there was a pie chart. And once people see numbers or a pie chart, they get that stuck in their minds. And no matter how many times you tell them that's not accurate, it's stuck in their minds. And so that pie chart may have been accurate for the total county. I'm not sure, but I think what that chart was showing was all revenues. You talked about the federal revenues, being lower coming in, so that probably changes some of these things. But people are seeing that chart, and they are still of the impression that 7% of our budget is grants. And they believe that because they got this chart from the assessor's office. That is not accurate. And I try to say that in every interaction I have we do not put 7% of property tax dollars into grants, and particularly not the grants program that's been under a lot of discussion recently. So I wanted to reiterate that the grant program is by no means 7% of the budget. It's way, way smaller than that. There are grants that we get from state and federal sources, and I think that that's what the assessor's office was talking about. The problem is they're seeing that chart in the context of their county property tax. And so to put a chart of all funds in a property tax mailer is very, I think that has led to a lot of confusion. I've also heard repeated the amount we're putting into education, and that would be way off as well. There's a certain percentage of your county property taxes that goes toward education. And certainly with all of the, we had a robust discussion just previous to this about education and lots of different views. But people are seeing the, I'll use the word turmoil. I'm trying to be less hyperbolic today, but just again to state that the context is that people are seeing a lot of turmoil in these systems, whether it's the grants, whether it's education, and they're focused on that chart. And so I will just conclude my statements by saying, can we do something? County property tax payers every one of them receive this in their mailboxes, but they're not getting an accurate number from us. Is there anything we can do about that?
We can work with the trustee and the assessor to send out an additional notice and bring that to the chairman for some feedback, if that works.
Thank you, Mayor Harris. Commissioner Caswell, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate you allowing me to share some of the issues I felt was there, and I hope I can share some solutions that I feel like, spending almost 3 years, again, appreciate you, Commissioner, I appreciate you, Mr. Commissioner McWright, for bearing with us in Public Safety Committee for 3 years now, and many things been brought before us in that committee, and one of the things is that I appreciate my tongue tied. Appreciate you, Mayor, and Mayor Young, who began to look at the joint office and the need for that, the fact that Atlanta took in 400 and some million because they're working together jointly down there, and we wasn't, and we only seen 26 million. But we know that a lot is changing from the federal level. When we talk about the fact that those dollars are not going to flow down, and if we don't do something locally, and you just said it, that we have to take care of home, if we don't do something locally around the issues of violence with the joint office, which they are there for, and looking at a line item, and I talked to Mayor Young about this as well, that address these violent interrupters that need to be. I know I have showed up at many of these scenes in violent interrupters because funding was taken away from a lot of their work. It's not out there. Police are not showing up in many of those cases. Police cannot show up in many of those cases. And we all know with the Department of Justice report that just came out, the recent case of Tyreek Nichols that was failed. People don't trust the police just to have those conversations. But if we as a community are not doing nothing to be intentional about addressing those individuals who I talked about decades ago was dealing with trauma in many of these communities of poverty, we are just leaving them to continue the cycle, and now it's escalating to a greater cycle. So one, looking at a line item around joint office work, also around the fact of racial equity. I know some of the things were done down on this level, but looking at what do it look like around a line item to really dig deep around housing and other issues, that job training and reentry, individuals we know coming out. We over that Peliform. We know these individuals are coming out and how hard it's going to be for them to reenter back into society. It was programs like Lifeline to Success. I see some of the individuals in Orange Mound now, Lucretia Rudd and others I've been seeing doing some of their work with individuals that most people won't hire. the second-degree murder, some of the charges they coming out, they're not going to hire them, but they're in the community doing some of this cleanup work and changing the narrative. I think it was successful with some of the Lifeline work. You hired the former director as our director of reentry now, and we're seeing the work that he's doing. So really looking at around that, and then just being intentional around what do a line item look like. And again, appreciate my colleague, Commissioner Brooks, on pushing for summer camps and summer programs over the years. But how do we address that at a higher level? Because right now, 7,000 kids at the city are not going to be working because they only hire 1,600. And I forgot the number that we had here. But what are we doing to make sure that those young people are in a safe, healthy, and nurturing environment in our community? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I appreciate those comments. I think those are well received. I think there are opportunities for investment in the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Obviously, you were in the most recent meeting to kind of brainstorm and incubate ideas. So there's opportunity there. And in addition, there are opportunities to expand our reentry services. We don't do reentry, for example, when people exit 201 Poplar. We don't do a lot of focused reentry services when people exit juvenile court. And there are lots of partners out there that want to help us engage in that work. And obviously it takes resources to do that. I would just say kudos to reentry and kudos to all of you, because we did open Shelby County's first transitional home, and that's right next to the Office of Reentry. So that home is open, and we may do a ribbon cutting, but it is open if any commissioners want to see that project. I know many of you fought hard for transitional housing for ex-offenders, and we have that project finished.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell and Mayor Harris. Commissioner Thornton, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the mayor, like the points around returned citizens and just what we need to do, I can't stress enough about getting a vision out here for a new jail a top priority. When we talk about the implications of the majority of our students not being on grade level and graduating and how that shows up in the context of criminal justice, it just has to be correlated at this point and discussed. In the community that I live in, which is in the heart of this district, Orange Mound, I see this issue up close and personal, and the lack of supports. This Friday, I'll be in court for a first-degree murder case with a 22-year-old that I know that I've invested time and resources into, and I honestly can't look before a judge and testify that this particular young adult has had opportunities in his neighborhood that would give a different outcome. I've seen his attempts to try, but I've also seen how social supports have fallen short to be able to reach him. And one of the ways that I think that there is a missed opportunity, and just for me, just being the first time elected, where there's a huge disconnect is we see the resources. They come down to the commission all the time. People are doing great work, but there's a really big disconnect on the ground with the disorganized communities. So, a community like Orange Mound, which is actually really resourced. We have a health department, we have Christ Community, we have an alliance, we have a lot of social service agencies, and yet you can find at any of these corner stores a number of people who have no clue of the resources that they're living amongst. And so, I would be remiss not to hold space during this particular topic to just ask, what are your plans with the $2.7 million for District 10? I'm aware that it's on your desk and would like to just make just another public appeal directly to you just to sign off on that contract so that we can show what we're proposing could be innovative work in terms of repairing the broken parts of our neighborhood organizing. We have so many people who are living in spaces that are not actually connected to any type of infrastructure. So during this budget season, I can tell you for my district that the overwhelming majority of the constituents I represent, they're not being represented in this conversation because I don't know how to get to them from a 1-to-1 ratio. They don't have a neighborhood association, and that's a disservice. And I would love to see county government just be able to acknowledge the gap. And it's one of the reasons I know you listen in And I fall pretty hard on the people who come and represent you and your administration, but the push is just for us to have all-encompassing vision. I'm not asking that we resource it. I'm just saying, can we give 100% goals and tell people where they fall in the gap so that they can decide if they want to stay there or if they want to come down here and actually activate themselves. If we continue to just, set goals anywhere, then I just continue to see how people are not going to be served, and that, to me, is the greatest disservice that we're doing. I also just want to note with the grant program, Commissioner Whaley, that's an investment that's equal across all districts. So if we're talking about actually pronounced needs being met and funded, we're going to have to do something differently this budget season. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman.
I did ask a question. I would love for the mayor to be able to respond. Thank you, Chair.
Sure.
I think there were a lot of issues brought forward. I think the question was maybe around the contract for $2.7 million. I think that is in my desk, at my desk, which is not an automatic or mechanical process. It is another vetting process that everything has to go through. And I think that I am trying to, here's the problem with that contract. That contract seems to allocate the power to distribute resources to one commissioner. And I am not sure, based on how that contract is written and the name of that commissioner mentioned in that contract as the person who would be allocating those resources, I'm not sure if that is the best approach. And so I want to try to work out a way that we can have a grant contract that benefits the community, particularly Orange Mound, but doesn't necessarily vest the power and discretion around distributing those funds in a single commissioner. So that's under review right now, and as I can come forward with a solution around how to update that contract and make it different from what it is now, I'll bring forward those options.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so a couple of things real quickly. I do have some speakers who would like to speak from my district. And, okay, thank you. And then the other thing, I just wanted to implore my colleagues. Again, the mayor stated that we have, in our power to make the changes as far as the tax rate. I don't agree with under $3. I don't know what that looks like. That's the conversation we can have. I do not support a wheel tax. We have a deficit of affordable housing of 40,000. And I think that we need to address that, especially because, as we all know, the federal government has cut all kinds of resources for the working poor in our district, such as SNAP, et cetera, and those things need to be replenished. And I think this is the opportunity for us to make sure that our kids do not go hungry over the summer. Number two, also to make sure that, we talk about the kids in the classroom, but many of the children in our classroom are unhoused. And so how are we supporting them? It is hard for you to bring up your grades or, focus on your studies or bring up, when you're hungry, when you don't know where you're going to stay, when you're living in, cars. I have students, for example, they need a place where they can wash their clothes, because other students are complaining about the way they smell. And so there's things that we can do to fill those gaps that are lacking from the federal government as well as the state government. So to keep everything as is with this tax rate of $2.73, I cannot support. I cannot support also looking at adding additional $5 to the wheel tax. I cannot support that. And so the mayor stated several times that we have the power to determine the tax rate. And our communities across Shelby County are going to be looking at us if we maintain the status quo. So again, Chair, I would just like to acknowledge that I do have some constituents out in the audience, and I appreciate, the meetings with me, as well as other individuals over the past months. And again, you all put a plan together. I love my constituents. I brag about you all the time, because not only do you have complaints, but you also have answers. And you all put together the proposal for the park. And so I love my constituents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, I do have 3 comment cards. So if there's anyone here that would like to speak and has not filled out a comment card, please do so. So the first card I have is Diane Morgan. If you please state your name and address when you come to the microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Morgan. I live at 5315 Laurelfield Lane, Memphis, Tennessee 38125. I thank you for this opportunity to come and speak. I am a longtime resident of Memphis, a proud graduate of Northside High School and the Memphis State University. I am an RN, 50 years experience, and just recently retired from Nike. And I'm coming here to talk about our neighborhood. I've been in my home for 19 years. I built it new from the ground. And when I first moved there, it had a nice little community park where I used to take my grandchildren, who are now 21 and 18. At the time, they were little children, 19 years ago. And now I have a 4-year-old granddaughter that I can't take to that same park. And that's because that park now lays in ruins. It's a community park. It's near 3 schools, Highland Oaks Elementary, Highland Oaks Middle School, and South Wind, but it can't be used. There's one piece of playground equipment there, and it is in sad state of disrepair. I would love for you to go and see it, because if you went to see it, your heart would be moved as well, that it is not fit for our children to play. And that is one of the things that we want our children to do, is to be able to go outside the house and play, and go to a local park so that they can have recreation and activity. However, that one piece of playground equipment is broken. It is mildewed. It is dulled from the sun. And also, if you were to use that playground equipment, you would break instead of bounce if you fall off of it, because of the padding that used to be there is no longer there due to the long time neglect. It's just rocks there now. Should be a beautiful park, a beautiful walking trail where families can walk and have a good time. But we don't feel safe there. For a time, there was graffiti there that has been removed. We're glad of that. But our children come home from school, and it seems they go into their houses and don't come out, because there's really no place for them to play and enjoy themselves. We would like to have activities like art in the park. We would like to bring music there. We would like to have places for family engagement in our community, but we don't have that right now. And that certainly, I believe, will be a deterrent to crime, because that would be a safe place for children to go, and also for families to go, and for us to grow and to thrive. And I'm very proud of our community. If you were to go to our community, it's a rainbow of people. Every race you can think of is in that small 400-home community. When I moved there, it was new, under construction. On my street was 2 houses, mine and another one, and then there were a few other houses. We are almost complete. So I pray that you will give us what it takes to make this a complete, viable park and community. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Next up is Carolyn Collins. Again, state your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Carolyn Collins. I live at 5504 Meadowbrook Trail in Stonebrook Community, District 12, located off Holmes Road. I'm losing my thought. We come before you because we do need your support, your vote for the revitalization of Highland Oaks Park. Stonebriar is a large community. It has 4 sections: the estates, the garden, the grove, and the crossings. Like she said, 400 homes with families with many children. We have, like she said, 3 schools. The children have no place to go, nothing to do. So we're asking for your support, your vote, respectfully, for the revitalization of this park, Highland Oaks.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Next, we have LaShanta Rudd. You state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am LaShanta Rudd. My address is 1200 David Street. I live in District 10, specifically Orange Mound. My question is, well, I was going to comment about the $2.7 million that has been allocated to our district. But let me say this. The side that I live on in Orange Mound, it's a war zone, okay? I live in an area where there are robbers, killers, and dope dealers, okay? So a lot of these young men, they got felony backgrounds. Second-degree murder, 8 years on probation. Who gonna hire them? Certainly not Shelby County and not the city of Memphis. These guys need a job. The resources are here. They need to be released to our community. Enough is enough. A young man tried to kill his mother 2 nights ago, directly across the street from my house. We need to get the people the resources that they need, Mr. Mayor. $2.7 million, release the money. Put a team of people together. If you can't figure it out, how that money should be released. If our commissioner is not capable of deciding how those funds are going to be released, then you need to put a team of people together and release that money to our district. The people are hurting. Everybody don't make 6 figures. And if these young men, if they cannot feed their families, they're going to do what they know to do, and that's rob, kill, and steal. We got to help the people. Election time coming up. And y'all want the same people to vote for y'all. Do right by our people. Do right. I'm tired of these people hurting in my community. I came back to Orange Mound because I wanted to be the difference maker. I want to make the difference in Orange Mound, but y'all got to help us help them. So if you sitting on $2.7 million, then it needs to be released to our community. No excuses. Planning trips to go to Africa, $500,000, $600,000, that's ridiculous. We got to take care of home first. Charity starts at home, and then it spreads abroad. How you going to take care of Africa and we ain't taking care of Orange Mound? Come on, people. Get it together. Thank y'all, commissioners. Have a great day.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more comment cards. And I don't see any other commissioners in the queue. Going once, going twice. All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for the presentation. Parliamentarian, please read item number 3.
Item 3 is an ordinance, second reading. Ordinance fixing the tax rate for Shelby County, Tennessee at blank dollars for tax year 2025, that's fiscal year 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs and Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you. That item was moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Morrison. I'm seeing commissioners in the queue. We need a motion to keep it, parliamentarian to keep it at the.
May I make a motion to leave it at the certified tax rate, current rate of $273 for now?
All right, that's been moved and second. Can we do that without objection? The second was by Commissioner Wright. All right, hearing none, so moved. Seeing no commissioner in queue, let's take this to a vote. Quick question before we go to a vote. Do we typically leave that blank until our third reading? I think in the past, parliamentarian, do we typically leave that blank until the third and final reading after the mayor and we receive the budget and all we haven't received?
We typically have legal guide us through that process.
Okay. And I'll just make the comment is that until we receive a budget book with line item, how that's going to be utilized. And I don't have a problem with it, but my suggestion may be to leave that blank until we can see the data.
I will withdraw my motion if that's the desire of the body.
All right, can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moving on, and I'll make a motion to keep this fixture blank going forward down as we move this down to our Monday meeting. Can I get a second on that? All right. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'm just curious regarding the certified rates, is that a separate, we have to acknowledge the certified rate at some point. Is that through this, or is that through a separate?
We do have an acknowledgement, and I'll defer to legal to give us any some guidance there. My only suggestion is in that we've typically past budget cycles, we do that on our third reading after we've got a chance to see exactly what's being proposed from the administration. Chair, and I'll turn this back over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. So, Commissioner Wright, we do have to do that, but that is in a separate resolution. I actually was just having that conversation. Just so for the record, the certified tax rate has to be in a separate resolution, so, to answer your question. Oh, Madam Clerk, can you prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally your votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avent, and Chairman Whaley. We have 9 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 4?
Item 4 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Government Compensation Policy for fiscal year 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item, I will move it. Hold on. Moved by me and a second by Commissioner Brooks. All right, we have Director Thornton.
Good afternoon, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. As you all are aware, annually I'm required to present this updated compensation policy as instructed, and pursuant to the charter, we're required to take this matter before the Civil Service Merit Board. We've done such, so now we're asking for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton. I don't see any commissioners that are in queue. Commissioner Ford.
My first time in, I don't have a question for you, but I do have a question for the trustee. My question is, have you seen this? And what's your opinion? I'm glad we're on this now since we're done with all the budget comedy that has happened for the last 3 hours. Now let's talk about this.
Regina Newman, County Trustee. The electeds were given rather short notice to be at the Civil Service Merit Board, but everyone who was interested appeared, and numerous proposals made, and the Civil Service Board either accepted them or denied them, so we don't have an issue with what's before the commission.
You have no idea. I know HR going to get in and comment, but not yet. There are several other electeds I know that are not here, So I know eventually this is going to be deliberated on Monday. So I tell you what, well, I'll just stick with your office. So you said this is your first time seeing this, correct?
No, Commissioner.
No.
We saw it before the Civil Service Merit Board hearing. The electeds appeared at the Civil
was
Service
that
Merit
date?
Board hearing several weeks ago.
All right, several weeks ago. And your opinion on this is that many of the things that you and your group have asked for were not put into this new compensation policy for
No.
FY26?
They were.
They were?
They were for FY26, yes.
Okay.
What was changed by the commission a couple of months ago for FY25 was all included, and then additional suggestions by some of the electeds were included. I believe the sheriff had one that wasn't, but I don't recall.
And Ms. Lindsay must have known I was going to ask her the same questions, and I'm glad that she's sitting over here. So, Ms. Lindsay, you heard my questions for the trustee. Trustee, don't go nowhere. Ms. Lindsay, same questions regarding this, because I already stated on record, like with the trustee and the sheriff and maybe one or other two electeds who have basically done what they were supposed to do. I just want to make sure that whatever we are looking at, that we are considering, has many of the things that you all asked for. I see Michael Burnett Joyner looking at me. Your elected is included in my list too. There's a whole bunch of electeds. I'm not supporting their stuff. I'm just letting you know in advance.
Alicia
Yes,
with the
ma'am.
Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Ford, thank you so much for the question. The last time this item came before the committee, the Sheriff's Office had some concerns, and they still exist. One is on page 28, or 29. The salary ranges are not correct, and they still do not include the salary grades 72 to 76. And there are currently employees that earn more than the maximum of the salary range. That's one issue. Additionally, I think I heard the mayor propose a 3% increase for all county employees, which is also not included, possibly not included in the maximum. Then also, again, on page 14, under item number G, restrictions, the very last bullet, the sheriff's office does not agree with that statement.
I'll get back in the queue because I got some follow-up.
Mr. Thornton?
Good afternoon, Gerald Thornton again. The salary ranges are such that when Ms. Lindsay made the representation in the last meeting that there were people outside the salary range, she was correct. And I went back to see what was happening. Those salary ranges are actually the judges. The judges are not within this salary range. And so therefore, the 72 to 76 that she's talking about is what we call corrections or cleanup. She's absolutely correct. The Shelby County judges' salary is not set by this commission. It's set by the state of Tennessee. So we cannot set a range for those elected officials. The second issue she just mentioned was the mayor's proposed budget with 3%. We cannot add the 3% into the salary ranges because you all have to vote it in. It makes no sense to add 3% in, and then you all decide not to add the 3% salary increases. Bullet G, which she's made reference to, it says subject to the approval of the director of HR, which we've kept on the page. But what it says is that the sheriff, prior to converting over any type of commission officer position to an appointed position or whatever, it has to have some type of approval. Behind the scenes, behind closed doors, you all, well, not all of you all, have had some concerns about individuals taking positions in which you all vote in, and then are subsequently converted over to being appointed positions. That's exactly what we have here. And I would like for Mr. Lindsay or the sheriff, please, here, to give me an opportunity or an example of when this honorable body here votes in a position of a commissioned officer, and the sheriff should have that authority to actually alter or amend that position to something other than what you all voted in. And we get that quite often. Not just the sheriff's department, but other clerk's offices as well. You all vote these positions in, and then as soon as you all turn your back 3 months later, it's, oh, I need to take care of one of my friends. I need to take care of one of my loved ones. I need to take care of one of my constituents. And they convert those positions over. I didn't say Ms. Newman, but that's what we have here. And so based upon what Commissioner Whaley asked for, this wasn't something that we created. This is something that you all asked to be put into this particular compensation policy. We followed what you asked for. Respectfully, Commissioner Ford, all the elected officials appeared before the Civil Service Merit Board. All the matters were presented before the Civil Service Merit Board. We codified what you all asked us to do in HR, and therefore, I thought today would be something very simple, very easy when I came down here, because we gave them what they wanted and we gave them what they asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Thornton. Ms. Lindsay?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The statement that Director Thornton made about judges being in grade 72, that may be true, but there are also attorneys. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office has 2 attorneys that fall within that range, and that's the reason why I'm asking about those grades being within the compensation policy. Because how do we manage our employees that are in that salary grade, but we don't have any information on the salary ranges? Secondly, yes, I appeared at the meeting to talk about the compensation policy, and I do believe that meeting was recorded. And I did bring up the issue of these grades, 72 through 76. I've also brought that up via email communications. That item was not allowed to be brought forward before the Civil Service Merit Board. And then finally, I do not believe this body adopts individual positions. I don't believe you receive a listing of all the positions that are included in the budget. So therefore, the argument that you are approving positions is kind of unfounded.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Commissioner Ford, you're back in the queue.
Look, I'm going to say this, and people may not like it, but I would prefer if they just give me my 3 minutes and let me say my piece. The HR director, and it's like people love saying my name, but at the same time, I'll just simply say this. Those 72 positions and 70 everything else, those are also attorneys as well. It's not all the attorneys, but it's some of them where I did ask, were those going to be on? But I believe your deputy informed me why they're not. But on record, it was stated that it would be included in with the policy. I understand the reason why it's not, but it was stated on record it should be. So I believe that those should be in place. So even if there's an asterisk on the last page that states that those that are in those 70 some odd ranges are the attorneys and judges and whatnot, because we have our own special number as well. I believe that for transparency purposes, that should be included just so that we won't have to have this same conversation ad nauseum. And I don't think we should have an issue with that, just having that on that last page so that we can have everything in place. So before my time is up, I may ask for that to be a motion to amend that last page to include all of those other ones. So I'll do that at the end. But Ms. Lindsay, I'm going to go back on what you were hinting on, but I'm going to take it all the way. Because I really think that with all the stuff that has transpired, I think there's 7 votes to do whatever the administration is asking them to do on this. If they're asking you, asking the sheriff to defund himself, to get defunded again, and we won't know that until the budget passes. I think there's 7 people, if they're being told by another branch of government to go ahead and do it so that they can have whatever they want to have, it's going to happen, unfortunately, on behalf of public safety, on the backs of public safety, rather. So my question to you, Ms. Lindsay, on that note is, will you have to wait until this budget is passed? And we're talking about compensation. I'm going to give you a question before this main question. Looking at what has happened over past years, do you believe that this 3% increase across the board is going to come out of the sheriff's division, which will result in a larger salary restriction, which some people would say is a backdoor defunding? Historically speaking, since that has happened, if you say yes, can you go back how many years this practice has happened? And then I'm going to make my motion after that.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Ford, I cannot answer that question because I have not seen the consolidated budget presented by the mayor. I can only tell you what the Shelby County Sheriff's Office presented, and once we get a chance to look at that document, once it's available online, if we get a hard copy, then we can compare to determine what the cuts are, if any, to the Sheriff's Office budget.
Let us know, and I'd like to make a motion for those codes, not codes, those, I'm sorry? Huh? Yeah, thank you. The grades that are not included on the last page of the compensation policy to be included as a subsection of the compensation policy for the purposes of transparency. That includes codes for commissioners, codes for those attorneys and judges, so that we can know what those ranges are and the meanings. That's my motion.
Commissioner Ford has made a motion to include that into the document.
Second.
It's a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Director Thornton.
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. I'm really trying to understand what you all are really asking for. I really am. Because I think you all are getting grades mixed up with salaries, respectfully to both of you all, but I really don't think you all are as informed as you think you are. The grades that you all are making references to, when it comes to these issues of Morrow's office or the sheriff's department, or the judges, as well as the elected officials, CTAS set their schedules. We don't know exactly what their salary is going to be. It may be an increase of 2%, 3%, or nothing. And so the reason why you're not seeing those 72s, the 76s, is because if you recall when the DA came down here, there was a state mandate, as well as Ms. Phyllis Aluko, that gave those increases. And the reason why we don't necessarily show those 72s and 76s is because we don't have any governance over those. I hear Ms. Lindsay talking about they have an attorney that's off the grade. If they have an attorney that's making over $261,000, then that is a fallacy, because there's no one in Shelby County government that makes $261,000. I don't know where this is coming from, that the people off of the salary grades and they're making more money than whatever. So I think before we just go and amend something, understand what a grade is and understand what a salary is. I'll be more than happy to talk to both you, Commissioner Ford, and you, Ms. Lindsay, as to what we're talking about here, what we created. This document's been presented to the Board of Commissioners for over 20 years. We've never had a problem because, and now we're sitting here with a misunderstanding of what this document does. So again, respectfully, I have no problem with talking to either one of you all, one-on-one, or even in a Teams call, and I would give you the 72 to 76, but there's not going to be any particular grade salaries because of the fact that judges' salaries are mandated and controlled by the state. The DA's salaries, both his state DAs and his county DAs now, are controlled by the state of Tennessee. So I can give you 72 to 76 and say $0 to $300,000 right now, because we don't control that. So therefore, I'm trying to control or have some governance over what Shelby County has, not what the state of Tennessee is going to do or may do. So that's what I have to say about this issue, and I don't know how it became a big issue until you all voted in that the sheriff would have some type of control or governance over positions in which this board has given him. And respectful to Ms. Lindsay, she's incorrect, because we do certify the number of law enforcement officers go to the state of Tennessee. We do, and you all vote in your budget, a number, typically 5,274 employees annually. So we do know the exact number of people that the sheriff department has when you vote your number. So to say that there is no definite number for the sheriff department, that is an incorrect statement. So again, I think sometimes education is the key. And we're making decisions here out of emotions and a lack of education. So whatever you all ask for, I give it to you. But that's not the case here with this book.
Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. When we talk about the wage study, what are the implications with the compensation policy? And can you just give us an update? I know that it came up in the subcommittees. Can you just talk about what is the recommended base salary, and how can we piece together what could be an impact to, I mean, I've seen the resolution, it seems to have increased our minimum salary rate up to, what was it, $21, the one that Commissioner Sugarman passed and the commission, or she sponsored, and the commission voted on. I'm just trying to figure out how all these things are working together. We have the wage study, its implications. Is it factored into what the mayor has presented with the $40,000 base? We have the base salary. When you factor that in, I know in the past, there's been some impact to other positions when you increase that and you have longstanding people. Just catch us up to speed on where we are with this.
Yes, ma'am. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. For the record, this is a commission-driven compensation study. This is not an HR study. This is your study, for the record. I took the lead on your study, not my study. Let's get the air cleared on that. 2, based up, and as a matter of fact, at 1 o'clock, 5 minutes from now, we actually having another follow-up meeting with our vendor on this particular matter. Based upon their recommendations, we would actually have to come back and amend this document based upon their final findings. We've done this before. When Commissioner Sugarman, you first came in, we actually had to alter amend this document before. So when they give us a final decision on what the base minimum should be, then therefore we'll come back. The $20.77 ordinance, which is what you all passed on the third reading, comes out to be $40,501.25 to be exact. And so today, when the mayor gave his presentation, it was based upon Commissioner Sugarman's ordinance. So with that, then we will actually come back again before you all, because we all haven't voted this in. You have to vote in the $40,000 minimum. And that's the reason why this document here is a moving document. This document has to be fluid. So once you all vote in, if you vote in the $40,000, then again, I will be down here before you all, changing this document to give Ms. Lindsay what she wants and the like, because everything would change exponentially. So this is not a final document based upon the resolution. And as soon as you pass the resolution, then I will come back down here and I will amend this document again. I have no problem with doing that.
And just for clarity, I heard you say that the $20.77 minimum by the ordinance set that 40,000 threshold?
The $20.77, when you all voted in, it says subject to the approval of funding. It did not guarantee it to be $20.77. When you voted it in, there was a caveat added in, and no, the administration did not add it in. The caveat clearly says based upon available funding. So if there's no available funding, then therefore, and this commission voted in, then therefore, this document as written becomes status quo. But if you vote the $20.77 in, which is what the mayor presented today, then therefore, again, I will have to change this document.
Gotcha. I'll get back in queue, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford, you're back in the queue.
All right, so just to make things clear, 1, my amendment does not change any of the substance that's in the multiple pages of the compensation policy, for the record. It's just giving more information for anybody that would like to get public information, and they have questions saying, what's this 72, what's this 70, whatever. So we're basically letting the public know what these other things are. So it does not change any substance whatsoever of anything else that is within this compensation policy. Let me tell you why we're here. It's 2 things. And I'm going to reiterate this, and I hope we understand this after this item is disposed of. We're here for 2 reasons. 1, you have electeds that want to have some latitude, which I have no problem with to a degree. But there are a couple of things that are factual on why we're here. Number 1, there are plenty of appointed individuals within the administration that make more, since these tasks was brought up, that make more than those elected, such as your trustee and your clerk, and one of them making more than the sheriff. And thank you, commissioners, for allowing whoever that sheriff is, whoever he or she is, to be able to have that number higher for the purposes of making sure that the highest law enforcement officer is not making less than his subordinates or her subordinates. We're here because that is a fact. I can go take the list right now and I can show people right now they're in this room making more than those electeds. But we're also in here because there are some people that are electeds that abuse what's in front of us. There is an elected, and I think that Mr. Thornton will appreciate me bringing this example up. You have folks that come down here saying, we need to help the working poor, they haven't had a raise, or they're still under a threshold, or whatever the case may be. Then, when this body either uses whatever money they have inside of their budget or fund balance, what happens is, I thought the working poor were going to be taken care of. Then when you look at an incumbency report, you see, wait a minute, this particular clerk that just got elected just brought a $160,000 salary for a person in. Now, I know what that person is. That person was a great person when they worked here. But that's not helping out the working poor. That's helping out somebody that could probably get the job done. But that $160,000 position could have helped out 40 people getting an extra $4,000. Or 80 people getting an extra $2,000. That's why we're here. Because there's some things going on both sides. Again, I'm not against, I'll be real quick, the latitude for the electeds. But when they come down here asking for one thing and they do something else, how in good conscience can I support that person's budget? The sheriff, I have no issue with. Trustee, I have no issue with. I don't see Ms. Swearingen here. I have no issue with her budget. But there's a few I'm going to ask to bifurcate their budget, and I'm going to show where they have not done what they were supposed to do, and I'm going to vote no on their budget. And this is nowhere different, Madam Chair, Budget Chair, where others prior to have asked for that to be carved out so that they can vote accordingly. And I just want to make sure that that same courtesy is given. So, for example, when we get to the budget at the end, and I say, hey, I need for the General Sessions Court clerk to be voted on separately, hypothetically, then I can vote accordingly, and there may be some other ones that may need to have their budget voted on separately. Because my question to you, have we also seen the ask and request from some of them? Because you know they're coming. Have they already come? Have they given us a document in like one binder on all their requests?
So there is an email that will be coming out with all requests from all electeds. We have compiled everything because our last subcommittee was the last elected. So we're taking all of those presentations, put into one, as well as a spreadsheet with a dollar amount as to what it is as well.
The begging spreadsheet, gotcha. All right, I'm done. I don't have anything else. Unless my name is mentioned again by the HR director, thank you.
And for the record, Gerald Thornton, I have no problem with amending this 72 to 76. If that's in this conversation today, I would amend it and give it to you, but there's nothing to hide.
Thank you, Director Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, you're back in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, it seems like even factoring in the amendment that there are more iterations of this document to come. So I'm more fascinated with that. So at what point do we see, we're talking about, you know, the lowest paid workers and creating a new baseline for them. But what's interesting to me is when I presented the initial resolution, it was driven by the CAOs across the elected offices. Like this is something that's coming from the other end of our pay spectrum. And so we factor in what the wage study suggests across the board for competitive wages across all salaries, grades, and when do we see the figure to be able to invest into that?
Okay, I understand what you're asking. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. We actually had our vendor, and thanks to Commissioner Bibbs, on about 2 weeks ago, and they gave us the various deadlines and the dates. I understand what you're asking now. And again, once they give us the final report with the final numbers, then again, we're going to come back before you all and ask for it to be increased. But if you increase it, then you may be possibly looking at a tax increase.
Yeah, but let me just pause there because I see something that is a huge elephant in the room. It's May 14th. We have to have our budget passed by June 30th, correct? So, with a handful of meetings that are left, I really feel like, what are we doing? So it has always been my opinion that we weren't going to be ever serious about bringing competitive wages into the conversation, that we were going to play politics, which is timing, oftentimes, to be able to have the introduction of what that big ticket is, that big figure is going to be, too late in the budget season for us actually to bake it into the actual budget. And so here we are, we have yet as commissioners on May 14th to see the proposed budget in line item like figures. I have yet to see what the actual projections are that it will cost to be able to implement the competitive study. And so I just want to hear that the study's recommendations are going to fall before you actually give me a budget, because I am going to push for it to be factored into the budget.
Right. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources, Commissioner Sugarman's resolution itself was on the national standard of Massachusetts. I think Harvard did a study. Based upon that study, Siegel, who's actually conducting our review, are actually looking at that as well. So based upon that $20.77, that's going to put us well within the ballpark of bringing everyone up to the national, to the $40,501. And so based upon that, and thanks to you all voting that in, that is going to cure a lot of the problems we have for lower paying individuals. I know we looked at the city of Nashville, and the city of Nashville is paying roughly $42,000 for the lowest paid employees, but their cost of living is much higher than ours. So if we put our people at $40,501, then therefore we're going to definitely be in competition with both the city of Memphis and Shelby County government.
So at what point, just as a point of information, will we get the conclusive data from the professionals that we've hired, that they will say, this is the figure? Because if it's said to be 999, and we're saying 40,000, we're beneath that standard.
I will give them a call, because like I said, we're in a call right now with them. I'll give them a call, and whatever I receive, I'll share with you all. If you recall, I actually sent you all the preliminary reports. There were figures in that preliminary report. I know it was 130-some pages, but there were numbers actually in that preliminary report that I actually sent to you all.
Is it necessary, Chair, that we actually pass this? I would like to keep...
At this point, I think we probably should send it down without a recommendation, and then that way. But I do want to Commissioner Thornton's point, I do want to tell you, Director Thornton, in that subcommittee meeting, you gave dates. So I think we need to go back, you need to go back and make sure you align your dates with what the next presentation will be, because we actually have 3 additional subcommittee meetings, May 21st, June 4th, and June 11th. So that also is where work is happening regarding budget in those committee meetings, subcommittee meetings as well. So I think it's an opportunity for you to go back and align with Siegel the dates that make sense. So then that way, to what everybody is looking for is a number.
Right. And for the record, Siegel actually wanted to come here live on a Monday night so you all can ask those questions. So if I get a date specific that everyone's going to be here, then I will have them to actually fly in here so you all can talk to them just like you talk to me right here, right now.
Well, our next commission meeting is Monday.
Well,
then after that, it's the following. It's
okay.
2 weeks from then. So those dates are public.
Okay, right. And so I will actually have them to give us some dates, as well as ask them for what you call the preliminary findings, and we'll go from there.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. I did make the motion of us sending this down without a recommendation. Second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right, trying to see where we are. Madam Parliamentarian? Yeah. So we're now on item 5. Okay, if you can, please read item 5.
Yes, ma'am. Item 5 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, authorizing the execution and delivery of an 8th supplement to the amended and restated interlocal agreement dated May 15, 2002, as heretofore amended and supplemented to provide for the application of the surplus City of Memphis hotel motel tax revenues accruing from the 4% City of Memphis hotel motel tax, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Chairman Whaley, a second by Commissioner Ford. All right, and glad to have 2 esteemed attorneys here to be able to talk to this item. Mr. Carpenter.
Corbin Carpenter, 386 Bill Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. Here today in my capacity as bond counsel to the Memphis Shelby County Sports Authority. And Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Morris, Butler Snow LLP, 6075 Poplar Avenue, Suite 500. I'm here in my capacity as bond counsel to the county.
And Madam Chair, how would you like to proceed? Just to give a general overview or just answer questions?
Please give us a general overview, and then we'll, as commissioners chime in, they'll get in the queue for questions.
Sure, absolutely. So today what you would be recommending for approval or not to go down to the commission next week is this resolution is a resolution to approve the 8th Amendment to the interlocal agreement, which is an agreement between the city, the county, and the Sports Authority, which serves as one of the revenues for the outstanding Memphis Shelby County Sports Authority revenue bonds. With this, pursuant to the bond documents, particularly the trust indenture, when there's any amendment to one of the streams of revenues, they repay the debt service on the bonds that are set forth in the original interlocal agreement, then we have to come to the issuer and to the city and county respectively to get approval for that amendment. And this amendment particularly is going to be to increase the City of Memphis hotel motel tax revenue from 3.5% to 4%. And with this, you will be approving the interlocal agreement, the 8th Amendment to the interlocal agreement, and also the 7th supplement to the trust indenture, which also has to be supplemented. And the county and the city will be signatories along with the Sports Authority and the trustee to the interlocal agreement, and to the supplemental trust indenture will solely be between the Sports Authority and the bond trustee.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. You do have a commissioner in queue. Sure. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. The aforementioned half cent that you are talking about, would that exclusively go to tourism and bonds on the FedEx form, or does this resolution open up an avenue to where if either mayor wanted to balance their budget or pay for things that were not tourist related, it would open that window?
No windows, doors, or anything will be open. It is a closed universe. Within the resolution, City Ordinance 5937 that was approved on 3 readings by the City of Memphis, signed by the City Mayor Paul Young on April 8th. Within that 0.5% increase, this ordinance designates specifically where those 0.5 increased funds will be going, which will fund ongoing obligations at the FedEx form, including but not limited to bond indebtedness, capital repairs, improvements, replacements, and ongoing maintenance, including professional services rendered for the design, architectural, engineering, and management, and oversight associated therewith. And the second one would be to fund such other projects and purposes as the city shall determine for the purposes of promoting tourism and tourism development as permitted by state law. And just to close on that point, Commissioner, this in no way affects the county's hotel motel taxes at all.
I get that. Can you go back and read the part that you said before, including but not limited to? Because I want to see what that was.
The payment of bond indebtedness, capital repairs, improvements, replacements, and ongoing maintenance.
Before the including but not limited to, not after.
You talk about the second part then? That was before. So I can reread the whole thing. It's just.
No. We don't need to do all that. I just want to
Okay.
make sure there's clarity because we do have people from tourism and.
Absolutely.
And the reason why I'm saying that, and I appreciate you all having the information, and I'm gonna bring this up. We had an add-on that was put on regarding hotel motel bed, and the gentlemen in the back were not given proper notification on the item. It was put as an add-on at 9:30 p.m. And the person that brought it is in this room, and they probably were told by upstairs to go ahead and do it. They waited for those folks in the back to be in Nashville when that item came up. I was the only no vote because I'm like, how are we going to vote on something that's going to be that significant, millions of dollars, and have it as an add-on? And the county attorney lied on the record stating that, oh, they were talked to and we did everything above board. I don't remember the last time the county attorney did anything above board. But I appreciate you all saying that this is what it's going to be. Because I don't want to vote on something where if you look at the caption, can somebody just give me 1 minute because the clock did not start? Give me 60 seconds. Thank you. I just want to make sure that since we're talking about hotel motel bed again, that everything was put in committee, number one. And then number two, we are having this conversation to make sure that the other side knows what we're doing or what's being proposed for the purpose of this. Chair Whaley, I'm assuming that you were asked to bring this on behalf of upstairs, correct? Or do you know exactly what's going on in here since you're the sponsor?
Yeah, so I actually am curious myself to figure out what the process is, because I've heard several iterations of this, so I'm happy to get a further explanation.
Okay. And I got 10 seconds left. I'm gonna have a quick conversation in the back with the gentleman to see if there's anything else that need to be asked about this, so I'm gonna get back in the queue. But that actually happened, and I don't want that to happen again. That's why I'm asking the questions. I'm saying what I need to say on record. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I'm following the discussion and trying to figure out, like, the most appropriate questions to ask. I've gone to the forum and attended meetings where it's been attempted to be explained to me. And I could just sense, like, politics just in the conversations. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what it is that we're doing here that a mindful, elected should probe. So for the revenue source that previously was dedicated, is this establishing a new revenue source? It was already 3.5% that was earmarked to be able to improve specifically the forum?
That's correct. So the 3.5%, it has certain uses laid out in the ordinance, but one of those uses are to fund capital improvements and repairs and then replacements to the FedEx Forum Arena.
So when this conversation came up, something had already existed, like, catch me up to when the initial ordinance was passed to be able to establish the 3.5% towards the forum.
So back in 2002, when the original bonds were issued for the FedEx Forum, that is when the interlocal agreement was originally consummated between the city, county, and sports authority. It went through several amendments since that time, but the hotel motel tax was at one time 1.7% charge from the city side. Then there was an additional increase in 2016 of 1.8, which aggregates to 3.5, and now as of April 8th, it has now been increased to the 4% max.
Okay, so 2016, 1.8, and then here we are in 2025, bumping that up to 4?
Yes.
What's justifying that level of increase?
Well, it is the threshold pursuant to state law. So pursuant to state law, you're authorized to charge any hotel operator can charge any transient person up to 4%. So the city of Memphis just wanted to maximize that opportunity.
So, I mean, as you can imagine, we get some constituents who push back on this. So just because the threshold is set at 4, what is justifying an increase from 1.8% to 4%?
So the increase is 3.5% to 4%.
Well, just even going, tell me what is the step that we got from 1.8 to 3.5? When did that happen? So if in 2016, 1.8% happened, when did 3.5%? If you could just tell us what have been those gradual percentage increases? Because we're setting these things in perpetuity, correct?
So with the 1.7, if you add on 1.8, that gets to 3.5 in the aggregate. So that's where the 3.5 came from. I hope I'm answering your question, Commissioner.
Yeah. I don't quite think I'm there yet. So the 1.8 is coming from the city?
All of it is coming from the city, yes. So the original 1.8 that was enacted prior to 2016 is in 2016, it was amended to 1.8. So the 1.7 and all the uses of that 1.7 stay in place. Those are not changed. And then when the 1.8 was enacted in 2016, that's when the city started to collect an additional 1.8.
And just as a point of information, when we talk about the 1.8 and this figure of 3.5% and 4%, how are those connected to each other? Is the 1.8 turning into 3.5%, or you were saying that?
No, so the 1.7, so out of the full 4% of the hotel motel tax that's collected by the city, The 1.7 has a designated use, 1.8% of that has a designated use, and the remaining 0.5% now has a new designated use.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ford.
All right, very quickly, I have my quick tete-a-tete with the gentleman in the back, and they do appreciate the commentary that I gave, and they have informed me that they are fine with this resolution, with the information that Mr. Carpenter has given. And the only thing I would add is, and I don't know if we can do this locally, I don't know if this has to be a state change, but it has been brought to my attention that some of the establishments that are not hotels are not necessarily bringing in all the receipts for the purposes of us getting all of the money. So I understand where my colleague is coming from as far as the increase. This question would probably be for you. One, are you aware that some of the receipts aren't coming in? And number two, if those receipts were coming in, would this increase still be necessary for the purposes of making sure that we don't have to find another mechanism to take care of our bond indebtedness and other things? So I don't know if we can do anything locally via ordinance or if there has to be a state change, but there are entities that are not hotels. It's been brought to my attention over years that have not been giving us all the receipts. And that's a problem. And I would not want those like Airbnbs and others not to bring in what they're supposed to bring in. So I'll leave it there. I support the item. I'd like to thank Mr. Kane and Mr. Tabor for being here for this item. But if you can answer that part of the question for me on those two things, I support the item. Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I may, then, for the first question, since our firm doesn't, involve in the intricacies with that, that's more of a city treasurer, city finance question, so we really can't speak to that truthfully and honestly. The second question, yes, that would fulfill the purpose of why this increase is has been approved by the city.
So for clarity, if we were collecting the other, we wouldn't need this increase?
I did not say that, no.
Oh, okay. Okay. I still support the item. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. So there's some really interesting trains of thoughts that I follow about the relationship between this particular set aside and the state. And so the 4% cap that we are now leaning into, what's the driving force behind that? Is there a necessity to go from the 3.5% to the 4%?
The necessity is the FedEx Forum Arena, requires several improvements to stay within compliance for the National Basketball Association. And since that is one of the biggest economic generators in the city, having that at a level where it can, sustain itself and be able to host certain events, concerts, other kind of festivals and whatnot to bring revenue into the city. So this is why this increase is going, because that will be going towards the FedEx Forum.
So when I have understood it as like a necessary renovation, that is a specific allocation of funds that's needed to be able to meet a certain mark. After that mark is met, the perpetuity piece of this is fascinating to me. What will drive for the necessity of the additional increase beyond that mark being met?
Could you ask your question a different way,
Well, I'm just
Commissioner?
saying, if it costs, say, $500 million to meet whatever the standards are that we're beneath, and we set aside the funds, and over 15 years, we reach that point, at that 15-year mark, we now have created a revenue source that is going to be open in perpetuity. It's like the wheel tax. Like, it was supposed to be for finite reasons. Now, it's just factored in. And so, you stayed on the front end what you need it for, and then you create an open door for it just to continue to be a pool of funds that people have access to. So I'm just going to make that point because it's been made by other citizens that have come up to just say that we're creating a pool of funds that we are just playing in without much discernment, which I just think is just interesting because does it actually well, I won't even go down that train of thought. I want to stay here in terms of DEI. So we're seeing a lot happening at the state level, at the federal level, and what is amazing to me is we don't really talk about this particular forum project and what type of inclusion efforts govern it. And so you're creating a sizable amount of funds. How much money will be created by the 4% annually?
That is a question for the city treasurer and city finance to answer. I don't have those numbers on the top of my head.
Okay, so if we could get someone on Monday to answer that question, I would just be curious to know, because we're creating a pool of funds from our taxpaying dollars. And I'm just curious how we're going to spend those dollars thoughtfully in lieu of all that is happening to be able to not govern this pool of funds. So I would just like to know how we're talking about the implications of DI efforts being, stricken across multiple forms of government and what that means for this particular pool of funds. If you can name someone, then I'll just make sure that that person is invited. You said who needs to come from the city?
And which is your question? It was a few. So which do you want to know for Monday?
Pertaining to the DEI in particular.
DEI would be the city attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting?
Councilwoman, if I may quickly, would it be appropriate to send this item down with a request for same night minutes?
I'm sorry, with the what?
With a request for same night minutes?
Yeah. We don't do that.
We don't
on
do that.
sound.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you.
Understood.
That's why I was like, what?
Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
okay. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
My screen isn't working, so if you'll show me as an aye, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Wright, Bradford, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. We have 5 ayes and 1 abstained.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Colleagues, we are going to move around a bit. So we do have actually 2 add-ons, and the first one technically would be item number 8. Madam Parliamentarian, you can read that. I am moving around a bit because we do have speakers on these items that need to speak on them. I thought Brooks was 8. Oh, let me reverse the number. So so this item would be number 9. And then we'll go to 8. Okay.
Item 9 is an add-on item. Item 9 is a resolution awarding county funds from the fiscal year FY 2025 general fund in the amount of $1 million to Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $1 million from the general fund, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner Mikkel Lowry, Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr., and Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. The item was moved by Chairman Whaley, a second by Commissioner Thornton, and we do have several esteemed speakers, I guess, on this item. Welcome, Mayor Young, to this side of town. And we have Mayor Harris, and we have Ms. Soy from the Brooks here today to talk about this item. So, Mayor Harris, I will hand it off to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Commissioners. We're here to bring more attention to the incredible project that the Brooks Museum of Art has coming down the pike as they transition from Overton Park to downtown Memphis. They've done an incredible job of raising money and positioning the museum to serve a greater portion of our community. They have won accolades and the endorsement and support at the state level, increased funding at the city level, And so the add-on that you, Madam Chair, and the Commission Chair Whaley have worked on is about making sure the county also supports this effort of the Brooks Museum. We're pleased to be joined today to also make a few introductory remarks. The City of Memphis Mayor, Mayor Paul Young, and part of the display that we're trying to convey is that this is really a collaborative effort, is that all of us, Shelby County, the City of Memphis, and the other 6 municipalities benefit from the transformative project that could come to fruition if we all band together and support the Brooks Museum of Art. At this time, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I'd like to pass it to the Mayor of the City of Memphis to make some introductory remarks. After that, we have the new Executive Director, you're still new, right? Still new, newish, of the museum here, and she's prepared to make a presentation and then to answer any questions that the Commission might have around this item. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor to be here with each and every one of you. I see you out in the community often. Hadn't had an opportunity to sit before you, at least in recent months, and so excited to be with you guys today to talk about an amazing project. The Brooks Museum of Art, which many of you have experienced in Overton Park, is taking on a very ambitious and transformative project where they are now going to be the Memphis Museum, Memphis Art Museum, and it's going to be located right on the bluff of our great city and our great Mississippi River. And I believe that it's going to be a game changer for downtown. If you've driven down Front Street, you've seen the construction and the scale and size of the project. Is something that is going to be a magnificent view for the city. But not only is it a view, great cities have great art. Great cities have great spaces like an amazing art museum in the heart of their downtown, and that is what we're going to have. And I think what you're going to hear today are some comments around how we can ensure that residents of Memphis and Shelby County are able to experience this place for free. And that's what this is about, is trying to leverage our public dollars because the city has invested a lot of resources. I can't remember the exact number, but it's over $10 million that we have invested in this project. And it's about $150+ million project. But with all of the dollars that we are investing, we want to make sure that the residents of Memphis and Shelby County are able to experience it for free. We want to make sure that it continues to be a tourism asset for us and generate the type of visitors that we see over in Crystal Springs in Arkansas. I know back when we were looking at this project in 2017, they were generating about 650,000 people per year that were visiting that location. We have a great opportunity to see even more right here in our community as a result of this project, and I want to thank you guys for hearing this, and I'll turn it over to Zoe Carr to give you more insight and information.
Good afternoon. I'm Zoe Carr, Executive Director of the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, 1934 Poplar Avenue. I'm really excited to be here today to give you an update. We were here, I think, about a year ago to share with you some of the details on this really exciting transformative project. And I just have a few images and some details about what the museum does. Can I have the next slide, please? So our mission is to create joy through the power of art. Next, please. We are the City of Memphis's art museum. We have been attached to the city since our inception. We are custodians of the city's collection. Every year we host about 7 exhibitions, more than 300 events, 125,000 visitors, and we have a very strong focus on our community's youth. Next, please. We work all across Shelby County. I know I've met with each of you to tell you a little bit about the schools and centers in each of your districts that we work closely with. We work with schools through our Scholastic Awards program, where each year we invite young artists, grades 7 through 12, to submit their art to a national competition. Winners go on view at the museum and then go on to the national version of that event. We also do tons of school tours, and then we work with Porter Leith. We are one of the only national museums working directly with pre-K audiences, as well as senior centers. Next, please. We also have the ambition to be the heart and soul of our community. So we have a really broad and deep array of programs geared towards adults. That includes older adults. So Inspired Aging is an art making course that is for senior audiences that is provided. We partner with a different senior center each time, and they help fill half the class, and then half is from the general public. Every Saturday right now, we are free to the public between 10 and 12, and we have free drop-in art making classes. We also host happy hours every Thursday. We just wrapped up Art and Fashion Week, which was tons of fun and brought in visitors from all around our region. And then we have all kinds of other things, including mahjong lessons and many, many more things. Next, please. And we are here to talk about our big project. So you can see at the top the parking garage that used to be on that site. The middle image shows you where we are today, which is our structure is fully complete. You're looking at a southern yellow pine structure, really beautiful. I know several of you have come on hard hat tours, and we invite the rest of you to join us, those who haven't. And at the bottom is what that museum will look like when we are done. You can see it's really spectacular, transparent, open, includes very wide sidewalks and beautiful planting to make that area of downtown Memphis much more accessible for pedestrians. And as both mayors mentioned, we expect this new facility to deliver extensive economic impact. Currently, we do about $14 million a year in economic impact. We would almost multiply that by 10. So in our new building, we expect to do about $100 million a year. And that's a fairly conservative estimate, assuming that we attract about 150,000 new visitors to Memphis, and I'll come back to talk more about tourism. We have confidence in those numbers because this building is spectacular. It is designed by world-class architects, Herzog and Demeron. They did the Perez Art Museum in Miami, the Tate Modern in London. And this museum also is really thinking about Memphis and how best to serve our city. And so it includes, and our county, it includes 600% more art-filled public spaces within it and 50% more gallery space. Next, please. We plan to bring all of this energy from downtown, from Overton Park to downtown with us. So all of these weekly programs, all of these opportunities for our youth, and our programming is really focused on celebrating the incredible diversity in our city. Next, please. And as you know, we will be joining this very dense network of cultural amenities, including Tom Lee Park, just 4 blocks south of us, and the National Civil Rights Museum. And our goal will be, through this new building, to stitch all of these amenities together and make a really fantastic tourist experience. Next, please. In addition to the building, we're adding new park space for Memphians. So what you're looking at in the bottom image today is Monroe Avenue, and that will be turning into a plaza connecting the new museum to Cossett Library. So one of the few spots in downtown Memphis from which you can see down to the river. And then the bottom is how you get into our parking garage, which will have 150 parking spaces tucked under the building. Next, please. And then just a few views of our lobby space on the left, new retail space that will focus on Memphis artists and makers, top right, and our gallery spaces, bottom right. Next, please. And our community courtyard really will be the heart and soul of this building. You can see that it can be used for many things, including art, but also films, fashion shows, ice skating rinks. We want Memphians and Shelby County residents to come to our courtyard again and again during the year. Next, please. From the courtyard, which is accessible to all without any charge, you can actually see straight into the galleries. And at the back of the courtyard, so in the lower right, you can see these stairs and the river coming into view. And the top right image just gives you a sense of how spectacular those river views are from the museum. Next, please. And both mayors, I think, hinted at really the power of museums to drive economic impact and development. And I just wanted to cite a few examples. Mayor Young mentioned Bentonville, Arkansas. Conservative estimates as they were opening, we're hoping that they would get 250,000 visitors per year in their first year. They ended up with 750,000 visitors. That museum has really, for anyone who's been there, you know, transformed Bentonville. It is now a tourist destination. It used to be the headquarters of Walmart. So many, many more people are coming there and spending money in that region. In New Orleans, the National World War II Museum is another great example of a new amenity that has attracted new tourism to the city. And finally, on the far right, you have an image of the Guggenheim Bilbao. which was a $100 million public investment made, I think, in 1998. And all of those funds were earned back in the first year through tourism dollars. And so it really just redeveloped the city of Bilbao and created a new tourism hub in a part of Spain that had really historically been industrial and had not had any tourism at all. Next, please. And we're here today because we have significant funding in hand to make the museum free for Shelby County residents, but we need to get into our new building for that funding to be delivered. So it's promised, rather, but it is conditional upon completing our new building, and we need your help. There is so much data around the power of free admission. We know that admission fees are a barrier for Shelby County residents. You can see here we had 80,000 visitors from across Shelby County in 2023. We originally projected 150,000 in our new building, knowing that that downtown location is much more accessible and that there were lots of free spaces within the museum that would be provided. We are projecting a much higher number for Shelby County residents coming to the museum with free admission. You can see that at the bottom at 224,000. So thank you so much for your time and consideration. Love to take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Harris and Ms. Carr, for your presentation. I'm waiting on my screen to come back up. Okay. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you for the presentation. I think from what I understand from from the presentation and from just some quick research, that you have not only private funding but also funding from all levels of government, absent the county so far. But can you speak to that? Am I correct in saying that? And can you give kind of a brief overview of what the funding has looked like from those other levels?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. So our city investment is $20 million. The Downtown Memphis Commission has given the project $10 million. And actually, that city investment number doesn't include the cost of demolishing the fire station and moving it. So that would add another $40 million to that contribution. And then in addition to that, we received $14.5 million from the state of Tennessee, and we were granted $1 million in federal funds, some of which is a little bit held up right now.
And then significant private investment as well.
Exactly, alongside that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for being here. Would you mind just sending the breakdown of the total budget to the full body? I was trying to follow along, but I don't think the numbers are adding, and I didn't hear the total all-in figure. So on the county side, how much have we contributed or committed before this $1 million?
We're making our first request to the county.
Okay, and will there be following requests that you anticipate?
I think that's at the will of the mayor and this body, but we would, of course, welcome more county support, but we know that funds are limited.
So 20+ million from the city and 1 million from the county. It makes it an easy yes for me today. I mean, it just seems like a no-brainer for what the return on the investment is. My question is just more so to the mayor. This is coming from the general fund. I didn't see an account number. What account is this associated with?
So this is being associated with our grants. It would be a grant to the Brooks Museum, and this does come out of fund balance.
Oh, it comes out of fund balance. So I just, want to submit to my colleagues, I have a $2.7 million item in limbo that also came from the fund balance, and we use the fund balance when we decide that it's a priority for us. I have to make the parallels between the constituents that I see every day and how whether or not we have a state-of-the-art, world-class museum, it doesn't matter to their realities. Our broken transit system is not going to get them there. Their lack of exposure in the education systems that they've been a part of is not going to create that as a priority. And it's a huge missed opportunity. And so I just want to other people that I know here just to continue just to harp on this fact that we have to chase the gap to be able to expose them to great opportunities. I'm a huge fan of the Brooks. I know personally how much work that y'all do to create accessible programming, but I also know that I'm coming from a more privileged place to be able to lean into opportunities that exist. And I would like to see us, particularly as I hope to see you ask us for more dollars, that we can drive the conversation for what a more thoughtful, inclusive vision looks like. In lieu of all of the barriers that we have here, I just can't stress on Friday, again, I've told y'all I'll be going to stand before a 22-year-old that's first-degree murder for a first-degree murder trial. And I just know for a fact that if he had greater exposure, that his outcomes could have been different because he's actually a solid young man. And so I just hope to see us do some deeper planning and just an area of opportunity. You've talked about participation with the schools. In the past, I've asked about this, and you've talked about schools that have the opportunity, but they haven't walked into it. What could it look like for you to present to the commission a gap analysis to say, these are the schools that we have seen actually follow through. These are the ones that haven't. From our assessment or whatever your limitation is, this is what we think that's due to. Can you help them be able to remove that barrier? I don't know if it's transit. I don't know if it's, teacher shortage and, they can't coordinate, whatever it is. But we know that there is an impact there. It doesn't help for them to have access but not actually have a conversion. So I would like, as best as possible with the staff that you have and the people that are interested at the table to figure that part out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Go ahead. Ms. Carr?
Oh, sure, just wanted to add, thank you for that request, and I'd be happy to do that and follow up.
Madam Clerk, I don't see any additional commissioners. You getting back in the queue?
Yes,
Okay, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Just one additional question. So the conversation around free admission, so upon us investing the $1 million, that's what secures that?
We've received an endowment fund that comes into effect when we open the museum, and so we are fundraising to close the gap to ensure that the museum is fully funded. So your support helps us close that gap.
And how much more of a gap exists outside of our $1 million investment?
We have about $30 million left to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say how excited I am about this project. I've seen it come to fruition over time, and really I'm excited about the fact that we're talking about allowing our citizens to attend for free. I'm a big proponent of museums and want to see some other ones come to future development, as you all know. But being able to offer them for free when we always talk about what do we have available for our youth to do, I think is a big feather in our cap for something that's going to be the flagship for our community. So happy to support this. Thank you for all the work you're doing.
Chair, as a point of privilege, can I be added as a sponsor?
Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right. I would like to be added as a sponsor. Second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right. Now we're at the point of where we're able to vote this item up or down. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please tally our votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Bradford, Thornton, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Wright has abstained. We have 6 ayes, 1 abstained.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you so much. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 8 as an add-on?
Yes, ma'am. Item 8 is an add-on item. Item 8 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 operating budget and appropriating and expending funds for the purposes of addressing poverty, education, healthcare, and various other needs in Shelby County. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 general funds in the amount of $665,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Lowry. Our presenter today on this item is Mayor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to members of the commission. This is an item that the commission previously considered, and we wanted to try as best we can to bring it back up. And so I thank the Chair of Budget and Chairman Whaley for working with us to try to figure out a path to bring it back up to the commission and try one more time to see if we can get greater comfort with commissioners, particularly the commissioners that weren't in favor of this item the previous time when it was in a previous form. We think that the work that's being performed by this item is vitally important, and we want to make sure that there is an opportunity for the nonprofits to have a brief moment or two to explain some of the programming that can be accomplished with this distribution of these funds. So with that, commissioners, I would recommend that, I would defer to you as to what happens to this item, but should this item be sent down for Monday, I would recommend that we give the nonprofits an opportunity to be here on Monday and an opportunity to address commissioners' concern between now and Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Harris. We have Commissioner Lowry in the queue.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be added as a sponsor.
That's second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right. And if I understand correctly, Mayor, you're making a request that we make sure that we get for these entities to be able to talk Monday.
I will have the entities here, and if the commission can make some room, that would be very welcome for them to talk.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Mills and Wright have voted no. We have 5 ayes and 2 noes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 6, please?
Item 6 is a resolution approving the purchase of Arista Network switches from Unico Technology LLC for the Shelby County Assessor of Property in the amount not to exceed $68,501.55 for fiscal year 2025. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 Assessor's General Funds in an amount not to exceed $68,501.55, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Chairman Whaley and a second by Commissioner Sugarman. And I see we have representatives from the Assessor's Office to speak on this item. Mr. Bailey.
Good afternoon. Javier Bailey, Chief Administrator for the Assessor's Office. This item is an item to replace, for lack of a better word, network switches. These switches have been failing over and over and over again. We've been doing patchwork with them. They're over 30 years old and out of date. And we do have it in our budget to cover it.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I don't see any additional commissioners in queue on this item. So, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Brooks, and Chairman Whaley. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 7, please?
Item 7 is a resolution approving a piggyback contract with Catalyst Tax and Comma, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $1,386,000 for a term beginning upon execution through June 30, 2026, to provide software and annual maintenance. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 general funds in an amount not to exceed $1,386,000, sponsored by Commissioner McKell and Lowry.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman. We'll second the item, and we do have speakers from the Assessor's Office to
Yes,
speak on this item.
once again, Javier Bailey, the Chief Administrator for the Assessor. I want to correct something. The $1.3 million has already been allocated by the commission, and it is, although the initial monies may come out of the general fund, they are being reimbursed. There's a zero economic impact on the county's general fund. Those monies are coming from the monies that are billed to the municipalities by statute. We've already sent those invoices out to the municipalities, and I just want to correct that for the public record because it is not coming out of the regular general fund. But outside of that, what we are doing here is piggybacking off of the contract that Davidson County has. This is the same company that provides the computerized mass appraisal system for Davidson County, Hamilton County, and it's my understanding that Knox County is switching over to them as well. We no longer find Tyler to be sufficient to us. And we spent literally we being the assessor's office, spent 2 years researching and looking at systems in other major cities. This did go through the IT steering committee, and our research suggested that the system that is being used by what I call Metro Nashville is way better than what we're using. They're handling all that growth with 50% of the staff. And I think a large part of that has to do with increasing technology. And so that's what we're attempting to do here, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I don't see any commissioners in queue for this item. So, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Brooks, and Chairman Whaley. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes
Thank you, Commissioners.
Budget and Finance for today.
Good afternoon. We will now convene General Government Committee, Committee 10. Madam Parliamentarian. I think what we're going to do is skip to item number 6. So if you could read that, please.
Yes, ma'am. Item 6 is an ordinance, third reading. Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18, Article 2, Code of Ethics to ensure county ethical provisions are applied consistently and more closely aligned with the charter and state law. Sponsored by Commissioner Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was bifurcated in May 5th, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you. This item was moved by Chairman Whaley and second by Commissioner Sugarman. Chairman Whaley.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks, for bringing it up. I just needed to move to withdraw this item at this time.
Okay, this item has been moved by Chairman Whaley and withdrawn by the sponsor. Okay. I got it. Thank you, ma'am. Can we move that without objection? So moved.
Point of personal privilege.
You recognize?
Thank you, and Chair Whaley, I won't ask you the hard questions on record on that since it's withdrawn, but I will say this. Because of what has transpired, there will be some documentation that will be given to the Board of Professional Responsibilities regarding the ethics officer and one unnamed attorney regarding this item. And I have a lot of documentation to prove my claims. So I'm just letting it be known on the record regarding Ms. Felisa Cox, there will be a complaint. Thank you.
That item has been withdrawn. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 1, ma'am.
Item 1.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. I can report that there are no conflicts. I'm sorry, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by myself. And we can report that the County Attorney's Office reports no conflicts. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Every member desiring to vote, please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please give us a tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, ma'am. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution reappointing Scott P. Petros, Esquire, as Public Administrator of the Shelby County Probate Courts and setting $500,000 as the bond amount for the Probate Court Public Administrator. This item requires an expenditure of fiscal year FY 2025 general funds in the amount of $3,750, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you, ma'am. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills and second by myself. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Parliamentarian, please ready the board for the vote. Every member cast your vote. Madam Clerk.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, and Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Michelle Stewart for appointment to the Agri-Center Commission, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, this item has been moved by myself. Will somebody move this, please? Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, and second by myself. All right. Mr. Conway Massey.
Thank
Did
you,
I-
Madam Chair and members of the commission. We okay? Corey Massey, Special Assistant, Shelby County Mayor's Office. I'm here to present the mayor's nomination of Michelle Stewart to the Shelby County Agri-Center Commission. Unfortunately, Ms. Stewart isn't here to represent herself, but she will be able to answer any questions that you may have on Monday. However, for the commissioners, the Agri-Center Commission supervises the construction and operations of the Shelby County Agri-Center, a regional resource and technology center for all aspects of agriculture. Ms. Stewart brings over 25 years of experience in planning and facilities management, and I urge and respect the opportunity to answer any questions that you may have on her regard on Monday. Thank you.
Okay. So she will make herself available for questions on Monday?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this the same Michelle Stewart that was here with the school? Is she works for the school district?
Yes, sir.
Same Michelle,
Yes, sir.
but she couldn't stay.
No, she's been a champion for the community. You know, she had to go back up to school to depth. She had to go back to work.
Okay. Can I ask? Why she's been selected for this role? Does it have anything to do with her background or her role with the school system?
Corey Massey, Special Assistant. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm unsure at this time. You can ask her on Monday, but she did volunteer the services and filled out an application to be a part of the board. And so I do after receiving the application, I do a review and I meet with her to make sure that she can add value to the Agri-Center Commission. And I saw that she had fit and had the support of the mayor. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the board. Every member voted? Madam Clerk? We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Wright, and Brooks. Commissioners Mills and Ford have abstained. We have 3 ayes and 2 abstain. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Deravia Rich for appointment to the Shelby County Lead Prevention and Sustainability Commission, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by myself. Mr. Conway Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present the mayor's nomination of Deravia Rich for appointment to the Shelby County Lead Prevention and Sustainability Commission. The mission of the Lead Prevention in Shelby County, the Shelby County Lead Prevention and Sustainability Commission is to aim to decrease the occurrences of elevated lead levels, exposure in public school drinking water, and make legislative recommendations and provide public transparency regarding the responses to lead cases in public schools. Ms. Rich brings over a decade of leadership in workforce development, program management, and community revitalization. As former director of the Digital Agrimony program at the TCAT Covington, she led efforts to bring agriculture, education, and sustainability programming to schools across West Tennessee. She also is the founder of Black Seeds Urban Farms and grassroots initiatives providing fresh, local, and access to underserved neighborhoods. Her work reflects a deep commitment to environmental justice, health equity, and neighborhood sustainability. With a proven record in strategic thinking, public engagement, and cross-sector collaboration, Ms. Rich will be a valuable asset to the LED Sustainability Board. At this time, I would like to give Ms. Rich an opportunity to address the commission and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Rich, you're recognized.
No. Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Jaravia Freeman Ridge. I am a Magnolia Castaic community native, and through my small business, Black Seeds Urban Farms, I serve Uptown Memphis. I am honored to be appointed by Mayor Lee Harris to serve on the Shelby County Lead Prevention and Sustainability Commission as a community advocate, an agriculture leader, and educator. I believe this role uniquely positions me to help advance a cleaner, safer, and more sustainable Memphis through collaboration, innovation, and public engagement. We can address environmental hazards like lead exposure while creating healthier communities and creating a greener future for all Memphians.
All right, well, thank you so much, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the board. Every member cast your vote. Madam Clerk, may we have the tally? We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Ford, Wright, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes. Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian,
Thank you,
item
Madam Chair.
number
Thank you, Mr.
5.
Item 5 is a resolution appointing 5 employee members, blank, 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 to the Unified Personnel Policy Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. This item was deferred in April 30th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right. What do we do about these blanks? Oh, no. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Wright. Do we have? Do we have someone on this item? Nope, we do not. We'll send it down. Anyone from the Personnel Policy Committee on this item? Seeing none, we will move this item down without recommendation. Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by Commissioner Brooks to send it down without recommendation. May we do that without objection? So moved. Right, seeing no other items to come before Core City Neighborhoods and Housing, we stand adjourned.
Okay, I'd like to call to order. Committee number, let's see, what number, committee? 4? No, what number are we on? 3, thank you. Hospitals and Health. Parliamentarian, please read number 1 into the record.
Item 1 is an ordinance second reading. Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 42, Article 2, to revise and clarify the rate-making authority of the Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board to update permit fees required to operate, maintain, or inspect water wells and septic systems, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, because I was looking at the documents. It's been moved by me and seconded by Commissioner Ford. Okay, we do have a speaker. Please state your name and position.
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director, Shelby County Health Department. So I'm here before you again to ask to look at the water quality well and septic program. The current well and septic permit fees are insufficient to fund and indirect costs of the water quality program. based on the actual billing data reported to the department and the approved budget for the portion of the program. These fees were approved by the Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board on September 26, 2024. So I ask at this time for favorable approval.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ford. You'll speak after the speaker. All righty. So do we have Sarah Houston? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My first time speaking here. Sarah Houston, I serve as Executive Director of Protect Our Aquifer, 200 Wagner Place, 38103. Protect Our Aquifer is very much in favor of this. We're really excited for this advancement with the Groundwater Board and the Water Quality Control Department within the Health Department. We've been really involved in really bringing the Groundwater Board into their power and the authority that was passed in this ordinance back in the 1980s. The intention was to think big about groundwater protection, thinking about contamination issues that we do have, and unfortunately, just due to various reasons, this board has really functioned as like an appeals board. Whenever a well is denied, an applicant might appeal, they'll hear that, and that's pretty much been the gist of the business. And from our research, we've learned that the permit fees for septic and the well program, like Ms. Alexander said, just are not sufficient to just do this basic job. Looking at permitting for septics, it's like a one-off fee. Usually this is when a new house is built, they don't have access to sewer systems, they have to put in a new system. There's a one-time fee they'll pay maybe every 20 to 30 years. Similar with wells. The only difference with well permit fees is that there is an annual fee for industrial wells. So if you are a company with a private well, right now it's $100 a year and you can pump as much as you want. And so the Groundwater Board has learned a lot about what the Health Department actually does and has realized that this is just not sufficient. And the reason this item is coming before y'all today is because the ordinance doesn't really clarify who's setting these permit fees. And so this would allow the Groundwater Board, that's very democratic. It comes from representatives across the county, all the municipalities that have a water utility system, and there's citizen representation and well drillers. Allows them to have that rate-making authority. There has to be public meetings. There's still public engagement around this. But it gives them that clarified authority so that the commission can play that bigger role when we think about what the Groundwater Board could be doing as far as contamination remediation and wellhead protection and other really great things. So this is what we see as really a housekeeping matter. So we're excited to see this come before y'all, and we hope for a favorable vote, and we will hope to see you on Monday to keep discussing.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I don't have a red line version of what Ms. Houston and I discussed, and I don't know if what you and I discussed is the same as what's in the computer because everything's black and white. So I don't know if you all are aware of the red lines and whatnot. So I just need to know, are the things that we discussed what we have in front of us? And if so, then my next question is, are there any other substantive changes that we could make on this second reading to make the third reading as easy as possible so that we won't have to suspend any rules or go to a fourth reading? So if I can get those two questions answered, that'll be great, because I don't have redlining on the document that's in front of me here, but I do know what we ended up discussing. So whoever would like to have that set of questions.
Sure, I can help answer that. So the version before the commission is what the Groundwater Board passed earlier this year. And so from our understanding, the red line version that was passed is what's before y'all, unfortunately not marked up in a red line way. But yes, it's the same. And the real only substance change is that one sentence. Let me see, got all my papers here. Let me see, it is under Section 4274, number 4, bullet A and B. So you've got the review and approve inspection and permit fees to reflect the reasonable cost of services provided by the Shelby County Health Department groundwater and septic programs. So that's that very clear statement. And then the next B is what's already in the well code, just putting it very clearly under this board shall have power, establish well water conservation fees as a mean of controlling water usage or waste by way of private wells. We do not have that fee. There's no plan to enact that fee, but just clarifying that it is in this ordinance and it is in the well code already. So those are the two main things. Everything else is taking out Memphis and for Shelby County Health Department.
Right.
So.
So we don't have to do anything to make what was just stated, what should be in the system, right? Okay, I just
We
want to make sure
shouldn't
we
have
didn't
to make any changes, no.
Okay. Because if I need to make a motion saying I move that whatever was agreed on here to be put right here, just so that you're saying I don't have to do it, I won't do it, so I'll yield back, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And so I have a quick question. So does this also address over pumping, or is there a limit or things of that nature?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. This does not look at the overpumping. However, we will monitor what is being pumped. The Groundwater Board does monitor how much is being pumped out of a well system. And this will give us where we can hire in-house our own engineers, our own environmentalists to just focus on the water wells and to actually go out to make sure what they're saying is being pumped is actually being pumped.
Okay. So, but we cannot put any, like, limitations or anything like that in place? For example, if, I'm thinking about XAI, for example, and so, again, I'm hearing a lot of concerns about them taking, over pumping, and so if they start doing that, I don't want to look at it retroactively. Is there anything in here that will trigger something, some type of clause where you could say, okay, that's enough, you've made your quote, or is there anything in this?
Again, Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. In the exception with XAI, we work in conjunction with TDEC. They are the lead agency to give them their water permit. So there's a difference. So what we're looking at the Health Department, we're looking at small commercial and also residential water well systems. Because of the way that XAI is going to be drawing their water, they do have to be permitted by TDEC.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please state your name and address for the record, or just your name.
Sure. Sarah Houston. So MLGW is servicing water for XAI right now. So if they, for their facility 2 in Whitehaven, if they wanted to use water from the aquifer, then they would have to come before the Shelby County Groundwater Board. So that's when they would require a permit. Right now, we have not heard that intention. Protect Aquifer would be against them receiving a well permit and drawing water from the aquifer. But in the current facility operating in 38109, that water is coming from MLGW, still from the aquifer, but not a private well under the health department's purview. And the good news around water and XAI, I know you don't get a lot of good news, is that this promised water recycling facility would take our city's wastewater, recycle it, and use it for cooling instead of the aquifer. That's moving forward. So we have now seen a draft permit from TDEC has now come before the public, and we are requesting a public hearing from TDEC on that. So we're looking for hopefully something in late June, but that would get not only XAI, but also TVA off of the aquifer for the first facility. Supercomputer number 2, that's a different story. We can continue that. But the health department and the groundwater board do not have authority over utility wells. So MLGW's wells servicing XAI, that's not within their authority. They can make recommendations, and the groundwater board has MLGW representation, but they can't necessarily dictate how that happens. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. So this is basically for unincorporated Shelby County?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. It is, majority of our wells are within unincorporated. However, we do have a few that are located throughout City of Memphis and others like the golf course. Those are called the quasi wells. another issue, but it's the same thing. But there are here and there wells throughout the city of Memphis, but for the majority of it, it is unincorporated.
So you're going to have people come out to these rural homes and inspect the wells how often?
Casey Smith Alexander. We do come out to the homes now and inspect. We conduct laboratory testing of the wells.
Okay.
So normally we conduct these in the springtime. So our inspectors are going out now to those homes, and they do know once they have a well to allow us onto the property to come back and inspect. So we do and have started that process again for this year.
And the rate fee, it will now be this board that will decide the fee? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who does it now?
Right now, it has not been updated since, like Sarah alluded to, since the 1980s. That's why the program is kind of operating almost in a deficit.
Okay, and what about septic?
What do you mean? What's the question on septic? Who regulates septic?
Yeah.
That's still the Shelby County Health Department groundwater.
And the inspections are once a year in the spring as well?
Those inspections are year-round and as needed because we constantly are getting new systems installed. So we do go out as needed to those locations, not just the spring.
Okay, and how often will the fees be raised? And it's just, the board will go to no one else, they'll decide? Is that
That's correct. We don't anticipate at this point another raise in the fees anytime soon. This would really suffice as far as what we need for the program to really be able to do what it needs to do.
Go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So in our Protect Aquifers original recommendation, we had put every 5 years in the ordinance, just to kind of put a timeline on it, so it wasn't just like a haphazard thing like it has been. That didn't make it into this version of the ordinance, but we support the idea of at least somebody looking at this. But we were hoping for like a timeline just so it would have some kind of a regular review, because like Ms. Alexander alluded to, that the health department is operating in a severe deficit on this, like over $300,000 a year is not even covering part of this program. So that's the intention, is to be able to have these permit fees pay for the cost of all the work that she said that they're doing. Right now, utility meter fees that also pay into this program and general fund dollars are making up that big difference. And we would like to see those funds be used for the other aspects of the charge of this entity.
Okay, so we're going to increase the fees to cover the $300,000 for the works that's been done. And we just voted to give $665,000 to entities that are not county government. I don't know that I can support a fee increase when we're doing that. So I'm going to abstain on this and read thoroughly through it. I know it's only second reading.
Sure.
But this is going to affect a lot of my constituents because I have the majority rural, large rural majority area. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more commissioners in the queue, let's take this item down for a vote. Thank you. May I have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Ford. Commissioner Mills has abstained. We have 2 ayes, 1 abstained.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian, please read item number 2 into the record.
Item 2 is a resolution amending the contract between Shelby County Government and OGCB, Inc. to increase the total cost from $1,775 to an amount not to exceed $135,415 for mechanical and electrical engineering HVAC improvements at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center located at 637 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee 38105. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2024 capital improvement funds that were carried forward in the FY 25 general operating fund in an amount not to exceed $31,640. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Ford. And we do have a speaker. Please state your name and position for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. An emergency justification for HVAC repairs for the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center was issued on May 9th, 2024, with purchase order number PO44284. Due to ongoing market conditions, we've experienced significant increases in both material and labor costs since the original contract was issued. Specifically, the prices of key HVAC components, such as copper piping, refrigerants, and control systems have risen substantially. In addition, labor rates have increased because of the higher demand and a tighter skilled labor market. These changes have directly impacted our overall project costs. To maintain the quality, safety, and reliability standards outlined in the initial scope, the revised contract amount increased by $31,640. The original price was $103,775 and increased to $135,415. And just to make it plain, of course, as you can imagine, the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center needs HVAC, especially during the summer and especially since we are having hotter summers. And so it is imperative that we make sure that they have operational HVAC due to the volume of decedents that they have to process each year here in the county.
Thank you very much. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this item down for a vote. May I have a tally, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Ford, and Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favor recommendation. Parliamentarian, please read item number 3 into the record.
Item 3 is a resolution approving a piggyback contract with Intercon Security Systems, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $622,122.36 for the term from March 1, 2025 through June 30, 2027 to provide security services at various locations for the Shelby County Health Department with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2027. This item requires expenditure of FY 2025 county general operating funds in an amount not to exceed $155,785.80. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Mills. We do have a speaker. Please state your name, position for the record.
Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. The Shelby County Health Department is requesting piggybacking off the existing Shelby County Sheriff's Office contract with Intercon Security to provide additional officers for operations at 5 of our Shelby County Health Department locations. Currently, the Sheriff's provides officers for the facilities via that contract. There are 6 additional officers in total, which includes 3 patrol vehicles that are not provided for by the sheriff's current contract coverage. Piggybacking allows for cost control through already negotiated rates and terms, ensuring fiscal responsibility and compliance with county procurement policies. And as you all know, we are a very forward-facing entity across the county at all of our locations. So these security officers do vital work for us every day at our facilities to protect not only our employees, but also the public that's coming in for services.
Thank you. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this item down for a vote. May I have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Ford, and Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Please read item number 4 into the record. Thank you.
Item 4 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 Shelby County Grant Funds operating budget on behalf of the Shelby County Health Department for $1,043,560 and approving a contract between the Shelby County government on behalf of the Shelby County Health Department and the University of Memphis in an amount not to exceed $1,043,560 to commence upon December 1, 2024 through November 3, 2025 for the purposes of a public health informatics, data equity, analytics, and systems approach to collaborate with academia to strengthen the Shelby County Health Department's infrastructure, workforce, and data systems. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 federal grant funds in the amount of $1,043,560, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Wright. We do have a speaker. Please state your name and position for the record.
Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. The Shelby County Health Department requests to receive the funds for this grant and to proceed with the University of Memphis contract as part of Shelby County Health Department's awarded CDC Public Health Infrastructure and Workforce Development Grant. As a reminder, the Shelby County Health Department has been awarded $13,837,767 over a 5-year term for infrastructure improvements and workforce development. The approval of funds and this particular contract is for year 3 of the grant.
Thank you very much. I do not see any commissioners in the queue. Let's take this item down for a vote. May I have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, and Wright. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Okay. Item number 5 is the discussion item, Shelby County Health Department 2024 Commission District Health Profile. Parliamentarian?
Item 5 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Shelby County Health Department 2024 Commission District Health Profile, presented by Dr. Michelle Taylor, the Director and Health Officer.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. No, I will not be as long. I will try to stay within my 10-minute time limit. I am Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer for the Shelby County Health Department. Today, I am pleased to share with you the Shelby County Commission District Health Profile Report for 2024. As some of you all may remember, you got the first of its kind of this report a couple of years ago when many of you all were just coming onto the commission, and this is the latest iteration of that. Next slide. All right, and yes, this report provides an overview of key health predictors and outcomes at the county and commission district level. The report also provides suggestions for programmatic and funding opportunities for the county and each district, as well as information about the health department and its programs. Next slide. This document includes county-level demographics, social determinants of health, leading cause of death, and life expectancy data. It has county health highlights, including county-level health data on selected topics. It has commission district health profiles for each district, and these are district-specific demographic, social determinants of health, life expectancy data, and it has the top 3 or 4 highest priority health issues affecting each district. Programmatic and funding opportunities to address the high priority health issues are also included in this document. So you may notice, if you still have your old document in your offices, that this is an improved version of that. And you have an entire book plus a book specific to each one of your districts that you should have received by now. Next slide. So a couple of things about data methods, because I know this commission is very interested in how we arrive at some of the numbers that we have and our methods. So the most recent data available was used in most cases. Note that this will usually not be 2024 data due to a lag time in data release and ongoing discussions that the Shelby County Health Department is having around a data use agreement with the state of Tennessee. The district-specific issues were identified by comparing district-level health outcome rates to each other and then selecting the most relevant issues within each district. These issues are not necessarily the leading causes of death within the district. The exception to this is that the 2018 to 2022 American Community Survey data was used for demographics and social determinants of health instead of the 2019 to 2023 data in order to be consistent with data pulled using ESRI's community analysts. The district-specific issues are also not the only relevant issues within each district, and I think that's important for me to repeat. We understand that there are many issues in each one of your districts, but we wanted to highlight some of the major ones. As generally, only the 3 to 4 issues identified as the most critical were selected. And you can see appendices C and D for complete rankings by district. Next slide. All right, so what you will find is your county overview contains a brief summary of demographics such as population counts, some information related to age, sex, race, ethnicity, and other information. According to the United States Census Bureau estimates, the population of Shelby County remained steady from 2014 to 2019. However, from 2020 to 2023, the population gradually declined each year. And if we go to the next slide, you will see that in graph form. This has resulted in an estimated 2.9% decrease, with around 27,124 fewer people living in the county, according to the Census Bureau. Next slide. Social determinants of health are the conditions in which we are born, grow up, learn, live, work, pray, and play. This section contains information on healthcare access and quality, economic stability, education and access and quality, neighborhood and built environment, and other social and community factors that impact health. Next slide. Neighborhoods and the built environment. In 2018 to 2022, 44.8% of Shelby County residents lived in rental-occupied housing units. This is higher than the percentage of renters who reside in Tennessee, which is at 32.9%, and the United States overall, which is at 35.2%. This is a factor that impacts well-being because home ownership is one of the primary ways Americans build wealth. So we wanted to give you all this summary, especially about the built environment, so you could contextualize what's going on in Shelby County versus what's going on in the state and what's going on nationally. Next slide. Healthcare access and quality is an important social determinant of health. Shelby County stacks up well when it comes to provider-to-population ratios compared to the rest of Tennessee, and that's because we're in an urban core, and the U.S. overall. For example, in Shelby County, for every 756 children, there is one pediatric care provider. The ratio is significantly lower than the rest of Tennessee and the United States, though. The Shelby County also has a lower ratio of patients per primary care provider and per central care provider than Tennessee or the U.S. overall. But there's a caveat to this. It's also important to note that 11.9% of Shelby County residents did not have health insurance between 2018 and 2022, leaving more than 100,000 people uninsured, a significant barrier to receiving health care. So on one hand, we have great ratios of people to providers, but on the other hand, we still have a significant percentage of people in our county who are either uninsured or underinsured, and that needs to be addressed. Next slide. The leading causes of death in Shelby County in 2022 were number 1, heart disease, number 2, cancer, number 3, unintentional injury, which includes accidents like car crashes and also drug overdoses that result in death. The number 4 cause of death in 2022 was COVID-19, and the number 5 cause of death in Shelby County was stroke. Next slide. This map shows life expectancy at birth for Shelby County residents, including non-Hispanic white and non-Hispanic black residents, with the longest life expectancies shown in the darker shades of blue. Commission Districts 2 and 4 in the eastern part of Shelby County have the highest life expectancies, as high as 80 years or older. The districts in western Shelby County have the lowest life expectancies, just 66 to 66.9 years in Districts 7, 9, and 10. The county's average life expectancy remained steady from 2015 to 2019, but fell sharply from 2019 to 2020, and we know that's because of COVID. So as you can see, we have a wide range of life expectancies in the county, and this is one of the things that we wanted to accomplish with these booklets with you all, so that you know where you should be putting your efforts within your districts. The gaps that we see in life expectancy, I think everybody here can agree, are unacceptable, but there are a lot of ways that we have to fix system processes to make sure that we start to reduce that gap and eliminate it. Next slide. This graph shows life expectancy for non-Hispanic white residents, shown in tan, the average life expectancy for all residents, shown in blue, and the life expectancy for non-Hispanic black residents, shown in gray. As you see, life expectancy has declined for all racial and ethnic groups, dropping off sharply in 2020, once again because of COVID. That's what you're seeing there. But life expectancy for non-Hispanic black residents, the gray line, has remained lower than the county overall and showed the sharpest decrease in 2020 to 69 years. Next slide. This map shows the prevalence of people living with HIV in Shelby County, with the highest concentration of people living with HIV shown in dark brown and lower concentrations in shades of orange and yellow. Commission District 8 has the highest prevalence of people living with HIV, followed by Districts 7, 9, and 10. The districts with the lowest prevalence of HIV are Districts 2 and 3 in the eastern part of the county. Shelby County Health Department uses data like this map for our HIV prevention efforts. And as many of you all already know, we are number 2 in the nation for new HIV infections, and we've seen a 50% increase in new HIV infections among our residents between the ages of 15 and 19 in the last few years. Next slide. This chart shows the rates of suspected opioid-related overdose deaths per 100,000 residents from 2019 to 2023. The rate rose steadily with a small dip in 2022. The rate was 60.7 per 100,000 people in the population in 2023. And so you see a steady increase there, except for that one dip. Next slide. The rates of suspected homicides have also increased over the past 5 years, rising to 40.9 per 100,000 in 2023 after a slight decline in 2022. Next slide. The health issues and indicators included in this report sexual health, including HIV/AIDS, sexually transmitted infections and viral hepatitis, COVID-19 and its impact on leading causes of death, environmental indicators, including wastewater surveillance of COVID-19 and other infectious diseases, substance use disorders, violence and childhood lead poisoning, maternal and child health outcomes, including infant mortality and pre-pregnancy BMI and immunizations, and information about the aging population, overweight and obesity, food insecurity, and mental health. Next slide. So a couple of things to highlight. Next slide. There is a section for every district which contains a district overview, which is a map of the district, your population information, your social determinants data by district, your leading causes of death and life expectancy, the district-specific issues, generally selected issues that are comparatively worse than the county overall so that you would know what you need to focus on. Programmatic and funding opportunities specific to the district are also included. Next slide. We have provided each commissioner with a spiral-bound printed document that contains a subset of information specific to your district. These contain the sections that were just discussed, as well as additional data tables comparing all the districts. Next slide. This is an example of layout of commission district-specific sections. District overview, map of district, the population information, all of the things that I've gone over. And we're showing District 8 because that's where our health department sits, is in District 8. So we wanted to give you all an example of what you have. Next slide. And then these are just pages showing you by district what you have available to you at your fingertips now. Next slide. These are some of the examples in District 8 of programmatic and funding opportunities for District 8. But each one of you all has that for your district. Next slide. Next slide. And then this is just a reminder of the depth and breadth of programs that we have at Shelby County Health Department. Next slide. This is a map of where all of our clinics are located. I know a lot of you all have clinics in your district, but we wanted to just make sure you had a picture of that and an idea of our presence across the county. Next slide. And you also see, go back to that other slide, I'm sorry. You'll also see the number of clinical visits by district in 2023. So you can see how your constituents are accessing Shelby County Health Department services. Next slide. Then we also wanted to show you the number of events that we had in 2023, immunization events, just as an example. So if you can go to the next slide. There it is. So you can see we had a lot of immunization events in District 8, mainly because we have a lot of events at 814 Jefferson right down the street, right? But you can see we've had events in every district, and in most districts, we've had more than one, all right? And so it looks like for my District 1 person, we need to have some more events. We'll do it. Next slide. All right, so you've got appendices. So if you just say, you know what, Dr. Taylor, this is just too much. It's too much in here. I don't know where to go. Flip to the back. You can find all kinds of things to kind of give you a summary of everything that you're seeing and an explanation of how we arrived at everything. Next slide. And I would be remiss, I know everybody's been acknowledging their team today, but I always like to tell people that I believe that the team at Shelby County Health Department is the best team in the public health business. And the people that you see on the slide are the ones who are responsible for this excellent product. And when I tell you that they worked on this for an entire year, probably more, I'm not lying to you, okay? This type of project is very difficult to do. You will notice that most of the time when we do data at the Shelby County Health Department, we are cutting it by zip code because that's how it's usually given to us. They had to take the extra step to figure out what data was available to us and then slice that data by commission district, which is very difficult because you have to have an address to be able to slice this data by commission district. So that means that this report took an entire year. I have to give a special shout out to our Chief of Epidemiology, Jennifer Comet, who is a longtime employee at the Shelby County Health Department. She's the one that leads this team to make sure that we can give you products like this. A lot of you all met her during the pandemic, but she's been doing this kind of excellent work for Shelby County Health Department for a number of years. And with that, I will take questions.
Great, Chair Bibbs is back.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Ford, you're first in the queue.
All the answers are in here, and you're right, and I'm only speaking for myself today. You're the best team that has come up to that well to talk. You are the best team.
Thank you.
You're the best discussion so far. The proof is, I looked at a couple of things Commissioner Mills and I were comparing. I was like, wait a minute. I'm in the top 4 on some bad stuff. And I looked at her page. I was like, well, you got a different top 4.
That's right.
But we don't want to be the top anything when it comes to bad stuff. I'm looking at some of the things in mine, and I'm like, okay, we definitely got some things that we need to work on. But there was one slide that you had up there where you talked about the life expectancy. I'll just close on this. I won't even use the rest of my time. When you showed the life expectancy, I'll just simply say this, and for almost 70% of the people in here, we don't get a break, do we?
We don't.
Because what was it, 69 years old?
And the thing, if I could,
Sure.
Commissioner Ford, what I tell people a lot of times when I'm trying to explain to them life expectancy, we predict life expectancy at birth. So you all know I'm a pediatrician by training. And so when I was still practicing, you go around at the hospital on the weekends, and the nurses would line all the babies up in the bassinets, right, to get ready for the doctor to round. And so think about that. The babies that are being lined up in the bassinets right now at all of our major birthing centers, we are predicting life expectancy for them at birth. Why? Because we know what address they're going home to. There's something wrong with that, okay? But it's not all bad, because if we know that, then that means we can take the steps to fix it. But it means that the fixes that we are doing in 6 months to a year are not true fixes. We need to make sure, I'm on my soapbox a little bit, but we need to make sure that we are putting proper supports in place for families before they leave the hospital with these babies. And it's not to say that if they're 10 or 12 or 18, there's no hope. I would never say that, because I believe there's always hope. But we also need to have, when we're talking about 6 months to a year to 3-year strategies, we also, for this county, for our children, need to have a 25 or 30-year plan for what we're going to do to support families so that they can raise children who will come back and lead and do what we need to do for Memphis and Shelby County. If we keep doing short-term solutions, we're never going to get anywhere. And that is the essence of health equity and public health. You're giving everybody what they need to get to their optimal health. Some people need, like Commissioner Ford and Commissioner Mills were saying, they're looking at their different top 4, right? That lets you know everybody has a little bit different needs, but if we start focusing on those needs early, we can make a huge difference, not only in the lives of our children, but in the life and sustainability of our community. Sorry about that, y'all.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Mills, you're next in the queue.
Thank you. Fantastic job. I'm ready to go home right now and just start reading. This is very well done, very well put together. I commend you, and I appreciate it because it's got a lot of good information, and I'm looking at other groups that are getting us data, and they haven't come through like this. I didn't say a word. can we meet with you to follow up? Because this is all good information to have, but how do we, to your point, address it? Can we schedule a follow-up meeting with you or your team
Absolutely, yes.
and look at what we can do to move the
Absolutely.
needle?
The team would love that. I would love that. If you have, after you've read, take the weekend, take your time, look over it, get your questions together, and we're more than happy to meet with any and all of you all. Of course, if it's more than a couple of you all, there's sunshine laws, so we got to have like a true meeting.
I think it would be individual because all of ours are different.
But
I think you're looking at 13 meetings.
That's right, but that's okay. And the commission, every commissioner here knows, you can come to the Shelby County Health Department at any time. We will put you on the calendar. Many people have come. We put you on the calendar. We'll answer any and all questions that we possibly can.
Okay, good job. I look
Thank
forward
you.
to reading this cover to cover. Looks like it has a lot of good information. I was very distracted at the first of your presentation because I was all in here looking at the
I am
graphs.
super proud of my team. They
Y'all
did
did great.
an excellent job.
Good job, and I will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Just kudos. I mean, it goes without saying that this is a really phenomenal deliverable. So please make sure that every person on that list of acknowledgements, that they really, really know that you've heard multiple commissioners say this is one of the best data showcases that we've ever received. I came in as a commissioner just looking for the data immediately out the gate, and a lot of that came from my background in education. Everything I had to do was data-driven, tracking metrics, big goals, and so that's been one of the most underwhelming aspects of being a commissioner, is just knowing that I don't actually feel equipped to be able to reach the people that I'm being noticed of. And so I just want to elevate, I always like this part of, being a commissioner, because I'm always flanked by Republicans. And so I get to compare my charts. And so I like that Commissioner Mills made that point that, my top four is different than yours, but I still have a top four. One particular figure when I first received your first data showcase was about life expectancies. And it just stood out to me in District 2, where Commissioner Bradford represents, that they have an 80-year plus life expectancy. And in District 10, it's 66 years. And so the reason why I just highlight that is just because when you think about corridors of just like natural, upward mobility, when you make it to that upper middle class affluent level, you're moving into District 2. If you're coming from my district, it just feels natural. And so to think that there's a 14-year lifespan difference for those who are going to be locked in to the zip codes in District 10, how sad of a narrative is that? I also just want to just elevate, we talk about Orange Mound so much, and I'm, coming from Orange Mound, being a native, I'm flattered, but I also think it's just interesting because we have a health department. And so when I look at these figures, that we're the second in number of people living with HIV, that we have, the highest amongst districts in terms of rates of deaths by assault, that we are the fourth highest among districts in terms of opioid-related deaths, and we, compared to my colleague in District 3, have a 3-page programmatic and funding opportunities list compared to his one. The need is there.
And that's what, you just hit at the core of what we were trying to get at by doing it this way this time, right? We wanted to show that we are a health department for everybody in Shelby County, because we are. But we also wanted to show that a health equity model in its purest form can work if you understand that what health equity means is giving everybody what they need to reach their optimal health. So yes, there's a health department in District 10, right? Cawthon Clinic, one of the oldest health department clinics, if not the oldest, right? But we won't talk about it here, but we're getting ready to renovate that clinic, right? We're getting ready to make some changes. We're getting ready to get all of our clinics across the county up to a standard where there's no wrong door, right? That's part of it. The other part to understand is that, and I try to say this as much as possible, the health department can't do this work alone, right? We rely on our community partners and the community at large, and you all, to help us do what we can to spur on growth and just enrichment across the board for the community. So, the funding opportunities that you see, of course, it's easy. Okay, the health department does this, we'll fund this, right? But also look at your community-based organizations that are doing vital work in the community. How can you fund them to do some of this work? Because a lot of them are doing the work. And I know you know that, Commissioner Thornton. But I think, it's just a matter of really looking at this through a health equity lens, and that's what we were trying to accomplish with this document.
Commissioner Thornton, you back in the queue?
You know it.
Okay.
So, this is just so good. I could talk to you all day about this. I just hate that we don't have a better audience, honestly. We had a packed house today, and it would just be so interesting to overlay the public health discussion with the education, with the, what's lacking for me as the youngest person, in this role. It's just we're doing it in silos. And the fact that you would even mention equity, just stop. We've had multiple opportunities as a commission to be able to practice equity. We've shown we don't do it well. So it's like you're such a progressive leader in terms of the things that you're saying, because government has shown that it's not ready to go there. And so it's almost like I would love like a compliment to this that could really just baby step this thing out in terms of just turning this programmatic and funding opportunities list into something that could be realistic. I don't want to push you outside of your scope because it took you a year to even get us here, but it's just there has to be, or I would just be curious within the administration, who hears this report and starts to workshop it, and if anyone listening can just help me understand more of where the staff is to be able to do the vision casting for this, then I'm very much so interested in it, particularly because the data shows that it would be, irresponsible of me not to be, since we're topping the charts in District 10 in many different areas that are just very, very alarming. I just have to admit to people, it's frustrating to me that the 2.7 that we continue to talk about, it's about organizing. I cannot tell y'all enough that if we were to take this health equity message, where would you take it to? We don't have neighborhood associations that are established, and the ones that we do in District 10, it's just a handful of grandmas that are just trying to hold it down. You don't have the inroads into the people who need to hear the message, and so it's just mind-boggling to me how disconnected we are. Just the other day, I had someone who knew me from my homeless intervention work knock on my door asking me for a resource. I said, "Girl, we got a health department in Orange Mound." What? Where's that? Where is that? What? This is happening. And so I want to just stress to the public, the things that are presented to us, they're great. We have everything we need, but it is not ready to be received on the ground. We have to do infrastructure work to be able to ensure that when the message is set, that it can be delivered. And that's where it's falling apart. So again, I just stress to Mayor Lee Harris, please sign off on this contract. I'm more than willing to walk into any meeting to be able to rethink what oversight looks like. I say that to this body, but we have to be able to show boundary to boundary work so that nobody falls in the gaps. And right now, I can tell you, if you go in my office, if you've ever been in my office, I have maps on the wall because I'm obsessed with data. I see people that I cannot serve, and it is a shame for it to be my third year as a commissioner and not to be in better position. I would love to know, as we get this budget, Chair, what does the overlay look like in this budget process to apply any of this, even a basic level of this? When we receive this budget, where is this in that budget in terms of allocated resources? And if it's not, we have to question what we're doing here. So your soapbox to my soapbox, I'll get into your inbox to be able to continue the conversation. But again, I thank you, and I just appreciate you for even getting us there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton, and thank you. Great presentation. So a lot to digest, a lot going on. I actually literally was asking you a question ahead of time, and you were like, look, it's going to be in there. But what I would ask, because I do like how your slides, how you kind of had them together, if we can also get a copy of the presentation. You did it in the slided form that you did it just to be able to digest it all.
Absolutely.
Use it.
And
Okay.
I will say this, for those who have access, this is also posted to our website.
Great. Okay. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. There are no additional commissioners in the queue. We appreciate your work. We have an add-on. Madam Parliamentarian, we actually have add-on, item number 6.
Item 6 is an add-on item. Item 6 is a resolution requesting a monthly status update from the Shelby County Health Department on the monitoring of air quality concentrations in South Memphis, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford, Jr.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Ford. And I will actually go to the sponsor to speak on this item.
Very quickly, we already passed the item that was $411,000. It was the drawdown of the monies so that we could have air monitoring mechanisms in place, not just for 38109 and 116, but the way that it will be monitored. Those bordering through radii will also be affected as far as getting the monitoring that is needed. I brought this up on Monday. There were constituents that stated that instead of us having the quarterly updates, which we have with our permanent rules, they asked for monthly updates, and the deputy director and I have already discussed this and stated that this would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor?
So I know that Commissioner Ford has been working with Deputy Director Alexander to make this come to fruition. If she says that it's possible, then it's possible. We are working on getting that air monitoring station up and running in South Memphis. We have the funding, and we're going through the normal county processes to make that a reality. And so just remember, like I said, we're going through the normal county processes to make that a reality. So if I have to call on one of you all to maybe suspend the rules or get this pushed through, please don't fuss at me, because we want to make sure that we bring this to fruition for the community. It is vitally important.
And thank you for working with me, Deputy Director, on that, because this is something we've been talking about for the longest. And there'll probably be some people down on Monday that will be asking about this. This is why it would have been on me if this was not put on as an add-on, because I wanted to make sure that the date was met, but some internal things that were beyond our control. Since I'm the commissioner, I'll take the heat as far as it being an add-on. But thank you for making sure that we were able to get this done, as well as Ms. Odell and Ms. Ingram on this item. So that's all I have, and they will be very happy. And I'll be bringing this up on Friday when I have my, well, I'll talk about it later when we get to law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, and Thornton. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this actually concludes Committee Number 3, Hospitals and Health.
All right, call to order Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement, Correction, and Courts. Could we read item 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution to amend the FY 2025 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Fund operating budget to expend supplemental grant funds in the amount of $448,000 from the State of Tennessee Department of Public Safety. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of general operating funds in the amount of $448,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Chief Lindsay, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrator for Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The resolution before you requests an amendment to the fiscal year 2025 operating budget of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to receive and expend supplemental grant funds from the state of Tennessee. These funds are intended to provide an annual bonus to law enforcement personnel who were actively employed as of December 2024 and who successfully completed the required 40-hour post-approved in-service training appropriate to their rank and responsibilities. A total of 560 law enforcement personnel meet the eligibility requirement, and each will receive an $800 bonus. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office respectfully seeks favorable approval of this item and stands ready to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I think I'm back on. All right. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. Is this one of those grants where you have to basically spend the money first and then be reimbursed?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, yes.
Okay. And is this a grant that we customarily receive?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, yes, we receive this annually for the purpose of, the in-service bonus.
You know where I'm going with this because it's segueing back to a budget question. Us passing this since you have not seen the consolidated budget yet, is this something that we may need to come back and discuss to make sure that when you see the consolidated budget, there are things like these grants that you receive where we would not want finance to go back and say, well, since you're receiving these, we'll try to lower your operating by particular. I'm only asking because y'all seen this movie before. I think we're at Friday the 13th, part 13 with y'all, and we know who Jason Voorhees is. I just want to make sure, because I'm putting all these pieces together. I'm going to say one thing real quick, because I wrote it down. You had somebody from administration saying we got moving documents. No, we got moving pieces when it comes to this budget. We do. It's a big old jigsaw puzzle to those who are trying to figure out things like the sheriff's department. But it's clear for those who have been given a particular assignment to go with the flow. But just like my colleague has said, and if it triggers people, they'll be all right. They need to stop defunding the police. I just want to make sure that some of these things that are coming up are not being piecemealed for the purposes of taking away when you finally see what the budget is. So I don't know if this is one of the items, but you know where I'm coming from when I say that.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrator, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This is not an item that the Finance Department has normally, requested to cut our budget by. This is just, it's really a grant that we account for in the general fund, so.
That wouldn't stop them now? I'm just saying. Look, and Commissioner Wright, I think this is appropriate because we actually talked about something that was sheriff-related. It has been brought to my attention that, remember the item that we passed? It was an amendment by Commissioner Bradford regarding that $660,000. Well, I know that in the spirit of the amendment, that would have freed CIP of $660,000. But it was brought to my attention that that's not the case. So my question is, what are we really doing? Because if that CIP is available, I just want to make sure that they're not snatching away from what you all have. Because remember, they piecemealed y'all like crazy on something that we're responsible for. So I'm going to ask these questions because I think that the cake has already been baked. I really do. I really think that the cake has already been baked. And I think that you're going to get some non-responses. I've seen this movie before, and I just want to make sure that if we're voting on particular things, because it was a 7-6 vote, that some of the things that affect public safety, as well as a couple other things that commissioners might want to do to not add amendments to the budget, don't affect you. I'll leave it right there, but you know exactly where I'm coming from, and I look forward to having more conversations with you so I can see if they're doing any backdoor defunding, depending on what happens with this budget, which I will never support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Did you have anything else? Okay. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this to a vote. Madam Minutes clerk. And can we report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Ford, and Wright. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item 2, please.
Item 2 is a resolution to approve cooperative efforts between the Shelby County Sheriff's Office and 4 municipal school districts via memorandums of understanding that will allow the Sheriff's Office to apply for a state grant that would provide reimbursement funding for school resource officers, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Ford, second by Commissioner Mills. Chief Lindsay.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and I'm joined with Ms. Katie Mack, who's our grants manager, and then she can answer any technical questions that may arise. But the item before you seeks approval of 4 memorandum of understandings between the Shelby County Sheriff's Office and Arlington Community Schools, Lakeland School System, Millington Municipal Schools, and the Memphis Shelby County Schools. The Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security requires these memorandums of understanding as part of the grant application process for the State School Resource Officer Program grant. In order to submit a valid application, each MOU must be signed by both the applicant law enforcement agency and the participating school district. If awarded, the grant will provide reimbursement funding to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for the placement of 1 full-time school resource officer in each participating K-12 public or charter school. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office respectfully recommends approval of this item and stands ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks so much, Chief Lindsay. Ms. Mack, did you have anything further? Okay. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. So I see 4 municipal school districts. So that's across 4 different municipalities that are coming together. Is there a reason why more aren't included in it, or who are the 4 school districts? Or what districts do the 4 school districts fall in?
So there's Arlington, Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, Arlington Community Schools, Lakeland School System, Millington Municipal Schools, and Memphis Shelby County Schools. So what we're missing is Germantown, Collierville, and Lakeland, Bartlett.
And for those that aren't included, what type of, I guess, offering do they have? Or is there any type of collaborative effort that maybe is independent of this that we can speak to? Or were they offered to be included in this?
Katie Mack, Grants Manager, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The grant only allows for 1 officer per school. So I can't speak for them, but it is quite likely that SROs from the Germantown Police Department, from the Bartlett Police Department, and wherever the other missing one was, they are applying for this grant for their own agencies.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this to a vote. And if we could close the screen and report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Wright, and Thornton. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item 3, please, Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 3 is a resolution to approve a contract renewal with Aramark Correctional Services LLC for food service management for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $6,108,554. This item requires the approval of the Board of Commissioners before exercising the first of 2 one-year renewal options. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount not to exceed $6,108,554, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Chief Lindsay?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and I'm joined today with Assistant Chief Jailer George Askew that can help me with any technical questions. On December 4th, 2023, this body approved a one-year contract with 2 one-year renewal options between Shelby County Government and Aramark Correctional Services, LLC. At that time, this body required the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to seek approval annually for any renewal agreements. We now respectfully request approval to enter into the final renewal term of the agreement with Aramark, contingent upon the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 operating budget. This renewal will support food service operations for adult detainees housed at 201 Poplar in Jail East, and the Youth Education Justice Center for 3 months for the period of July 1 through September 30th. Additionally, that's it. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office seeks favorable approval of this item, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have one commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. Which total renewal is this?
This will be the third and, the second and final renewal. So it was a one-year contract with 2 one-year renewals. So this would be the second and final.
The reason why I'm asking is I know we have a permanent rule where if we have so many renewals that come in front of us, we may need to suspend, but it sounds like we don't have to do it on this unless there was a third. Is that right, parliamentarian? I know we have a rule where so many renewals can come until we have to do something. I think you know what I'm talking about. I just want to make sure we're good before we go forward.
This is an existing renewal?
Yeah, but it was brought to our attention that this is the first of 2 1 years, because I know Aramark has come in front of us before, so I know we're on the second.
So if there's a contract in place that has the renewals, that supersedes the permanent rules. If it's already in place and executed by both parties, that contract supersedes our rules.
Which is what this is in front of us?
Yes, it's an existing renewal to a contract. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure that we were good, because remember, there was one that came, and we were like on our 4th one, and I was like, oh, no, we
I think those are like extensions, like when the renewals aren't existing and they're seeking through purchasing, then our rules limit
Right,
those.
and I knew it was on food, that's why I just wanted to make
Yes,
sure we
sir.
were good, so, okay, I'm fine, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So I've been following this particular contract for some time and have had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions to Aramark and have had some interesting back and forth. And so I refresh my memory. Before Aramark secured this contract, who was the actual vendor that was managing our food service management?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, are you referring to like in 2010 or 2011?
Is that when they initially secured this contract?
Yes.
Yes, in 2010 or 2011, whichever one it is. Was there another vendor, or was this done in-house?
It was done in-house.
Okay. And so when we make those decisions to go from doing in-house service to seeking like an external vendor, what are those type of considerations? And I just ask that because I'm just curious about any opportunity for us to be able to contemplate the reverse thereof, not at this point, but as we anticipate, what we will consider in a year. I would like to just explore options to just ensure that we are in particular, because we've had multiple Black-owned businesses come down to show interest in this. That hasn't been reconciled for me. And just being able to feel at peace with making sure that from my seat, I'm advocating for the talent that comes down. How do we position or give exposure? The Airmark representatives have taught me that this is a very volatile industry, that, the capacity for smaller businesses, minority businesses often is just not there to be able to handle the needs at the scope that we have. And I get that. But I'm also just trying to figure out, when we say, particularly as a Black person representing a predominantly Black district, that Black people show up when it comes to landscaping and food contracts, this is a food-related contract. And so I want to express to the public how I have not reached a place of just peace about this particular contract and what we can be doing. This isn't a slight to Airmark. This is just us trying to figure out how, within however we scope this out, if there's any other opportunity for us to be able to expose people to the industry, to give them lift. And this isn't just for Black folks. It just isn't for minorities. It's really just trying to figure out how to advocate for local businesses, understanding that Airmark has a national footprint. So, a lot could have been happening politically in 2010. It precedes me many years before I showed up on the scene. So, when we anticipate in 2025, 2026, the conversation coming up again, I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence to consider all options.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, I believe your original question was maybe like the reverse engineering of how do we go from having a in-house service to a private company. And the only thing that I can think of would be economics, that it's cheaper to have a vendor to provide this service instead of having employees where you're paying, wages and health insurance benefits and things of that nature. But this contract, we will have to issue an RFP before we come back to you for the fiscal year 2027. So we will take all those items into consideration that you've mentioned today.
Commissioner Thornton, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And concerning that RFP process, when would that, if we were interested to just meet with the sheriff and other stakeholders, what part of the calendar year would be most appropriate for us to start asking questions and trying to get better understanding?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, will probably start the RFP process right away because it takes some time to do it. So I would say between July 1 and September 30th is the time we would probably need to sit down with you for your input on this.
Okay, and then I have numerous neighbors that are in 201 right now, and they're giving a lot of feedback about their food experience. Namely, they continue to call because they want funds for commissary. They're not eating the food and are not satisfied with it. And so I'm aware that the selection of the meals is set by the sheriff's office, To Airmark's credit, Airmark does fine dining and has, the capacities to do full service across the spectrum. That's what they told me. And so what we're choosing, I think it's interesting how we're evaluating if our selection of food items is actually going more towards waste or if it's actually being consumed. I would just be curious because it just doesn't make sense to have it already be such a fiscal burden and people have to figure out how to burden their families just to get money for food that they want to actually consume. So I'm not saying that the food is nasty. I'm just saying that somewhere in that, it would be interesting for us to figure out if we need to reevaluate what's going on. I also am just particularly interested in seeing, this is a technical question. How many subcontracts are a part of this particular contract renewal?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, there is one subcontractor, and the name is escaping me right now. I'll be happy to get that and get it back to you.
Okay, if you could bring into the conversation on Monday, I'll plan to pull this item. So the subcontractor that is listed, of course, we just want to know what percent of the overall contract are they receiving and what are the demographics. I think in the past, this has been the landscaping company that's doing transport services. Is that?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So the LOSB goal is 31.9%. And yes, you're correct about that company, but they provide transportation services.
Okay, so with those transportation services, and this might be something to be directed towards EOC if they're listening in, like how does that LOSB sign off on receiving 31% of this particular contract? So if we could be prepared to answer that question on Monday. I know I've heard we actually had someone come and present on record saying that the pass-through culture was something that was just a fixed thing in this process. 31% sound like a lot. This is a minority sub. So how do we ensure that 31% is actually going to the local business and that they're able to keep, that? I would even be curious what their profit margins are. I don't know if that comes up in public conversations, but just want to make sure that, with this 31%, which sounds like a nice percentage, that it's actually going towards the local business. And with that, thank you for those.
James Glass, Administrator of Purchasing. Just for the record, we're confirmed next week, but I'm thinking it's an MBE goal that was set on it, not LOSB. But we'll confirm Monday.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, do you want to send this down without recommendation, just so we make sure we address it?
For sure. I would like to make a motion to send this item down without recommendation.
So moved. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ford. Without objection, we'll send this down without recommendation. All right, thank you. And let's read item 4, please.
Item 4 is a resolution approving emergency contracts between Shelby County Government and Guest and Sons General Contracting for 2 skilled welders to assist jail maintenance with repairs to walls and install metal coverings for cell-like catwalk glass at 201 Poplar on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for a total amount not to exceed $79,900. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general funds in the amount of $79,900, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you so much. This item has been moved by Commissioner Ford, second by Commissioner Thornton. Chief Lindsay.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and I'm joined today with Assistant Chief Jailer George Askew. The resolution before you seeks commission approval and ratification of an emergency services contract between Guest and Sons and the Shelby County government on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The contract supports critical repairs and maintenance services, including assisting our own jail maintenance staff with wall repairs and installation of metal coverings over the catwalk lighting glass at the 201 Poplar facility. And due to safety deficiencies that presented an immediate risk to public health and welfare, an emergency purchase order was issued to promptly address this concern. So, in accordance with county purchasing regulations, any emergency purchase or contract exceeding $50,000 requires formal approval and ratification by the Board of Commissioners. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office respectfully requests favorable approval of this resolution and stands ready to address any questions you may have.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Mills.
CAO Lindsay. Well, I didn't really have a question. It's just my frustration that we're dealing with this over and over and over, and there's no end to the money we're pouring into this money pit over there. And I want to commend you, y'all. She spent so much time in Nashville advocating. We found a path to fund a new jail, and it was killed by one of Shelby County's own representatives. And it was very painful to watch. There was a lot of time and effort put in to finding a pathway forward to fix this problem that has got to be remedied. We're going to keep doing this, and there's no end to it until the feds come in and say, stop doing this. So I just want to commend you on all your time. You were spectacular presenting. She represented Shelby County well. It's just a local representative hosed us all over, and it was so discouraging, and I hope he doesn't get reelected. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner did you have something, Chief Lindsay?
Alicia Lindsay, thank you, Commissioner Mills, for that recognition. Commissioner Wright, we do have one more item I just wanted to, because I believe this is for another department, but we have an add-on as well.
Yes, ma'am. I think we have total of two add-ons. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Ford?
I watched the whole thing. I was up there for a minute, but I watched the whole thing. I think the fix was in. I think that aforementioned representative, and I didn't know conservatives were in favor of defunding the police until I saw what I saw on TV. Wow. I guess you could be a liberal, conservative, a moderate. Defunding is across the board. All they were trying to do, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, if you go back and look, there were some bills, 306, 307, and 308. I'm glad the 307 passed. If the sheriff, let me say this, if y'all get screwed again by the administration and 7 members on this county commission, you need to sue. And you can with Bill 307. But if the sheriff does not pull the trigger, figuratively speaking, then whoever the next sheriff is, unless he's in the bed with the next mayor, defunding shall continue. Let's just put all the cards on the table. You have had to piecemeal taking care of something that we are responsible for. 79,000 here. And I know what your list is. I don't even know if this is the CIP pot, your pot, or the pot that the administration was just glad to give you, but they gave you a salary restriction on top of that, and Commissioner Mills had to go figure out something so that that money could be put back in, that the finance director fought tooth and nail, but it got done. We need to stop playing games. I know some people are like, as long as I can get reelected, it don't matter. As long as I can be somewhere. And I'm going to go ahead and say this. And some people are invited. I support public safety, and I've been with y'all 95 to 98% of the time on stuff. Because of some of the things that you all helped me with, we're having a groundbreaking on Friday in my district with a brand new library and a brand new police station and a space for public safety in case the sheriff wants to use it, or if we want to put, and I don't know where y'all are at in that public safety ad hoc, if y'all are really doing anything else, you're the vice chair, so you can only do what the other guy is doing or not doing. But we have a space there to where I'm ready to think about us putting a crime lab over there. We have the space. So if y'all want to come, it's at 11:30 on Friday. But for the people that want to, who are running for stuff, don't come there thinking that everything is everything, because I will bust you out on Friday. And I'm saying it in advance, so you might not want to invite yourself, because if you're one of those people like, oh yeah, I supported you all along. No, you've been probably defunding for the last 7 years, and now you got stuff out there like, I'll support public safety. Don't y'all endorse these folks? Go back and look at the votes. I'm going to say this at the end. You might want to look at my binder as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really sad to see the jail not be more pronounced this budget season. I feel like there have been some attempts to be able to reduce it as a priority, and I can't stress enough. I know that y'all know that I'm a huge supporter of getting a new jail and figuring this thing out, but we can't let this fall to the wayside. So I just offer up to you that when we look at educational outcomes, my district is underperforming. When we look at the health disparities, my district is a top performer in health issues. And what that looks like is that I would dare say that if you were to give us data on who the people are in 201 right now, that a number of them are coming from District 10. And so all these things are connected, and I don't know where people's heads are when it comes to pressing the issue. My question is just, where are we at in being able to present whatever that figure is, to be able to say, commissioners, like, in lieu of the state not stepping up, we want to enter the arena of competing for these funds to say that, a new jail has to be a priority. So that's the first question. And then I'm with Commissioner Mills. It's cringy to me to see us do these fixes, knowing that we're going to have to invest in a new facility. So it's like these things that we're investing in are not even going to get their full lifespan, because we're going to have to pivot into something else. And so we're getting new chillers, we're getting new roofs, we're getting new, I feel like we completely tried to get a whole new broken structure, and then on top of that we're going to come and tell the taxpayers, get us a whole new facility. It's just ridiculous at this point. So just from the cost effective standpoint, this is something that some of my other colleagues, constituents push more. If you care about efficient government, I would dare say look at what we're doing with the jail, because you are paying a lot to get something that you're going to have to actually reproduce, because there's no way that we're going to be able to get all of these minor fixes. You can't minor fix your way into a new current facility with the 201 Poplar. So where are we at in being able to talk about whatever the new plan is, and how can we bring it up in conversations? And I'm telling you, it's not being pronounced enough, and it's insulting District 10 at this point.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office included in the CIP budget for beginning in fiscal year 2026, cost associated with building a new jail. We included that in the budget that the mayor's office is supposed to consolidate and present to you. And I don't think I need to remind this body that you are the funding body, and that you set the priorities of funding for Shelby County. So if there's a desire for a new jail, then it's an incumbent upon you, or the onus is upon you to make sure that happens. So we have received a jail study, a draft, and the number is around the $1.5 billion.
All right, Commissioner Ford, you're back in the queue.
Thank you. Can you repeat how much again? You said 1 million?
1.4 billion with a B.
$1.4 billion with the B. All right. All right. Two things. One, it was brought to my attention, somebody asked, who is this conservative that wants to defund the police that was up there, who did not support 306 and 308? I'm assuming I'm saying that right. Well, when I watched the tape, and that person got in multiple times, and that person used to be a county elected, the person's name is Tom Leatherwood, ladies and gentlemen. Go back and look at the tape. He represents Shelby County. And it's disappointing. So whatever happens on that. I have no interest going up there. Because my thing is, look, I have challenges trying to get stuff passed down here. But that should have been easy. 306 should have been easy. That would have made sure that, hey, people would have been very responsible with the budget instead of defunding y'all and balancing the budget off of y'all. 306 would have stopped that. And people would have been responsible with the monies that we stopped being responsible in 2021. I'm just going to put it all out there. And if they got a problem with that, hey, I can show particular documents, and those people could also see it. And when it's election time, they will. 308 with the jail, all we asked was permission for the people to be able to vote. I don't even want the people to have permission to vote. Okay, they voted no, fine. I don't want to see a 74-cent tax increase, and I don't trust this body enough to where all those pennies would actually go to the jail. I'm going to say this, and I'm done. We can find money whenever we want to find it. There's an item coming up on Monday that was an add-on for $1 million for the Brooks Museum. I asked, what are the account numbers? They didn't want to give it to me. So here's the new rule, Miss Lindsay. When it's particular people like me and Commissioner Thornton, or Commissioner Mills, or Commissioner Sugarman, oh, you got to have the account number, you got to have this, that, and the other, and we still might fight you. But if you somebody that we've already got under our grips with the strings, you ain't got to have nothing. Just push the agenda. This $1 million, there's no account number. We don't know where it's coming from. But I bet it passes. But we're supposed to be happy with $79,900 to go fix some walls. Their priorities are so jacked up right now, but I bet they're going to think everything is just fine. Voters, better go out and make sure that, hey, I'll be talking about this a lot on Friday. $1 million with no account number, and it's probably going to pass, but $79,900, but you're probably going to get another salary restriction and another defunding. I can talk about this all day, but I'm not. But I'm just letting it be known it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the media is never going to talk about it because they probably bought off by Red Rover money. But that's another story at another time. Not you. Well, I don't know about you. You might be. But we'll see. You're not in my binder yet, but you might be. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton. Okay, thank you, Chair. I just, it's a small audience. I just assume that 1 million people are listening in on the radio and on YouTube right now. To those listening, this is a great opportunity. Like 1.4 billion. It's crazy. Like you would think, why would Brittany go so hard for the jail? It seems like, promoting a new jail doesn't seem like progressive, but I view it just quite the opposite. Our jail is our detention facility. People come in and out of jail, right? It's our holding facility. And so there is a huge intervention aspect to a jail. And I just want y'all to know, look at Philadelphia, where I was educated at the University of Pennsylvania, and I'm a LMSW, and my background is in prison social work. So I came up in the jails in Philly and have seen what it looks like to actually tack on robust programming and actually use it as an intervention tool. So when we think about, constructing a rehabilitation center, this is a great opportunity for us to be able to turn the tide in terms of criminal justice. So if you're trying to catch my drift here, I'm really gung-ho about this, not just to lock up people, but to actually intervene and be able to support communities. Because what you're doing now is you're sending very traumatized people, right? I was doing the Inside Circles work with people inside, and I heard firsthand what it was like to sleep in a cell where you do not have, security to know that you're going to be safe from whatever is outside. And I've just heard horror stories. And so the facility itself is creating a very complex environment, and we cannot overlook it. I do not want to see us go this budget season without talking about this jail. So I think it's incumbent upon us to be able to ensure that once we get this CIP budget, and I also just want to point out, political play is happening before us. It is May 14th. Nobody is talking about this. It's May 14th. Last year, we finished 3 weeks early. So I don't know what is going on with the budget process. If we are going to turn the Titanic, we only are going to get a couple of weeks to do it. And I'm just trying to figure, everyone is calm. As the youngest person, I do not understand. This is not okay. And so, we've been told that we're going to get a book. Who knows if it's going to come next week or the week after, and we're just going to have a very small window to be able to restructure something that we know is not about to prioritize the jail. That was apparent today in the presentation, and it just can't continue to go on. We have to be able to factor this in. I know I'm talking to a small delegation of people, but I just hope on Monday that we can lean back into this and that we can really just talk about how this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for our contractors. It's an opportunity for the people that will come and touch this rehabilitation center. It's an opportunity for us to reimagine what rehabilitation looks like, and for us to really just set ourselves up for future success. So I'm not going to say I hate Mr. Leatherwood, but I just am not happy with how this turned out. 306 should have passed because it was going to give us an opportunity. So I hope on our legislative agenda that we can bring it back up. I don't know if it's dead for life, but if it can come back up, then I think that we should really work well to figure out whatever his objections were and get some consensus from Shelby County to fight for 201. So I'm trying, y'all, but we gotta push for this.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've seen no other commissioners in the queue. I did want to say, and you mentioned the jail study. Whenever you can share that with us, that'd be great. I had made a similar request of the school system earlier today in their facility study, but I think those kinds of things can help. To speak to my colleague's point, having that study in some of those legislators' hands may be useful. Or, short of that, useful to us in determining how much and how to fund that.
If I may request, can you just send that to the entire body? Thank you.
Do you have a sense of when that will be available?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. It was due on May 6th. I understand there's some changes being made to it, so I don't have a new date, but as soon as we're able to share, we definitely will.
That'd be great. And I think also it's the public needs to be brought along too. Every time I see this mentioned in media, the comments are overwhelmingly negative. And one of the things that I get is, why can't we just put up some barbed wire, put them in an open field? And I have an answer to that, but I will be curious to hear, on record from your department, why make an investment of this magnitude in a facility like this? Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. All right, commissioners, let's take this to a vote, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Ford, Wright, and Thornton. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. This item moves down with a favorable recommendation. We do have 2 add-ons, commissioners. Can we read? Oh, maybe 3. Okay. Can we read item number 5, please?
Yes, sir. Item 5 is an add-on item. Item 5 is a resolution approving the expenditure of Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency general funds to purchase 2 outdoor warning sirens from ComServe Services LLC. This item requires expenditure of general funds in the amount not to exceed $76,828, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Ford. I have seconded the item. Good afternoon. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, good deal. Good afternoon. This resolution is approving the purchase of 2 outdoor warning sirens that will be located at fire station number.
I'm sorry. Could we get your name and title?
You're absolutely
I'm sorry.
correct. You can.
Been a long day.
A long day. Brenda Jones, Director of Emergency Management, Homeland Security, Shelby County. This resolution is approving the purchase of 2 outdoor warning sirens that will be located at fire station number 68 at 2348 Garnet Road in Millington, Tennessee, and one at the corner of Walnut Grove and Houston Levee. There are currently 17 outdoor warning sirens in outdoor Shelby County. That will bring us up to a total of 19. The total purchase of the 2 sirens will be $76,828. This funding is already in the general fund budget.
Okay. Is that all you have?
Yes, sir, it
to
is.
share? All right. I see no commissioners in the queue. So if there's nothing else, let's take this item 5 to a vote. And can we close the screen and report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Ford, Wright, and Thornton. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, I do not have item 6. You emailed it. Okay. Can you do the other commissioners? Do you have 6?
Is 6 Homeland Security too? Because in case, Chair, I was going to ask if we could just read 6 and 7 if it's the same, if 6 and 7 are both Homeland Security.
We only have one more add-on, Commissioner.
No, it's the sheriff. Okay, never mind. Disregard.
Or can we move to 7 first, or is that? Madam Clerk, is that okay? Okay, let's read item 7 then.
Item 7 is an add-on item. Item 7 is a resolution approving a grant award from the U.S. Department of Transportation to the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency for the performance period of October 1, 2024 through August 31st, 2025. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of pass-through funds from the state of Tennessee amending the FY 2025 grant operating budget in the amount of $30,080 and allows the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency to accept a donation as the grant administrator on behalf of the Memphis-Shelby County Local Emergency Planning Committee for Hazardous Materials Training for $7,520. This item requires the approval to amend the FY 2025 grant operating budget for a total amount not to exceed $37,600. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Ms. Jones.
Brenda Jones, Shelby County Emergency Manager, Homeland Security. This is grant funding from the state of Tennessee to do hazard material ammonia training. $30,080 will come from the state. The local Shelby County Emergency Planning Committee will provide $7,520, a 25% match, would be a total of $37,600. And again, it will be for ammonia response training.
Great. I see no commissioners in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please. Commissioners, cast your vote. If all members have voted, let's close the screen and report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Ford, and Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will move down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. All right, now we can bring up item number 6. Commissioners, this item is coming to you as soon as it gets off the printer. I have it on my digital device. And Ms. Parliamentarian, do you want to go ahead and read that, please?
Yes, sir. Item 6 is an add-on item. Item 6 is a resolution amending the Shelby County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2025 operating budget to reallocate available funds in the amount of $2,064,968.94 from the Sheriff's Office restricted personnel budget to the operating and maintenance budget. This requires a total expenditure of $2,064,968.94 for the purchasing and contracting of mobile laptop computers, automated external defibrillator AED, and replacement of timekeeping system, and approving 2 contracts and 1 purchase, one with Thomas Consultants Incorporated, LOSB, for $1,205,460, and one with IntelliTime Systems Corporation for $103,450, and 1 purchase with Cardic Solutions, LLC, for $756,058.94. These items requires the expenditure of $2,064,968.94 from the Sheriff's Office FY 2025 operating and maintenance budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, Very well read, Ms. Parliamentarian. This has been moved by Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Ford. Chief Lindsay.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrator, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm joined today with Chief Inspector Downing and Captain Valentine. I apologize that you don't have the item in front of you, but we thought we had worked out those logistics before we got here. But anyway, the purpose of this resolution is to request an amendment to our fiscal year 2025 operating budget to increase our salary restriction by $2,064,968.94. This adjustment will allow us to reallocate surplus funds from personnel to O&M for the procurement of essential items needed to support departmental functions. As of April 30th, 2025, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office has identified excess funds in personnel accounts, and this resolution seeks to repurpose those funds. At this time, Chief Inspector Downing will provide additional details regarding the items we plan to procure.
Chief Inspector Wink down in Sheriff's Office. Commissioners, thank you for your time. First of all, let me say that these are, I wouldn't say emergency issues, but they are all very, very urgent. And it's the reason why we want to get it in as soon as possible for this board. The first thing we're looking at, we went to a new body camera system. The laptops that we have currently in our patrol vehicles and other first responding vehicles are almost 8 years old. We thought they were upgradable to Windows 11, and then we found out they weren't, and Microsoft quit supporting that platform in October, and we don't need the security issues on our network, especially dealing with personal information and law enforcement. So we started scratching around trying to find a place to get the funding from, and this is where we're at right now. The second item is a roll call system. Currently, the county uses IntelliTime for their roll call system, marks up present and overtime and all like that. Our system we've been using, because when they first county started using that system, it wasn't compliant with the Fair Labor Standards Act for public safety employees, which the rules are different from time and attendance and for pay. But since then, the company's come into compliance, and the Shelby County Fire Department and the Correction Center now use it without any problem. Those are our public safety employees. So the in-house system that we have was written in a programming language that's 20 years old. We've been able to support it on current SQL servers, but we also just found out that it too has a problem with the Windows 11 operating system, and it will work on Windows 11, but not with many issues and glitches. So we think it's in the best interest of the Sheriff's Office and to retire that old legacy system and move to the county's enterprise-wide system. It also save us money because with the new ERP program, the new financial and HR program that we're going to, there won't have to be payment for a separate cost to interface our roll call system. So that's the justification on that one. And then the last thing that we're looking to do, and this is something that's we really want to do for a while, and we just, whenever I prepare the budget or look at the budget, I keep so many things going on, you forget about it, is provide AEDs, automatic electronic defibrillators, in every first responding patrol vehicle. As you know, most of the time, we are the first one on the scene, even in a medical emergency. And sometimes we have to be the first ones on the scene because it has to be secured, like on a shooting call or a homicide, before the emergency medical will respond. And so we're hoping with the training and the use of these electronic defibrillators, we may be able to help save some lives too, because they're not complicated to use. The training is very simple, and we might even reduce our homicide rate by 1 or 2 if we can bring somebody back instead of waiting for the EMS or paramedics to get on the scene. So basically, I'd be glad to answer any questions, but like I said, all these are urgent in my mind. We had issues with this year's budget. I've been robbing Paul to pay Peter on just my maintenance account, so this is the only way I can make this procurement, and I didn't want to, and it was too late to put it in this coming year's budget because we didn't know about the Windows 11 thing at all, but we threw the defibrillators into what was asking.
Great. All right, Chief Lindsay, I see you're looking to be recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. And because, we're at the end of the year, purchase orders may not be issued in time by June 30th. And so if we're not able to to get the purchase order and to fully expend it, we're also requesting in this resolution to be able to carry these funds forward for these purposes. And so we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
And that language is included already? Okay, all right, great. I do have two commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Ford?
All right, so I want to make sure I got this right. I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again. So that $44 million salary restriction that you got now, this resolution, you're basically asking, can the 44 go down to 42 for the purposes of taking care of this item? Because I see where it says to reallocate available funds and says the sheriff's office's restricted personnel. I heard you say salary restriction, so that's where I sort of gotten. Can you help me out with that, please?
Sure. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Ford, thank you for the question. So currently, our salary restriction or vacancy savings or whatever the term
Now,
is
it's salary
called today,
forget Forget what Michael Thompson's
it's
nonsense, what he's talking about. Thank you.
44.3 million. So this 2,064,000, there's feedback, will bring us to 46,373,814.
So it'd be adding to.
Correct. So you have to increase the restriction, which is a negative amount, to increase the O&M.
So you were at 48. What Commissioner Mills brought got you to 44. And because of the administration who does not like public safety, and some of my colleagues who do not like public safety, but will say we support public safety and then vote the opposite way, because of what has transpired and we're in month 10 of 12, your only recourse to take care of the need is to go back from the 44 up to 46 by adding to the salary restriction.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Yes, that's correct. And also, I wanted to point out, we're going to be bringing several other resolutions before you. I think after Monday's meeting, there are 2 meetings left in the fiscal year. And like the purchasing deadline was May 9th to issue RFPs, and then we're coming up on another deadline on the 16th. But since, was it March 28th, we've had a moratorium on budget transfers. So that is slowing down our ability to spend existing funds. So we may have to come back to this body and ask for permission to carry over more money because we haven't been able to expend the funds where we need them.
Have y'all seen that email? It came out by Harold Collins basically saying, as of whenever Commissioner Mills did what she did, they put a moratorium. Is that the moratorium you're talking about? You know what email I'm talking about, basically a moratorium on all the electeds, so they couldn't transfer money and everything else. Is that what you're referencing?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm referencing the email that went out on March 28th at 4:30 p.m.
Right after you did what you did, Commissioner Mills, which was the right thing. This was their recourse. So I guess when we try to support public safety, their recourse is to prevent you from doing what you got to do. I'm gonna get back in the queue because I need to ask one more question since I just got this add-on in front of me, so I'm gonna get back in. Thank you.
Chief Lindsay, are you good? Or did you have something? You're good. Okay. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I would have hoped this would have been the last year to have to do this money moving because you were defunded with the salary restrictions to the tune of over $100 million, but because of House Bill 306 and the Senate bill that did pass that Senator Taylor sponsored and Gillespie in the House got killed, we can now defund the police and then y'all have to squirm to get what you need for public safety. But we're going to complain about all the public safety issues we have in Shelby County, but we're going to have to make y'all work like this, which is not right. I do want to say I'm excited about the AEDs. I think that's a brilliant idea from someone with a very rural district. That I can see y'all saving lives with that. That's brilliant. I'm glad you put that on. So I commend you for that. So, and I will be supporting this, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. Do you forecast any resistance by finance or anybody else in the administration as you bring other items before the fiscal year? Because we know what they do. That's why I'm asking, do you see any pushback because of the needs that they couldn't take care of?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I don't know if you recall the flood that we had. Well, that flood damaged one of our buildings and a couple of our cars. And we requested the emergency processing of a line item transfer on April 29th. And that item has still not been processed. So I will also say we have several resolutions in the queue with finance, and I know they've incorporated a new financial system budget this year, which may have caused some challenges that they've also had to focus on, and I think they may be a little short-staffed. But at the same time, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office is a public safety agency, and we need to be able to procure items when we need to procure them. So the delay in reviewing resolutions, the delay in, or the moratorium on budget transfers, that is, it's a real challenge for us.
All these delays reminds me deja vu with the jail. You had a list of items. I'm sorry, were you about to say something?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford. Another
Yes.
thing I thought about, so at the beginning
Yes,
of this
ma'am.
fiscal year, we were inundated with all of the requests for the jail. So we've been moving money around, since the beginning of the fiscal year. So it wasn't until like September, October, when this body approved $5 million from ARPA and $5 million from CIP. And then you told us to use our own $4.5 million to fund everything
they
else.
did. I
So
wanted to give you 18.
This year
but yeah.
has been an anomaly in that we've been moving money around all year long, trying to rob Peter and pay Paul to get to the business of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
And there are people that sit up here that think that they're doing the right thing by public safety and their constituents. You only got 4 people, well, I know one, so you got 5 people now. I had to ask the question because I just want to make sure that these needs by folks who really don't have needs in there, and don't make excuses for finance. Don't make excuses for finance, because if they were handling their business as far as the sheriff is concerned, and I know Ms. Tipton gonna get me, but hey, this won't be the first time I'll go find the tape if I have to about some stuff that was said, and finance went opposite if I have to. Because this commissioner is getting tired of you all being used as the slush, as somebody's future slush fund. And I'm gonna say this because this is my prediction. We heard a proposed budget, and it's not a tax cut, it evens out. The comptroller will force the rollback. And I'm glad Commissioner Morrison said what she said. I feel like whatever amendments are going to, this has to be said, whatever amendments are going to come, because they're going to have some wants in contrast to the needs. Who do you think the money is going to come out of? It's going to come out the sheriff. So all of the pork that's going to be added to the budget, I bet after the budget gets passed, that language that's going to be in the resolution, I bet it's going to come out, and I want you, Ms. Lindsay, to let us know. Let's say $5 million is added to the budget. You let me know if $5 million comes out of the sheriff's. But that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because if we don't stop that and we don't say anything, and if the sheriff doesn't sue, then y'all might as well just lay on your back. While people that you were trying to protect will have their hands up in the air. This is serious business. This is serious business, ladies and gentlemen. And, I don't even know where the attorneys are. They on strike because I said I was going to file a complaint on the ethics officer. We don't have any attorney. We've been without attorneys for a minute throughout this whole deal. And I'm going to support y'all, even though the person that approved this, I will be putting my paperwork in very soon regarding that person, but this is a need, and I'm gonna handle that, but it's interesting. I guess they went on strike, but you know what? Hey, I just noticed they weren't here because, don't get me started, thank you.
All right. I think we've exhausted our queue, and you all are feeling good? All right, let's take this to a vote. And if we could close the screen, report the tally. And that.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Ford, and Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you all. That concludes committee number 4.
Okay, let's call to order Committee Number 17, Workforce Development. Parliamentarian, please read number 1 into the record.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance, second reading. An ordinance amending Article 4, Division 3, Section 2-231 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, creating a procurement initiative to incentivize apprenticeship programs for construction vendors in Shelby County. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item was referred back to committee in April 14, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you so much. This item's been moved by Commissioner Mills and seconded by myself. And I'd like to move this to defer it to the Wednesday, May 28th committee meeting. Thank you. And this concludes committee number 17. Without objection. And now it concludes committee number 17. Okay, I'd like to call to order committee number 6, Education. Parliamentarian, please read item number 1 into the record. Oh.
Item 1 is a resolution to establish an advisory board to consult and provide expertise in support of the Memphis-Shelby County School Board, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant and Chairman Michael Willie. This item was deferred in April 30th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you so much. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by?
Somebody pushed the button.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Bibbs.
Thank you so much. It was seconded by Commissioner Wright. Just wanted to let you know this item will be pulled from being heard. So I don't have the agenda in front of me. I'm sorry. I'm not a sponsor.
I was about to say. Yeah.
Suspend the rules, and then you can make the motion to withdraw without objection.
Okay. I'm making a motion to suspend the rules. So, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Is this being withdrawn to come back in a different form? I know you're not a sponsor, but
It also the rule also says by the department. So we actually don't have to suspend the rules, excuse me, because I believe this is a commission-driven item. So we actually don't, so you can withdraw. You don't have to do the motion to suspend the rules.
now I got a point of order on that.
Yes, sir.
We have several things that are commission-driven, and if we started doing that, a reasonable person could say that somebody that does not like something could easily say, well, it's commission-driven, so I'd like to withdraw. I don't want to go down that line. I know what you're saying.
That's the rule, sir. That's the
No,
rule.
I know it is, but I would be the first one to appeal that decision if I started seeing people have commission-driven items defined and somebody else. I'm fine with this. I'm saying as we go forward.
Well, respectfully, it's been a long day, so if we can just just handle the business, and then when that is a ripe issue, we can take it up at that time.
And Madam Parliamentarian, I
Yes,
agree with
sir.
you. I'm saying this respectfully on the record so that if it does happen, I can reference this back because I can see people in this body doing that, trying to do that. I'm fine on this case, but I'm talking about on something else that has nothing to do with this. I do not want that to be the case because people have the votes to do it, and that would be a big problem. Thank you. All right, that's all I wanted parliamentarily. Thank you.
So can we accept, I would like to make the motion to withdraw this item.
The rule says it can be withdrawn without objection.
Would like for it to be drawn without objection.
So moved. There's no
So
objection.
moved, all right. And to your question, I think, Commissioner Ford, this item was being withdrawn by Chairman Whaley, one of the sponsors. All right, I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I do recall that this is the only item on that committee, if I'm correct? Okay, all right, this officially concludes the Education Committee.
Okay, let's call to order Committee Number 16, Milton Community Enhancements Grants. Madam Parliamentarian, can we read all 13, or do we need to separate since one's not a... Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution extending the fiscal year 2025 Milton Community Enhancement Program CEP grant deadline, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Wright. Number 9. All right, seeing no one in the queue, let's take this item to a vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Wright. We have 2 aye votes.
Okay, thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, if you would read items 2 through 8 and 10 through 13. I'm told item number 9 has a call-in. If they would unmute themselves, we're going to do this, and then we'll go to them.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $4,700 to HYPE Helping Young People Excel, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $4,700 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 3 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Campbell Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shante K. Avant. Item 4 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Creek Community Outreach, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 5 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Life Building, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 6 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Millington Lions Club Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 7 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $8,000 to New Ballet Ensemble and School and BES, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $8,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shante K. Avant. Item 8 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Heart of Hickory Hill, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 10 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $15,000 to ABC of West Tennessee Education Trust, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 11 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $177,000 to MVP3 Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $177,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. Item 12 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $14,000 to Arlington Chamber of Commerce, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $14,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 13 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $15,000 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Very good job, Madam Parliamentarian. These items have been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by myself. Seeing no one in the queue, let's take this item to a vote, please. And if everyone's voted, we will tally the votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, and Thornton. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. Those items will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you read our last item, number 9? And Ms. Marie, if you would see if the person's online for us.
Item 9 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $2,500 to Reaching Back, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, and seconded by myself. And if someone online would like to speak, introduce yourself, name and title, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, is this turn off my phone? Hi, how you doing? I'm Leah Wooten. I'm the founder and the CEO of Reaching Back Incorporated. We are a community-based organization, and what we do is we help senior citizens age in place. I want to thank the commissioners that have already donated to my organization. We've been in existence here for a while and been doing the work. What we have right now is a waiting list of 750 senior citizens, and we've kind of broken them down by district, by each person's district, that are in need of major and minor home repairs. And so I'm here today. I'm sorry I couldn't get down there, but I'm here today to ask for donations for my organization to help do some work in the community to help our seniors age in place.
Okay, is that it? Yep.
Oh, no, well, I was telling you, so what we're rolling out this year is our Adopt a Senior, because we weren't able to raise a lot of money recently, and we've got so many senior citizens that we're rolling out our Adopt a Senior program, where we're asking different organizations and churches and community organizations to adopt one of the senior citizens. We've had a couple of people from our auction to adopt one, and we're sending to each commissioner the people that in each one of them, each person's district, and we can send you the information. And we're just asking each person if they don't mind adopting someone. We have the manpower to do the work. We just need the funds to do the work. And there are things like ramps, electrical, faulty wiring, just different things that our seniors need in order to be able to maintain and live in their homes. So I appreciate on the front end, I want to thank you all on the front end for anything that you all are willing to do to help us facilitate this.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have a skeleton crew here right now, but we appreciate your presentation, and we have no one in the queue, so we'll bring your item to a vote. If everyone's had a chance to vote, we will tally the votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, and Thornton. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. This item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Thank you. And with that, that will conclude our committee number 16, Milton Community Enhancement Grants, and conclude our committee day today. See everyone Monday.